Chapter 2645. The Fiend Commander suddenly looked as if he had encountered a snake or scorpion. He was terrified, causing the other Fiend soldiers and generals to be dumbfounded. I didn't know Master was coming. This little demon had eyes, but failed to see and offended you. Please forgive me, Master, the Demon Commander said, while trembling with fear. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and his mind was in a daze. You're not that stupid after all. Xianxia snorted lightly as he led Old Ban and Xiaoling straight past the group of monster race cultivators. Seeing that Xianxia didn't intend to make things difficult for him, the Fiend Commander heaved a sigh of relief. After Xianxia's figure disappeared from sight, one of the Fiend generals asked curiously, Master, who is that man? Why is the Master so respectful to him? The Fiend soldiers couldn't understand. The savage wildlands was a paradise for the savage survivors. Here, the Fiend race was the most powerful force. Why would the Fiend Commander Master be so afraid of a human? The Fiend Commander's expression changed, but he didn't answer. Instead, he said in a deep voice, This person is not to be provoked. All of you remember this. The next time you meet him, get as far away as possible. If you provoke him, even the Monster King Master won't be able to protect you. What? The Fiend soldiers were shocked. They were even more curious about Xianxia's identity. They didn't know what kind of ability he had to make the Monster King Master so helpless. No, this matter must be reported to the Monster King Master as soon as possible. The Fiend Commander muttered to himself for a while before his figure flickered and he turned into a cloud of black gas and rushed in a certain direction. Xianxia's sudden appearance here was a big deal for the entire savage wildlands. Since he had encountered him, he had to report it. Otherwise, if the Monster King found out and blamed him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Xianxia continued to fly through the forest. Di Ling was ignorant and didn't understand the meaning of the scene just now, but Old Ban was shocked by Xianxia, a powerful Fiend Commander leading so many Fiend soldiers and generals. They were all so respectful to Xianxia. What was going on? Old Ban wanted to ask more questions, but he felt that his relationship with Xianxia wasn't good enough to get to the bottom of it. So he could only keep his questions to himself. After flying for a while, suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed as he stopped and looked back. What's the matter? Old Ban asked curiously. There's a powerful guy coming over. I wonder what he's here for. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said lightly, What a powerful fellow. Old Ban's heart skipped a beat. That said fiend. He was. To him to be. This was a middle-aged man, dressed in green, with an aquiline nose. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and his aura, as deep as the sea, made it difficult to breathe. It really is the Monster King. Old Ban's face turned pale. Although he had never seen the Monster King before, he could recognize that the man in front of him was the Monster King of the ancient wildlands. It was rumored that only a third-order Emperor Realm Master could become the Monster King of the ancient wildlands. In other words, the middle-aged man in front of him was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Such an existence could kill him and Di Ling 1,000 times over with a casual breath. It really is young Master Yang. The middle-aged man didn't show any hostility when he saw Xianxia. Instead, he was overjoyed. As if he had just reunited with an old friend, he cupped his fists and said, Old Dog Master's Monster King. Ing Fei greets young Master Yang. So it's Ing Fei, Monster King. Xianxia nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. The Monster King in front of him looked familiar. You should have seen him near the blood door last time. Now that he introduced himself, Xianxia knew that he was called Ing Fei. Old Dog. Old Ban's eyes widened as his face turned sluggish. He was almost petrified. Although the division of forces in the ancient wildlands was unknown to most people, even Old Ban didn't know much about it, but he had heard of Old Dog. He was an ancient divine spirit. It turned out that there really were divine spirits in the ancient wildlands, and the Monster King in front of him was a subordinate of Old Dog Divine Spirit. I heard that we saw young Master Yang just now, so I thought we were seeing things. I didn't expect it to really be young Master Yang, Ing Fei said with a smile. Xianxia said, I wonder why the Monster King has chased us all the way here. Ing Fei hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare to say that I have something to teach you, but where is young Master Yang going? Do you need this one's help? Yang Kai shook his head. No need. I'm just going to find the Phoenix Lady. I have something to discuss with her. You're looking for the Phoenix Master. Ing Fei smiled and said, This place is quite far from Senior Luan Feng's Phoenix Gathering Palace. Although the Monster Kings and Monster Commanders in the ancient land know young Master Yang's appearance and don't dare to offend you, there are still many monster race experts who have eyes but fail to see. It wouldn't be good if they offend young Master Yang. How about this? If young Master Yang doesn't mind, how about this? This one doesn't dare to boast, but in terms of speed, I'm not inferior to others. Ever since Yang Kai had caused havoc in the ancient wildlands, the remaining 3 Saint Masters had instructed the Monster King and Saint Envoys to not be rude to Yang Kai in the future. The 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys had also participated in the battle that day, so how could they not know about Yang Kai's identity and the relationship between him and the descendant of Xianxia? Even without the Saint Master's instructions, they knew what to do. After returning to their respective territories, they summoned their monster commanders and monster generals and released Yang Kai's image, solemnly warning them. This was also why the monster commander had been able to recognize Yang Kai and had been so terrified. Although he didn't know who Yang Kai was, he knew that this human was an existence that the Monster King and Master had taken special care of, so naturally, he didn't dare to offend him. Yang Kai took a deep look at Ing Fei, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Seeing Ing Fei's enthusiasm, how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? After all, in this world, only he had a close relationship with Zhang Ruo Shi. Zhang Ruo, she was a descendant of Tianxing and was in charge of the Blood Door Forbidden Area, which contained countless divine spirit sources. Zhang Ruo, she had now entered the Blood Door and couldn't be found, but Yang Kai was right in front of him. If he could establish a good relationship with Yang Kai, Ing Fei might have a chance to obtain a suitable divine spirit source from the descendant of Tianxing and awaken his ancestral bloodline to become a divine spirit. Very well, then I'll have to trouble Monster King Ing Fei. Yang Kai nodded. Ing Fei was overjoyed and said, It's no trouble at all. It's Ing Fei's honor to be able to serve young Master Yang. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and green light shone brightly. The cry of an eagle rang out, and a gigantic eagle that was more than 100 feet long and covered in green light appeared on the spot. When the eagle flapped its wings, a monstrous gust of wind was stirred up. Big bird, big bird. Xiao Ling, who was riding on Yang Kai's neck, saw Ing Fei reveal his true form and clapped her hands happily, as if she had seen something new. Yang Kai chuckled and said, If Xiao Linger likes it, then let's ride on this big bird. Okay. Xiao Ling's eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. Yang Kai's figure flickered and landed on the bird's back. Ing Fei's body was huge, and its back was flat and spacious. Even if 20 to 30 people sat on it, it wouldn't feel crowded. The feathers on its neck were smooth and soft, making sitting on it feel like sitting on a velvet blanket, very comfortable. Grandpa, come on up, this big bird is so comfortable, even more comfortable than our bed. Xiao Ling climbed down from Yang Kai's neck and stood on the bird's back, greeting Old Ban. Old Ban broke out in cold sweat and scolded, Don't talk nonsense. The little girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but he knew how powerful the Monster King was. This was an existence that could kill him with a single breath. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to see it, but now he had to sit on its back. Old Ban was terrified and hesitated, not knowing what to do. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled and said, The Monster King is so kind. Old Ban, come on up as well. The giant eagle also spoke at this time. Don't worry, old sir. This king will protect you. When Old Ban heard this, he nervously cupped his fists and said, Then this old man will offend you. As he spoke, he carefully climbed onto the bird's back. Deep in his heart, he felt extremely unreal. He had been muddle-headed all his life, and now he was lucky enough to sit on the back of a Monster King. Everyone, sit tight. Ing Fei reminded them. With a flap of his wings, his huge body suddenly turned into a blue light and rushed into the depths of the ancient land. The surrounding scenery quickly passed by, causing Xiao to shout excitedly. Although the speed was fast, there was a demonic chi on Ying Fei's back that turned into a protective barrier. The wind was blocked, and Yang Kai and the others were not disturbed at all. Perhaps it was a deliberate show of strength, but the eagle's speed was not only fast, but also very stable. They didn't feel any inclination or bump along the way, as if they were standing on flat ground. In less than an hour, the Wanfeng's Feng Luo Palace appeared in their sight. Ying Fei led the group to the entrance of the Feng Luo Palace. When Yang Kai and the others got off, he transformed into his human form and cupped his fist to Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang, I was fortunate to not disappoint you. This one will take his leave." He was the Monster King under the Azure Dog. Since they were outside the Feng Luo Palace, he couldn't stay for long. From the beginning to the end, he didn't mention anything else to Yang Kai. It was as if this trip was just to escort Yang Kai. This was where he was smart. He believed that Yang Kai knew why he deliberately tried to befriend him. If he didn't mention it, he might be able to get a good impression from Yang Kai. If he really did mention it, it would be too snobbish. What's more, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. It wasn't something that could be done just because Yang Kai agreed. Now that the blood door had disappeared without a trace, even if he wanted to obtain the ancestor's divine spirit source, he would have to wait for the blood door to open again. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your trouble, Monster King. Young Master Yang is too polite." Ying Fei returned the gesture and turned around to return the way he came. Chapter 2646. Young Master Yang, this is... Once the eagle was far away, Old Ban cautiously asked, "Phoenix Luan's palace, Phoenix Luo Palace." Yang Kai replied, "Phoenix Luan." Old Ban's eyes bulged. What he had encountered today was more shocking than anything he had experienced in his life. The fact that he was able to sit on the back of a Yao King was already shocking enough. Now, he was actually in the palace of a holy spirit. If Yang Kai hadn't brought him here, he would never have been able to come here. But Yang Kai not only made the Eagle Monster King a willing mount, but he also knew the way to the Divine Spirit's palace. Old Ban couldn't figure out Yang Kai's identity and origin. Just as he was speaking, the door of the palace suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman in a palace robe walked out. She stood in front of Yang Kai and bowed. "This servant greets young Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. "Tian Long, long time no see." This woman was none other than the maidservant Wan Feng had arranged to serve him when he visited Phoenix Luo Palace last time. Although Yang Kai hadn't had many interactions with her, he was still familiar with her, so seeing her now was no stranger. "It hasn't been long." Tian Long forced a smile and looked up. "May I ask why young Master Yang is here?" Yang Kai said, "I need Madame Feng's help." "Where's she?" Tian Long replied, "Young Master, you came at a bad time. Madame Feng happened to be in seclusion a few days ago." Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at her. He snorted, "Madame Feng is a divine spirit. Her cultivation is blessed by heaven and earth. Why would she be in seclusion? Is she unwilling to see me?" Tian Long hurriedly said, "How could that be? Madame really is in seclusion." Yang Kai ignored her and walked straight into Phoenix Luo Palace. Seeing this, Tian Long hurriedly followed him with small steps. After entering Phoenix Luo Palace, Yang Kai rampaged through the palace. He kept shouting, Madame Feng, Yang Kai is here to see you." Tian Long didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only follow along and constantly remind him, "Young Master, don't make a fuss. If you disturb Madame's cultivation, she will blame me." Madame Feng, Madame Feng." Yang Kai still ignored her and continued to shout. After a long time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. That figure was graceful and noble, and her aura was profound. Who else could it be but the Luan Feng? However, the Luan Feng was looking at Yang Kai with resentment. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned her. His eyes were filled with blood and tears as he complained. "Lady Wang." Yang Kai couldn't help grinning when he saw her appear. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yang Kai greets Lady Wang. Tian Long, who was following behind Yang Kai, also stepped forward and helplessly looked at Luan Feng. Master, this servant, you can leave. The Luan Feng waved her hand. Tian Long received the order and respectfully withdrew. The Luan Feng glanced at Yang Kai with disgust and turned to walk forward. Yang Kai followed with a grin, calling out to Ling, an old man, as he walked. When they arrived at a large hall, the Luan Feng turned around and sat at the head of the table. She didn't have any intention of greeting Yang Kai and the others. Instead, she picked up a cup of steaming hot tea and sipped it. Sit, sit. Yang Kai gestured to Old Ban. Old Ban didn't dare to sit. He was already strong enough to stand here. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This old man will stand." The woman in front of him was the Holy Spirit Luan Feng. Even if she didn't release her monstrous aura, Old Ban still didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of her. He didn't even dare to smile for fear that his image would offend the master. As for Ling she was tightly held in his hand to prevent the child from rudely bumping into the Luan Feng. Since Old Ban didn't want to sit, Yang Kai didn't force him. He just turned to the Luan Feng with a grin and said, "Madam, you don't seem to be in a good mood." The Luan Feng looked up at him and said in a bad mood, "I was fine, but now I'm in a bad mood." "Why are you here again?" Yang Kai said, "I haven't seen you for a long time and missed you, so I came to see you." The Luan Feng nodded slightly. "Now that you've seen me, please go back." "Don't." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "I just arrived and Madam is already driving me away. This is not how you treat a guest. If young master wants to stay for a few days, then this queen can only welcome you. You can stay where you stayed last time. If you need anything, just look for Tian Long." The Luan Feng stood up, unwilling to stay with Yang Kai any longer. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her when he saw she was about to leave. The Luan Feng snorted. "Boy, what is it that you came to see this queen this time? Hurry up and say it. This queen is not in the mood to chat with you." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Madam's eyes are like torches. This junior really does have a small matter that requires Madam's help. "Oh." The Luan Feng suddenly laughed sarcastically. What in this world can embarrass a character like young Master Yang? "Why do you need this queen's help? Last time when you caused a ruckus in the ancient ruins and showed off your power in front of the 32 Monster King and the 8 Saints, I didn't see you like this." Yang Kai awkwardly replied, "That was then, this is now. Wasn't that a misunderstanding?" The Luan Feng snorted. "Even the Holy Spirit was killed, and you call it a misunderstanding?" Yang Kai sternly said, "That wasn't me, it was Ruo Shi. If you want to blame someone, blame her." The Luan Feng frowned. "This queen doesn't want to court death. Moreover, this queen doesn't owe you anything, so why should I help you again and again? Last time, Yang Kai took her to the Netherworld sect and killed their great elder. Although it was Luan Feng who did it, if it wasn't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have gone to their sect and acted so atrociously." Not long after that, Yang Kai actually came to visit again. Luan Feng was very worried about him and didn't know what he wanted to do this time. "Madam, why are you acting like an outsider? It's just a small matter for you." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Luan Feng sighed deeply and said, "Tell me, what is it?" Since Yang Kai came to her door, she couldn't refuse. After all, even if she didn't give face to the monk, she still had to give face to the Buddha. Yang Kai had a close relationship with Zhang Ruo Shi, so Luan Feng was very wary of Zhang Ruo Shi, a descendant of Tian Xing. Yang Kai sternly said, "I want to ask Madame Feng to help me deal with 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters." "Who?" Luan Feng frowned and asked. "The Seeking Passion Sect's Sect Master and Vice Sect Master from the Northern Territory." "The Seeking Passion Sect from the Northern Territory?" Luan Feng frowned and said, "That's a big sect. This queen has no grievances with them, so why would I attack them?" "I don't care. In any case, Madame Feng has to help," Yang Kai said stubbornly. "You." Luan Feng was so angry that she laughed. "Why are you acting like a rascal in front of me? It's them who offended you, not this queen." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Madame Feng only needs the help. 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters. She can easily crush them." Luan Feng snorted. Easy for you to say. Although there are no great emperor sects in the Northern Territory, the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill sect are in the Northern Territory. If this queen attacked a human sect for no reason, how could she get away? Yang Kai said, although the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill sect are in the Northern Territory, they are obsessed with the alchemic Tao. How could they care about such grievances? Luan Feng shook her head. They may not care about other things, but if this queen takes action, then that is not necessarily the case. I can't help with this matter. Since Madame Feng says so, then I won't force you. Yang Kai sighed with a helpless look on his face. Luan Feng was stunned and looked at Yang Kai strangely, as if she didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. But soon, Luan Feng frowned because she felt that Yang Kai definitely wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Perhaps he had some kind of trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, after Yang Kai got up and walked out, he muttered, "Wait for Ruo Shi to come out and let her know that her sect has been destroyed. In any case, she will take revenge, so there's no need to rush." Wait a moment, Luan Feng hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Madame Feng, do you have any other orders?" Luan Feng gritted her teeth and asked, "What did you just say? Tell me in detail." Yang Kai sighed. Since Madame Feng already heard it, why ask? Luan Feng quickly asked, "You said that Master's sect was destroyed? What do you mean? What else could it mean?" Seeking Passion's sect wants to destroy Ice Heart Valley, and Ruo, she is from Ice Heart Valley. This junior is alone and wanted to ask Madame Feng for help. But since Madame Feng has some concerns, this junior won't force you. Luan Feng was surprised. That master is from Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were two of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Now, listening to Yang Kai's words, it seemed that the two sects were at war and Ice Heart Valley situation was not good. "Yes, didn't I say so?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Feng solemnly asked, "Is she really from Ice Heart Valley? You're not lying to me, right?" Kai Yang replied in all seriousness. "How could it be fake? That crazy woman last time was Ruo Shi's martial aunt, Ji Yao. She also took action. You should have noticed the secret art she cultivates, right? It's an orthodox ice attribute secret art." Luan Feng recalled carefully and found that it was indeed as Yang Kai said. Although Ji Yao didn't take action at that time, as a divine spirit, she could naturally feel the ice attribute Emperor Qi in Ji Yao's body. On the other hand, Zhang Ruo, she didn't show any signs of cultivating an ice attribute secret art, but Zhang Ruo, she, and Ji Yao seemed to have a close relationship. Luan Feng didn't know whether to believe Yang Kai's words or not. While she was contemplating, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Madame Feng, I will take my leave first. When Ruo Shi comes out of the blood door in the future, I will have to trouble you to tell her that her sect has been destroyed and that she should return to the Northern Territory to seek revenge." When Luan Feng heard this, her nose became crooked. If Zhang Ruo, she was really from Ice Heart Valley, then she couldn't tell her this. When the time came and Ruo Shi asked how her sect was destroyed, how was Luan Feng supposed to answer? Was she supposed to say that she knew about it, but just stood by and watched? "Stop!" Luan Feng saw that Yang Kai was really about to leave and hurriedly shouted. Chapter 26:47. Yang Kai turned around again with a grin and looked at Luan Feng. "Madam, do you have any other orders?" Luan Feng gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. She said angrily, "I really don't know what this queen owes you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Madam, you're wrong. Helping others is the foundation of happiness. But is Madam willing to help?" Since she was willing to help, she naturally wouldn't refuse this matter. After all, she wasn't sure if Zhang Ruo, she was from Ice Heart Valley, but she would rather believe it than not. Since Yang Kai mentioned Zhang Ruo, Luan Feng had to help him no matter what. She wasn't helping Yang Kai, but the descendant of Tian Xing, whom she was afraid of. Two trivial third-order Emperor Realm Masters. This queen can just send a few Monster Kings. Why do I need to do it personally? Luan Feng said with a displeased look. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "Madam is wise. Then I ask Madam to send 7 or 8 Monster Kings to follow me back to the Northern Territory to eradicate these cowards. He didn't expect Luan Feng to help from the beginning. His original plan was to let Luan Feng send a few monster kings. Now that Luan Feng said so, it was exactly what he wanted. 7 or 8. The Luan Feng rolled her eyes. In your dreams. How many monster kings did she have? Xianxia asked for 7 or 8 at once. Those who knew would understand that he was going to solve the crisis of Ice Heart Valley, but those who didn't know would think that he was going to conquer the world. 4 or 5 then. Xianxia grinned. Luan Feng didn't answer. Instead, she showed a thoughtful look. After a while, she said, since this matter involves the master, it is a matter of the entire ancient lands. This queen can't bear the responsibility alone. How about this? You stay in Phoenix Net Palace for a few days. Within 3 days, this queen will give you a satisfactory answer. Xianxia heard this and thought for a while. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Many thanks, madam. After a pause, Xianxia said, there's one more thing I need madam's help with. What? The Luan Feng suddenly became vigilant. The more she looked at Xianxia, the more disgusted she felt. In any case, nothing good would come out of this brat's mouth. Xianxia said, I want to build a spatial array in Phoenix Net Palace, but I don't know where is a suitable place. Space array? The Luan Feng frowned. You actually know how to set up formations. I know a thing or two. You want to build a space array? What does it lead to? Luan Feng asked worriedly. Return to Ice Heart Valley. Xianxia answered matter-of-factly. I spent a month on the way here. I can't go back the way I came. I'm afraid there isn't enough time, so I need to build a space array that leads directly to Ice Heart Valley. A spatial array that can cross territory. The Luan Feng was shocked. Can you really do that? One had to know that this was the Eastern Territory, while Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory. If Xianxia wasn't just spouting nonsense, then he really did have the ability to arrange a spatial array that could cross territory. This was an incredible feat currently. All the spatial arrays that could cross territory in the star boundary were extremely ancient, and no one could arrange one today. Madam Feng, please wait and see. Xianxia smiled slightly. The Luan Feng nodded lightly. She said, I'll allow it. Go look for Tianlong. She'll make the arrangements for you. Many thanks, madam. After everything was discussed, the Luan Feng called Tianlong and instructed her to take Xianxia to the small building where he stayed last time. After returning to the small building, Xianxia told Old Ban and Ling to rest while he informed Tianlong of his request. Tianlong heard that this was the Luan Feng's idea, so she didn't stop him and personally found a secluded and spacious place for Xianxia. Next, Xianxia arranged the space array in that secluded place. It didn't take much time. In less than a day, a brand new space array was completed. After confirming that there were no problems with the space array, Xianxia returned to his loft to rest. Just as he left, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside the space array. This figure looked at her in surprise. Tianlong, did he really spend a day arranging this? The Luan Feng asked in disbelief. Tianlong, who was standing to the side, also nodded in shock. This servant saw it with her own eyes. Although this servant was standing far away when young Master Yang was arranging it, this servant saw everything from the beginning to the end. Is it really that amazing? The Luan Feng asked in disbelief. A space array was not so easy to arrange, not to mention a spatial array that could cross territory. The Luan Feng thought that it would take Xianxia at least 10 days to half a month to arrange this thing, but who would have thought that he would complete it in a single day? This was simply miraculous. Ice Heart Valley. The Luan Feng muttered and said, Tianlong, I'm going to Ice Heart Valley. You stay here. She wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley for 2 reasons. Firstly, she wanted to see if this space array was useful. Secondly, she wanted to ask Zhang Ruo if she was really from Ice Heart Valley. She always felt that Xianxia was fooling her. That little brat was full of evil tricks and never had good intentions. Tianlong was shocked and said, Madam, you can't. Whether the space array is useful or not is still uncertain. If something unexpected happens, if an accident happened during the teleportation process, it would be no laughing matter. If things went wrong, they would be banished to the void forever, unable to find their way out. Even if the Luan Feng was powerful, being banished to the void would not end well. The Luan Feng waved her hand and said, "This queen has her own plans." Saying so, she waved her hand and inserted many high-rank source crystals into the grooves of the array base before standing on top of it. Tian Long waited on tenterhooks. The Luan Feng was also slightly nervous. After all, this was something that Yang Kai had spent less than a day to arrange. Who knew if it was defective or not? But to their surprise, even after waiting for a long time, the space array didn't react in the slightest. "What? You're just bragging," the Luan Feng sneered. After confirming that the space array was completely useless, she walked down from it and returned to the palace with a happy face. She wanted to see what Yang Kai's expression would be when he needed to use this space array and found out that it was defective. For the next few days, Old Ban was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. This was the Divine Spirit Palace, and it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was lucky enough to live here once in his life. How could he dare to overstep his boundaries? On the other hand, Xiaoling Heir was ignorant and lively by nature. Living in such a luxurious place, all of a sudden, she couldn't help but feel curious. The spirit fruits placed on the table were almost all eaten by her. One had to know that these spirit fruits were a specialty of the ancient lands. They were rich in world energy and were extremely rare in the outside world. Anyone who ate them would benefit greatly in their cultivation. Xiaoling Heir lived here for 3 days and ate several dozen spirit fruits. Her originally sallow and emaciated body had become tender and supple. Even her yellow hair had become black and shiny. Her whole person was full of spirit. On an early morning 3 days later, an eagle's cry suddenly resounded from outside the Phoenix Gathering Palace. Shortly after, a green light descended from the sky and stood outside the palace. Before he could knock on the door, another figure flew over from another direction and landed not far away from him. The two looked at each other. The former smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Xia Wuwei." The latter said lightly, "Ying Fei." Ying Fei looked at Xia Wuwei curiously. Why did Brother Xia come to the Phoenix Net Palace? This is not Master Fan Ku's territory. Xia Wuwei curled his lips. "Aren't you also here? This is also not Old Dog Master's territory." After saying that, the two seemed to realize something and asked in unison, "You came for that matter?" There was no need for an answer. The answer was obvious. Xia Wuwei was surprised. "You're quite lucky to have such a task fall into your hands. I'm sure the others would be angry to death." Ying Fei smiled. "A few days ago, young Master Yang passed by this king's territory, and this king escorted him. When Old Dog Master found out about this, he sent this king to assist young Master Yang. Brother Xia, how did you get this task?" He knew that amongst the demon kings under Fan Wu's command, Xia Wuwei was absolutely not the strongest, nor was he the one that Fan Wu valued the most. Because Xia Wuwei's temper was bad and stubborn, and he wasn't likable. But now, Xia Wuwei had actually stood out from the crowd and seized this wonderful task, and it was truly surprising. He could get this job without shedding a drop of blood, mainly because of a chance encounter with Yang Kai a few days ago. What did Xia Wuwei have? Xia Wuwei heard this and said, "It's none of your business." Ying Fei almost choked to death and couldn't help but roll his eyes. As the two were talking, there was a sudden clap of thunder and a lightning-like light shot from the distance. The light rushed in front of Xia Wuwei and Ying Fei and dispersed, revealing an extremely burly figure. She lay. Xia Wuwei raised an eyebrow. Ying Fei, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Shilei, how did you end up like this?" The burly figure in front of them was Shilei, one of the 32 monster kings. He was originally a monster king under Shihua, but after Shihua was extinguished, he went to Luan Feng and was now one of Luan Feng's most capable subordinates. Despite Shilei's coarse appearance, his strength was among the top 3 among the 32 demon kings. However, such a powerful demon king was currently covered in wounds and bruises. It was as if he had just fought a great battle with someone, and it was an extremely difficult battle. The monster race had strong bodies, and ordinary injuries were nothing to them. They would recover quickly, but Xilei's injuries were still there. It was shocking to see how serious his injuries were. Xilei heard this and said angrily, "I fought with those bastards. I didn't have a good time, but those bastards can't be much stronger." Although Xilei's name didn't have the word ox, his body was a rhinoceros with an ancient bloodline, so he had always called himself Old Ox. Xia Wuwei and Ying Fei looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little sad. When they saw Xilei's appearance, they immediately understood that if it weren't for their luck and involvement with Yang Kai, they would have to fight with those bastards to get this good job. Chapter 2648. With the strength of those bastard Monster King and Saint Envoys, the one who stood out in the end would definitely not be him. For a moment, whether it was Xia Wuwei or Eagle Flying, they couldn't help but rejoice. Especially Eagle Flying. He felt that his decision to send Yang Kai a few days ago was right. At this time, Xilei also noticed the abnormality. He stared at Eagle Flying and Xia Wuwei. "You guys aren't injured?" Eagle Flying was happy. "Why would we be injured?" Xilei shook his head. "Don't tell me that those guys would give this good job to you guys for no reason." Old Ox also spent a lot of effort to get this opportunity. Eagle Flying said proudly, "Song Master appointed us. How would those bastards dare to have any objections? As for Brother Xia, I don't know." Xia Wuwei snorted with an unfathomable look, but he didn't explain. Xilei said angrily, "There's no justice. There's no justice. There's no justice at all." One had to know that when the news spread a few days ago, the 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys of the ancient land were all excited. Who wouldn't be jealous of that job? Xilei had a good fight with them, and finally won by force. When it came to Eagle Flying's side, Song Dog Master personally appointed him, which saved him a lot of trouble. In comparison, it would be strange if Xilei didn't feel bad. But thinking about it, no matter what the process was, he accepted the job, and the result was good. As the three were chatting, the palace door opened, and a woman in palace clothes walked out. The 3 Monster Kings saw her and cupped their fists. Miss Tianlong. Tianlong's cultivation was not as good as theirs, but she was Luan Feng's confidant. The 3 naturally didn't dare to be rude. Otherwise, if Tianlong casually whispered in Luan Feng's ear, it would be enough to make their lives difficult. "The madam wants you to go in," Tianlong said and led the way. The 3 hurriedly followed. Entering the main hall, they saw Luan Feng sitting at the top, Yang Kai sitting below, and behind them stood an old man and a little girl. The 3 looked straight ahead. They cupped their fists. This subordinate greets Master Luan Feng. "Yes." The Luan Feng gently nodded, her face filled with grace as she lightly opened her mouth and said, "You should understand what is going on. I have summoned you this time to accompany young Master Yang to the Northern Territory to resolve the crisis facing Ice Heart Valley. This queen hopes that you will obey young Master Yang's orders. If you dare to oppose him in public, you will be severely punished." The 3 of them quickly shouted, "We will not disappoint you." How would they dare to go against him? Being able to receive such a good job was already a blessing from their ancestors. Even without the Luan Feng's reminder, they would still do their best. After all, it was an opportunity to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Luan Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Young Master Yang is not an outsider. Please meet him." The 3 turned around and cupped their fists. "Greetings, young Master Yang." Yang Kai smiled. He glanced at the 3 Monster Kings in front of him. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Of the 3 Monster Kings in front of him, he knew the details of 2 of them. Xia Wei was Fan Hua's subordinate, Ying Fei was Song Dog's subordinate, and the last one should be Luan Feng's subordinate. He came here to ask the Luan Feng for help, but he didn't expect that the Luan Feng would transfer a Monster King from each of the other 2 Saint Seniors. Clearly, she wanted to share the risk. He didn't point it out and just said, "There is no need to be polite. I will have to rely on you in the future." The 3 Monster Kings were also within Yang Kai's expectations, so he wasn't disappointed. If the Luan Feng really assigned 7 or 8 Monster Kings to accompany him, it would be a fool's dream. Xiaowei and the others naturally didn't dare and were extremely respectful. Yang Kai got up and said, "Madam Feng, since everyone is here, Yang Kai will take his leave." The Luan Feng couldn't wait for him to leave, so she naturally didn't have any intention to keep him. She stood up and said, "This queen will see you out." She didn't really want to see him. She mainly wanted to see Yang Kai make a fool of himself. Last time, this brat stole a large amount of wealth from the ancient lands and dragged her down with him in the Netherworld sect. This time, he even had the cheek to come to her for help. The Luan Feng couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but seeing him make a fool of himself was fine. She had personally tested the so-called trans-domain space array, and it was simply trash that couldn't be used. She was looking forward to seeing what kind of expression Yang Kai would have when he discovered this. The group went straight to the space array. When they arrived, Yang Kai instructed them to stand there, and then took out a high-rank source crystal and inserted it into the groove of the space array. "Madam Feng, farewell. If I have time in the future, this brat will definitely come to visit again. Go, don't waste time." The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled as she waved her hand. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that Luan Feng's expression was a bit strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Glancing over at Tianlong, who was standing next to him, Yang Kai saw that Tianlong was also trying to stifle a laugh. What the hell? Yang Kai was full of doubts, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask, so he simply stood in the middle of the space array and pushed his space principles. The next moment, a burst of light suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone. By the time the light dissipated, everyone had already disappeared. Luan Feng stared at the empty space array in shock, but she wasn't stupid. After recovering from her shock, she immediately grit her teeth and muttered, "Boy, you still have a trick up your sleeve." She couldn't activate that space array, but Yang Kai was able to so easily activate it. Obviously, he had placed some kind of barrier around it. In other words, the space array was useful, but apart from Yang Kai, no one else could use it. This made the Luan Feng grit her teeth and instinctively suspect that Yang Kai knew that she would go to Ice Heart Valley to confirm the news, so he had used this trick. It really worked. To the side, Tianlong was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. A space array that had been arranged in less than a day could actually be activated. This was simply a miracle. So what if it worked? Luan Feng coldly snorted, "Smash it." Smash it? Tianlong was startled. "Smash it." Luan Feng nodded affirmatively. "With this thing here, that boy will be able to enter and leave the ancient lands as he pleases in the future. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world?" She was afraid of Yang Kai. In order to prevent Yang Kai from harassing them again in the future, it was better to smash this space array. Otherwise, who knew when Yang Kai would suddenly come back? Tianlong no longer hesitated after receiving the order and quickly smashed the space array arranged by Yang Kai into pieces. In Ice Heart Valley, buzzing sounds rang out and the ground shook from time to time. The world energy was in chaos, as if the end of the world was coming. The entire Ice Heart Valley was now in danger. Many disciples were on tenterhooks, but there was a firm look in their eyes. It was a will to live and die with Ice Heart Valley. The light curtain that enveloped Ice Heart Valley had become extremely dim and was shaking from time to time, as if it could no longer hold on. Think of a way. If you don't find a way to stabilize the array, you will die when it is broken. Somewhere in Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao's long sword was pointed at the neck of a man. The sharp sword had already pierced through the man's skin, causing blood to ooze out. With the sword pointed at him and his life in danger, the man didn't panic. He just sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this king is powerless to do anything. Although this king was captured by you, the foundation of the breaking array has already been set up. Even without this king presiding over it, the Seeking Passion sect can still display half of its power. If this king hadn't helped you stabilize the array these days, do you think you would have been able to hold on until now? I'm afraid the array would have been broken half a month ago." This man was none other than the Southern Gate Army member who was captured by Yang Kai that day. After being captured by Yang Kai, Bingyan didn't make things difficult for him. He just told him that he would let him go after the battle. The Southern Gate Army member also knew how to repay kindness. During the days he lived in Ice Heart Valley, he wholeheartedly helped Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array. He was right. Although he was captured by Yang Kai more than a month ago, at that time, the many array flags he had arranged had already begun to resonate with each other, and the foundation to break the array was almost complete. Even without him, the Seeking Passion sect would still be able to display half of its power. If the Southern Gate Army hadn't taken the initiative to help Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array, how could they have held on until today? He was the one in charge of breaking the array, and he was also the one in charge of stabilizing the array. It couldn't be said that he was capricious. It was just that the Southern Gate Army had been paid to do so. Now, they were simply repaying kindness. However, this was already the limit. The Southern Gate Army member had profound attainments in spirit arrays. At a glance, he could see that Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array would be broken in less than an hour. Enough nonsense. If you dare to say that there's no other way, I'll kill you right now. Ji Yao shouted angrily. The Southern Gate Army member glanced at her indifferently and said, "If I were you, I would take advantage of the fact that the array hasn't been broken to evacuate the disciples. Otherwise, it will be too late. You court death." Ji Yao flew into a rage and stabbed the long sword in her hand. "Yao, don't be rude." At that moment, Bing Yun rushed over from somewhere and shouted. In the past few days, Bing Yun had left Ice Heart Valley many times to harass the other side. She didn't want to kill many people, but she just wanted to interfere with the speed of the other side breaking the array. Unfortunately, every time she went out, she was entangled by Feng Xian. Recently, if she hadn't reacted quickly, she wouldn't have been able to escape. If they really fought, she would be on par with Feng Xian. She might even have the upper hand, but she couldn't withstand the other side's overwhelming numbers. Valley Master Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army member was quite respectful to Bing Yun. Seeing her arrive, he cupped his fists and saluted. Grandmaster Nen Min doesn't need to be so polite. Bing Yun showed a worried look and said, "Is there really no other way?" The Southern Gate Army member shook his head and said, "Breaking the array is inevitable. It will take at least half an hour, and at most 2 hours. Valley Master Bing Yun should make plans early." Bing Yun was indifferent for a while. She knew that since the Southern Gate Army member had said so, there was no hope of saving Ice Heart Valley. Unfortunately, Yang Kai hadn't returned yet. If he had, perhaps he would have brought some hope to Ice Heart Valley. However, when Yang Kai left, he said that he would return in 1 to 2 months. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to make it in time. Chapter 26:49. Yin'er Xiao Yao. Bing Yun called out softly, sounding a little tired. "Disciple is here." And Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiao, and Ji Yao stepped forward together. The three of them were Bing Yun's first 3 disciples, and they were also the only 3 second-order Emperor Realm Masters in Ice Heart Valley. "Let the disciples leave through the space array. I'll stay and delay them for a while." The 3 disciples looked at each other, and in the end, Ruo Yun replied, "Honored Master, it's not that we don't want to follow your orders, but I'm afraid no one is willing to leave." More than half of the remaining 7,000 disciples of Ice Heart Valley were orphans. They had been brought back to Ice Heart Valley from a young age and were carefully nurtured. To them, Ice Heart Valley was their home, their roots. Now that their home was in trouble, who would be willing to leave? It could be said that in the entire Northern Territory, or even the entire Star Boundary, there were very few sects that could compare to Ice Heart Valley in terms of cohesion. A few days ago, Ruo Yun and the others had made arrangements to send some disciples out of Ice Heart Valley in advance. But after asking, none of the disciples were willing to drag out an ignoble existence. All of them said that they wanted to live or die with the sect. Even if they don't want to leave, they have to leave. Save as many as you can. Bing Yun ordered sternly, "Go and make arrangements now. Take the disciples you like and leave the Northern Territory." The 3 women were indifferent, but they didn't move. The Southern Gate Army watched from the side and felt emotional. He secretly regretted making things difficult for this group of women for some wealth. Now that the sect defending array was broken, he had to bear the biggest responsibility. What are you waiting for? Bingyan saw that they weren't moving. She couldn't help but scold them. Seeing that their honored master was angry, the three women instinctively trembled. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out as the light curtain covering Ice Heart Valley's spirit array suddenly shattered like a broken piece of porcelain. The last thin layer of protection was torn, and Ice Heart Valley was completely exposed. The array is broken. The Southern Gate Army's expression changed. Bing Yun and the others also had cold looks on their pretty faces. Bing Yun, this Feng is here. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside. Then, gusts of wind whistled from all directions as powerful divine senses swept across Ice Heart Valley. Soon, the sounds of battle reached everyone's ears. Ice Heart Valley's disciples had encountered foreign invaders. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, Bing Yun and the others were surrounded by more than 20 people. And these 20-odd people all exuded the aura of the Emperor Realm. Their leaders, Feng Xian and Yaozhua, were both third-order Emperor Realm masters. Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is only SOS. Feng Xianling stood in the air and looked down at Bing Yun and the others. A smug and disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bing Yun's face sank. Her beautiful eyes swept over the people of the Emperor Realm one by one, although many of them looked at her calmly. But even more people's eyes flickered, as if they had done something wrong. Ice Heart Valley had been in the Northern Territory for many years and had never had a bad relationship with any sect. On the contrary, many female disciples had been married off. Bing Yun had set a rule that the married disciples would no longer have any relationship with Ice Heart Valley. But rules were rules after all, and this was something that could not be changed. In other words, after so many years, Bing Yun more or less had some relationship with the various sects in the Northern Territory. In every era, some outstanding disciples would marry into these sects. But now, the masters of so many sects had actually followed Feng Xian and broken through Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. They had even surrounded Bing Yun and the others. Such an act was truly chilling. Now, facing Bing Yun's scorching gaze, these people couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Valley Master Chun, my Ice Heart Valley has no grievances with your Tsonglu Valley. On the contrary, 100 years ago, when Valley Master Chun was poisoned by flame poison, it was this queen who helped you detoxify it. Does Valley Master Chun want to make things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley today? And Ruo Yun's beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at an elderly man. The elderly man's face turned red, and he avoided her gaze, not saying a word. And Ruo Yun then looked at another woman dressed like a married woman and said, "When Elder Yu came to Ice Heart Valley as a guest in the past, she called us Big Sister and Little Sister very affectionately. This queen is quite surprised that you came uninvited today." When the woman called Elder Yu heard this, she forced a smile and said, "Younger sister, and don't blame elder sister. Elder sister has her own difficulties and has no other choice. Besides, Sect Master Feng didn't want to make things difficult for your Ice Heart Valley. He just wanted to inquire about a person's origin. Wouldn't it be fine if your Ice Heart Valley told him? Younger sister, and how about this? You tell Sect Master Feng what he wants to know now. Elder sister will speak on your behalf, and he won't make things difficult for you." And Ruo Yun sneered. This queen appreciates Elder Yu's good intentions. Elder Yu's brows furrowed, and he said, "Younger sister, and why bother? You, don't talk too much. Being friends with you in the past, it was this consort who was blind. I actually couldn't tell that you were an ungrateful villain." These words were ruthless, causing Elder Yu's face to turn red, and she shouted angrily, "You really don't know how to appreciate kindness, treating others' good intentions as ill intent. Younger sister, and if you continue to be stubborn, you won't have a good end today." After being scolded by Ruo Yun, the woman couldn't help but become angry out of shame. She shouted in a deep voice, "Today, Sect Master Feng has come with supreme power. Younger sister, and had best adapt to the circumstances." "Well said." Feng Xian laughed and clapped his hands. He looked down and sneered. "Bing Yun, when you protected my son's murderer, did you ever think that today would come? But it's too late to regret now. Since this king has come, he won't let you have a good time. He seemed to be confident in his victory, so he wasn't in a hurry to attack Bing Yun and the others. He just flaunted his power and enjoyed the pleasure of controlling the overall situation. Sect Master Feng. Nan Gate de Jun frowned and shouted from the side, cupping his fists slightly. Before he could say anything, Feng Xian interrupted him and glanced at him indifferently. So Grandmaster Nan Gate is also here. Nan Gate de Jun thought to himself, aren't you talking nonsense? That day he was kidnapped right in front of Feng Xian. So where else could he be? Feng Xian said, today, we were able to break the spirit array thanks to Grandmaster Nan Gate. Grandmaster, please stand a little further away. Otherwise, if you are accidentally injured, this king is afraid he will feel apologetic. After this sect master destroys Ice Heart Valley, he will need Grandmaster's help. When Nan Gate de Jun heard this, he frowned and sighed, no longer saying anything. He also knew that his words carried little weight. Although he was an array Grandmaster, and others had to beg him for help, there was no lack of people in this world who would burn the bridge after crossing the river. He felt that he didn't have enough face to make Feng Xian listen to his advice. So, he simply shut his mouth, lest he really draw fire to himself. Brother Yao, join forces with this king. First, we will kill Bing Yun, then destroy Ice Heart Valley. Feng Xian enjoyed the despair of Ice Heart Valley's people for a while, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Only then did he let out a shout, his murderous intent surging. Yao Zhuo, who had been standing to the side silently, took a step forward when he heard this, and the powerful aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master burst out. Although his aura wasn't as rich and pure as that of a veteran master like Feng Xian, there was no doubt that he was a third-order master. In the end, he had just broken through. A long saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a flash of light, it seemed to break through the sky as it slashed towards Bing Yun. At the same time, Feng Xian also summoned the relic of the Wenqing Great Emperors, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. The sound of wind and thunder reverberated from the divine spear as it turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Bing Yun. When the two third-order Great Emperors joined forces, Bing Yun's face suddenly became extremely solemn. These days, she had fought with these two guys many times. In a one-on-one battle, she wasn't afraid of either of them. She was even confident that she could kill Yao Zhuo within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. But she was powerless in the face of the two of them working together. So, she tapped her foot lightly and retreated. Form the array, and Ruoyin shouted at the right time. In the next moment, the six from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley flew to Bing Yun's side and spread out in a mysterious formation. When they circulated their Emperor Qi, the power of the seven suddenly resonated. For a moment, the sand and stones on the ground were blown away, and the sun and moon dimmed. Vaguely, it seemed like a behemoth was suddenly born, raising its head and roaring angrily. Asterisk dang dang. Asterisk after the two shockwaves, Yao Zhuo's eyes widened in shock as he retreated a dozen steps, the blood in his chest roiling. Feng Xian's figure also swayed as he staggered back a few steps. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear that he had thrown out was actually blocked by a mysterious force. What's going on? What's going on? Is Bing Yun so powerful? The group of spectators from the Emperor Realm were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Although Bing Yun's strength was obvious to all, no one present would believe that she could block the joint attack of Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo by herself and even force them to retreat. But the truth was right in front of them, so it was hard for them to doubt it. No, it's not Bing Yun's power. Spirit Array? What kind of spirit array is this? The Black Tortoise Phantom, this spirit array, is incredible. After the light dissipated, the scene on the ground gradually became clear. After everyone saw it, they suddenly realized how Bing Yun forced the two third-order Emperor Realm Masters to retreat. At this moment, Bing Yun and the other 6 disciples had formed a mysterious spirit array. This spirit array connected the 7 people's Emperor Qis tightly, and the energy visible to the naked eye condensed into a huge black tortoise phantom. Bing Yun was hiding in the head of the Black Tortoise Phantom, while Ruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu were on its shoulders. Ji Yao and another elder from the Emperor Realm were standing on its feet, with one on its back and one on its tail. The Black Tortoise Phantom looked down on the crowd, as if it could hold back 10,000 enemies alone. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Chapter 2650. Before Xianxia left more than a month ago, he had taught the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array to Ji Yao. Over the past month, every disciple of Ice Heart Valley had been practicing this spirit array. Bing Yun and the others had also been practicing for a while. This was the sect guarding spirit array of Black Tortoise Sect. It was a secret technique that had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Now, 7 people from the Emperor Realm had joined forces to form this spirit array, and with a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Bing Yun taking the lead, it was not an exaggeration to say that this spirit array was impregnable. Although Bing Yun and the others did not doubt the power of this 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, this was the first time they had used it, so they did not know how powerful it was. Seeing that they had easily forced back Feng Xian and Yao Zhua, they were overjoyed and excited. They knew that if it were not for this peerless spirit array left behind by Xianxia, Ice Heart Valley would have been finished today. Although the sect defending array had been broken, with this 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, the 7,000 disciples might be able to reduce the number of casualties. Some might even be able to escape and leave behind an inheritance for the sect. Bastard! Compared to the amazement of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Feng Xian was furious. His Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they knew each other very well. He had never heard of this wonderful spirit array before, so he did not know where Bing Yun had obtained it. His complacent attack had suddenly turned into a bubble, and his mood had become extremely bad. Disciples, listen to my orders. Follow me and open a bloody path. Bing Yun shouted coldly. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. What are you all standing there for? Kill them. Feng Xian shouted angrily. Seeing that he and Yao Zhua could not take advantage of this situation, he could only take a step back. He had to use human wave tactics. This spirit array was indeed mysterious and unparalleled. However, Feng Xian could also see that Bing Yun and the others had not cultivated this spirit array for long and were not very proficient. In other words, they could not display the full power of this spirit array. Therefore, even if they formed a spirit array, the amplification was limited. On their side, there were more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm working together. It might not be impossible to stop them. Hearing Feng Xian's order, all the masters from the Emperor Realm wore solemn expressions as they pushed their Emperor Qis and summoned their Emperor artifacts, bombarding Bing Yun and the others. For a time, the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. The void was torn apart. The universe was turned upside down, and the earth was shaking nonstop. Nearly 30 people from the Emperor Realm were fighting here. This kind of battle was extremely rare, and it was hard for ordinary people to see it. Various Emperor artifacts of different shapes and sizes displayed great power, turning into one attack after another that bombarded the Black Tortoise Phantom. However, this Black Tortoise Phantom was also extremely powerful. No matter how it was bombarded, it was unable to withstand the attacks. They were all safe and sound. The soldiers of the Southgate army watched from the side with bright eyes. After a long while, he suddenly came to his senses and cried out, "Black Tortoise 7 points formation!" As expected of a generation's array master, his eyesight was indeed extraordinary. Although it was also the first time he had seen this array formation, he still recognized the origin of this array formation based on his own experience and knowledge. It's actually the Black Tortoise sect's secret array formation. The Southgate army was extremely excited. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. He had a very deep understanding of array formations, and his love for this world's strange array formations was like a pervert's love for beauties. He had once entered an ancient array formation without hesitation in order to study it. In the end, it took him 3 years to crack it. At that time, he had narrowly escaped death and almost lost his life. He had once read about the Black Tortoise 7 Points formation in an ancient book and knew that it was a secret array of the Eastern Territory's Black Tortoise sect. Unfortunately, when the Black Tortoise sect was destroyed, this array formation had been lost. According to the ancient book, this array formation was comprehended by the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit by observing the posture of the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit. The Black Tortoise Divine Spirit was a peak existence. So how could the array formation comprehended by observing its majestic posture be bad? The Southgate Army was excited to see this and naturally studied it for a while, but unfortunately, they couldn't find a method to arrange this array formation. They never thought that they would see this lost array formation in Ice Heart Valley today. This trip was not made in vain. It was not made in vain. The Southgate Army's eyes lit up, completely forgetting that this was a life and death battle. Instead, they were studying it with great interest. Looking at the way they were staring, it was as if they couldn't wait to rush to the front to study it. However, although he was excited, he knew that if he really rushed forward, he would be caught in the crossfire with his cultivation. He wouldn't even know how he died. On the other side, the people from Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect fought fiercely. Although there were more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm from Seeking Passion sect joining forces, and they far surpassed Ice Heart Valley in both numbers and cultivation, they were still unable to break through the defenses of the Black Tortoise 7 Points formation. All the attacks were blocked by Bing Yun and the others. On the contrary, Bing Yun and the others would occasionally use their killing moves, causing the Seeking Passion sect's people to break out in cold sweat as they struggled to cope with the attacks. In particular, the ice concept and ice principles that shrouded the surroundings made it difficult for them to circulate their strength. As time passed, the more the Seeking Passion sect's people fought, the more frightened they became. If this continued, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to break through the array formation's defenses even if they exhausted their strength. When that time came, they could only wait to be slaughtered. After all, Bing Yun and the others were defending instead of attacking, and with the assistance of the Spirit Array, they consumed much less energy than the Seeking Passion sect's people. Many people panicked, and their attacks were no longer as ferocious as before. Seemingly aware of this, Feng Xian, who was like an erupting volcano, suddenly shouted, "Bing Yun, you can put up a desperate struggle, but this king wants to see how your 7,000 disciples from Ice Heart Valley will resist. Another 10 people from the Emperor Realm from my sect have attacked your Ice Heart Valley. I'm afraid that blood is flowing like a river in your Ice Heart Valley right now, right?" There were more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm on the Seeking Passion sect side. There were more than 30 people from the Seeking Passion sect, and only about a third of them were from the Seeking Passion sect. The rest were helpers recruited by the Seeking Passion sect. Before coming here, 10 people from the Emperor Realm had been ordered to lead people to kill Ice Heart Valley's disciples. With the remaining strength of Ice Heart Valley, it was impossible for them to resist. Sure enough, when Feng Xian's words came out, the faces of Ice Heart Valley's people changed. Bing Yun gritted her teeth and shouted, "Let's go." Saying so, she led her disciples to break out of the encirclement. Feng Xian's face turned ruthless. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand slammed down as he shouted, "Wishful thinking. Bing Yun, you can only watch helplessly as Ice Heart Valley is flattened by this king and tremble in despair. When the 10 people from the Emperor Realm under this king's command return, it will be the time of your death." Yao Zhua, who had been silent all this time, was extremely arrogant at this moment. He sneered, "This is the fate of those who oppose my Seeking Passion sect." These words had a profound meaning, causing those from the Emperor Realm who did not belong to the Seeking Passion sect to keep quiet out of fear. They all decided that after this battle, they would have to surrender to the Seeking Passion sect. Otherwise, no matter how big the Northern Territory was in the future, they would not have a foothold. 10 people from the Emperor Realm. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. When this voice reached the ears of the people from Ice Heart Valley, they could not help but feel happy. They all raised their eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Ji Yao was even more surprised and called out, Brother Yang. Feng Xian was even more furious as he shouted, "Little bastard!" He recognized that this voice belonged to Yang Kai, who had killed his son. More than a month ago, he had met Yang Kai outside Ice Heart Valley, so how could he forget? Suddenly, Feng Xian turned his head and glared at Yang Kai with murderous intent, as if there was no one else present. "Are they the 10 people from the Emperor realm you mentioned? This young master has brought them over for you, so there's no need to be polite." From the void, Yang Kai slowly walked over, not showing the slightest nervousness. Instead, he was taking a leisurely stroll, and when his figure appeared, he waved his hand. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk corpses suddenly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. These corpses were either rich or noble, and at a glance, one could tell that they were people who had been in high positions for a long time. But now, they were all lifeless, with a fatal wound on each of their bodies that was bleeding profusely. It's Tsang Lu Valley's great elder Feng Ziping. 100 Refinement Temples, Lu Rue. 9-star sect master. Exclamations rang out as the people from the Emperor realm who were besieging Bingyun and the others glanced at the corpses and exclaimed, because they knew these people and were familiar with their names. Just a while ago, they had separated from them. They had followed Feng Xian here to block Bingyun, while the rest led the army of 100,000 to attack Ice Heart Valley. But now they were all corpses. Everyone counted 10 people from the Emperor realm, not one more, not one less. In other words, all the people who had separated from them were dead. For a moment, more than 20 people from the Emperor realm sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling cold all over their bodies. Their hands and feet turned cold, and a chill suddenly spread from their tailbones to the top of their heads. Everyone stopped attacking and looked at the 10 corpses in disbelief. How long had it been? How could they all be dead? How could Ice Heart Valley still have such a powerful force? Compared with the horror of Seeking Passion Sect's people, Ice Heart Valley's people were pleasantly surprised. Especially Bingyun and Ji Yao. The two of them knew what Yang Kai's plan was. Now that they saw the 10 corpses, they immediately understood that Yang Kai must have brought some incredible helpers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this silently. Yang Kai. Bingyun's lips trembled as she looked at Yang Kai standing there, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai nodded to Bingyun and said, "I came back late." "You're not late. It's good that you're back." Bingyun slowly shook her head. She knew that since Yang Kai had returned, Ice Heart Valley could be saved. Sect Master Feng, long time no see. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the ashen-faced Feng Xian with a grin. "Little beast." Feng Xian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He shouted, "With your ability, how could you possibly kill them?" "This." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "I can't tell you. Evil beast, hand over your life." At that moment, Yaosh was suddenly roared as his Emperor Qi surged. His long saber tore through the air and slashed towards Yang Kai with astonishing power. Chapter 2651. Last time, he brought Feng Shi to Ice Heart Valley to pick up the bride, but in the end, he suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai. Not only was he beaten up by Yang Kai using the Emperor Authority bead, but his space ring containing the betrothal gifts was also snatched away. At that time, Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. This was a great humiliation, and now that he had met his enemy, it was natural for him to be enraged. Yaoju's strength was already extraordinary, and now that he had broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm, his attacks were even more majestic, as if they could tear the world apart. An ordinary First Order Emperor realm master was no match for him, and when he swung his saber, he would most likely die on the spot. "Yang Kai, be careful." "Brother Yang, be careful." Bingyun, Ji Yao, and the others all cried out in alarm and worry. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood there motionless, as if he hadn't reacted yet. He didn't even show any intention of dodging. This scene made Bingyun and the others even more nervous. Yao Zhuo was overjoyed and increased the strength in his hand, causing a dazzling saber light to shine. At that moment, Everyone's vision blurred as an unpredictable figure brushed past Yaozhua, turned into a wisp of blue smoke, and appeared behind him. At the same time, Yaozhua, who was rushing towards Yang Kai aggressively, froze in place, as if he had been hit by a body immobilization technique. The Emperor artifact saber in his hand suddenly shattered, and his third-order Emperor realm aura rapidly withered like a punctured balloon. Poo. Inexplicably, Yaozhua coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning as white as paper and his body tottering. What? Everyone from Seeking Passion sect was shocked, and their eyes filled with horror. They all stared at the wisp of blue smoke behind Yaozhua. The wisp of blue smoke slowly stretched out. A figure gradually appeared, and at this moment, this figure, who had jumped out of nowhere, stood behind Yaozhua with a leisurely expression, holding something in his hand. Dong dong. Dong dong. A series of thumping sounds came from that object, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. He trembled with fear. They could clearly see that the thing in this person's hand was none other than a beating heart that was still emitting warmth. The heart was about the size of a fist, and the thick blood vessels were clearly visible. Every time it beat, dark red blood would flow out from the heart. Gulp! Swallowing sounds rang out, and everyone's eyes naturally focused on Yaozhua's back. Just a single glance was enough to make their faces turn ashen and their bodies tremble. Because at the center of Yaozhua's back, a hole had appeared at some unknown time. That hole went straight through Yaozhua's body, and from his back, he could see the scenery in front of him. And in that chest, the place where the heart should have been was actually empty. The matter in front of them was already very obvious. Yaozhua's heart was actually grabbed out by this middle-aged man in a green robe. What kind of method was this? After all, Yaozhua was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Northern Territory? Questions popped up in everyone's hearts one after another, but they couldn't find an answer. Monster King, Feng Xian suddenly shouted, as if he had recognized something. At the same time, Yaozhua lowered his head with difficulty and glanced at the hole in his chest. Blood drained from his face as he turned back and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, save me." Fortunately, he was strong enough, otherwise he would have died immediately after his heart was pulled out. If Feng Xian could help him get his heart back, and with some healing pills, he might be able to come back to life. So, Yaozhui used his great cultivation to seal the circulation of his blood and anxiously asked for help. Your sect master is already a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He can't even save himself, so how could he have the time to save you? Yang Kai sneered and flicked his finger, sending a moon blade towards Yaozhua. If it were any other time, even if Yaozhua couldn't dodge such an attack, he would definitely have a way to resolve it. But now, most of his cultivation was used to suppress his injuries, so how could he have any spare energy to dodge and resolve it? With a swish, the moon blade struck and directly cut Yaozhua in half. Yaozhua's broken body fell from the sky and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. A third-order Emperor Realm Master had been killed so easily. Everyone from Seeking Passion sect was silent out of fear, their eyes filled with horror. King Fei crushed the heart in his hand and swept his hawk-like gaze across the Seeking Passion sect's crowd, asking, Young Master Yang, are these the people? Yang Kai nodded in. The corner of Ing Fei's mouth twitched as he said indifferently, Young Master Yang, how should we deal with them? Yang Kai snorted. What else can we do? Naturally, we'll kill them all. Ing Fei nodded, and in the next moment his figure suddenly turned into a wisp of blue light and rushed directly into the camp of the 20 or so Seeking Passion sect masters from the Emperor Realm, moving back and forth leisurely, as if there was no one there. Everyone panicked and used all kinds of methods to dodge and resist. Feng Xian was even more furious, and his Wind Thunder Divine Spear transformed into the power of wind and thunder and shot towards Ing Fei. Among everyone present, only his cultivation was comparable to Ing Fei's, so he might be able to resist for a bit. However, Yingfei's true form was that of a giant eagle, so he was naturally fast. Yingfei seemed to be deliberately creating panic, so he didn't come into direct contact with Fengxian. He just swayed back and forth in the crowd a few times before suddenly flashing back. Asterisk pu pu pu. Asterisk a few muffled sounds rang out as several Emperor Realm masters from the Emperor Realm coughed up blood. When the others looked over, they saw that there was a hole in each of their chests, and the place where their hearts should have been was empty. This scene was exactly the same as what Yao Zhuo had encountered before. Looking at Ying Fei's big hand again, sure enough, that hand was holding a few hearts that were still beating. They were of different sizes and were still beating. He clenched his fist and crushed the hearts into pieces. When the injured Emperor Realm Master saw this, their faces instantly turned ashen and their bodies swayed as they fell from the sky. Although they could hold on for a while with their cultivation, their hearts had been dug out, so no matter how hard they tried, they would only be able to struggle at death's door. Sooner or later, they would die. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor Realm had been killed, and panic suddenly spread in the Seeking Passion sex camp. The Emperor Realm Masters looked at Ying Fei as if he was an evil demon. They didn't have the courage to fight him, and all they wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible. On the other hand, the morale of Ice Heart Valley's disciples was greatly boosted, and the previous worry and determination in their beautiful eyes were replaced with a dazzling luster. A trivial monster king dares to be presumptuous in front of this king. Fengxian was furious. Sensing that the morale of his own camp was unstable, he naturally wanted to salvage the situation. Things had already reached this point, and either his Seeking Passion sect or Ice Heart Valley had to die. There was no other choice. The originally complacent encirclement and suppression plan was now full of twists and turns because of the sudden appearance of the Monster King. Fengxian naturally hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him to stabilize the morale of his people. If one Monster King isn't enough, what about 2? A muffled, thunderous voice rang out, followed by a bolt of lightning that turned into a burly figure standing side by side with Ying Fei. Xile. If 2 isn't enough, then 3. Another figure strolled over and stood beside Ying Fei and Xile. The 3 Monster Kings had gathered, and at this moment they no longer hid their strength. Monster Qi rolled around their bodies as if it was about to break through the 9 heavens. Sensing the strength of these 3, the remaining members of the Seeking Passion sect from the Emperor Realm trembled in an instant. Even Fengxian's face paled, his eyes filled with disbelief. One had to know that although the Monster King's cultivation was similar to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, due to the sensitivity of his race's identity, he rarely moved around the human world. Under normal circumstances, he would hide deep in the mountains and forests, ruling over his own territory. Of course, there were also some powerful monster race members who sought refuge in human sects and became elders or protectors. But that was only a small minority. Fengxian had never thought that there would be 3 Monster Kings in this world gathered together, and all of them were targeting his Seeking Passion sect. At this moment, Fengxian ate a bitter pill. If it was just 1 Monster King, he would still have the heart to fight, but 3 had appeared at the same time. Even if Yao Zhuo came back from the dead, the Seeking Passion sect would definitely be no match for them. 3 Monster Kings. Where did Brother Yang find them? He has been missing all this time. Could it be that he wanted to get reinforcements? I thought he saw that our Ice Heart Valley was in danger and ran away alone. How shameful. We're saved. We're saved. Those from Bingyun Valley who didn't know the truth of the Emperor Realm were overjoyed and looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of gratitude. Now, they finally understood why Yang Kai could kill 10 people from the Emperor Realm at once. With 3 Monster Kings by his side, 10 people from the Emperor Realm were nothing. How was it going? Yang Kai asked after seeing Xile and Xiaowei come over together. Xiaowei replied, Brother Xile and I joined forces to kill more than 10,000 people. There is still a lot of trash left, but the people's hearts have already scattered. More than 10,000. All of a sudden, everyone from the Seeking Passion sect staggered. They didn't doubt Xiaowei's words. It wasn't difficult for two third-order Emperor Realm Masters to kill more than 10,000 people. After all, those people weren't from the Emperor Realm, so no one could stop them. With more than 10,000 people dead at once, all the sects would suffer heavy losses. This didn't include the people from the Emperor Realm who died. After this battle, Xianxia and the Northern Territory would suffer heavy losses. However, what they were most concerned about was their own fate. Previously, they had aggressively attacked other sects and thought that victory was in their hands. But in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Now, they were meat on the chopping block. Senior Bingyun, leave this to us. Senior should take these junior sisters to the valley to have a look. Xianxia turned to Bingyun and said. Bingyun pondered for a moment, but didn't refuse and nodded. Okay. Although the outcome of this battle was already decided and Ice Heart Valley was destined to win, an army of 100,000 was no laughing matter. With just 7,000 disciples, Ice Heart Valley was unlikely to be able to resist such a force. Fortunately, the two Monster Kings had taken action before this, causing the enemy's morale to falter, minimizing Ice Heart Valley's losses. They were going there now to clean up the mess and preserve Ice Heart Valley's Xianxia as much as possible. Chapter 2652. Seeing that Bingyun and the others were about to leave, Canglu Valley's Chenggu Zhang opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Looking at his difficult expression, it seemed he wanted to admit defeat, but when he thought of his previous actions, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew that things had reached this point, and it was useless for him to say anything. For a moment, regret filled his heart. If he had known that Ice Heart Valley could pull in such strong reinforcements, how could he have gotten involved with Seeking Passion Sect? Now, not only was Seeking Passion Sect in danger, even his Canglu Valley might not be able to protect itself. With a thin face, he couldn't open his mouth, but someone else did. Elder Sister, and please don't go. I asked Elder Sister to spare Junior Sister this time. Junior Sister was really wrong this time. Please let me go. It was Elder Yu, who was dressed like a married woman, who shouted in panic. Previously, when many Seeking Passion Sect Masters arrived, she and Enruoyun had a very unpleasant exchange. She even said that Enruoyun didn't know how to appreciate kindness, and that if she didn't wake up, she would definitely not have a good end today. She even said that she was willing to follow Seeking Passion Sect's lead. But who would have thought that in less than a stick of incense, the situation would change? It had to be said that this Elder Yu's face was thick enough. As soon as she said this, many people cast contemptuous looks at her. But on second thought, losing face was better than losing life. If she could save her life by saying a few words, what harm was there in putting down her face? Unfortunately, Enruoyun was destined to not pay attention to a petty person like her who changed the rudder according to the wind. In the past, this Elder Yu had come to Ice Heart Valley many times as a guest and had a good relationship with Enruoyun. Today, she had come here together with Seeking Passion Sect. They were enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. So, even though she heard her words, Enruoyun didn't pay her any attention. She didn't even bother to say a word to her. She just quickly rushed into the valley under Bingyun's lead. Elder Sister and Elder Yu's face was ashen as she screamed, but it was useless. Seeing that it was useless to plead with Enruoyun, Elder Yu suddenly turned her gaze back to Xianxia and squeezed out a smile. This little brother, this mistress is not a member of Seeking Passion Sect. This mistress made a mistake this time and really should not have become an enemy of Ice Heart Valley. However, this mistress now understands and also repents. I ask little brother to be magnanimous. This concubine is willing to pay any price to bypass this concubine. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes flickered with a watery luster. Her red lips lightly pursed, giving off a pitiful appearance. She could see it too. These three Monster Kings had suddenly arrived. They all seemed to listen to Xianxia's instructions, so as long as he could convince Xianxia, he would be able to save his life this time. Her real age was definitely not young, but she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Just by looking at her appearance, she was only around 30 years old. She was full of charm. At this moment, she deliberately put on this soft and weak appearance, which was very charming and made people want to eat her. Yang Kai sneered. That bitch wants to eat young grass. How hateful. Kill her for me, lest she tarnish this young master's eyes. As soon as he said this, Elder Yu's pretty face changed greatly. She did not expect Yang Kai to have such a heart of iron blood and be so ruthless. With a scream, she pushed all her strength to retreat, wanting to escape from this place. But even though she was fast, Ying Fei was even faster. With a flash of blue light, Ying Fei had already appeared in front of her. Using his fingers as a blade, he ruthlessly stabbed towards her chest. The protective Emperor Qi of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master burst like a bubble under Ying Fei's attack. Ying Fei's sharp fingers pierced into Elder Yu's chest like a sharp sword, and with a vicious tug, a red heart was pulled out. Ying Fei sent out another palm strike, directly knocking Elder Yu to the ground and killing her on the spot. Kill! At this time, there was no need for Yang Kai to give any further orders. The two monster kings, Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei, roared and rushed into the Seeking Passion Sect's camp. Ying Fei also turned back, turning into a blue light as he flew back and forth. The three top monster kings were like tigers in a flock of sheep. In an instant, they killed everyone from the Seeking Passion Sect. Everyone was thrown off their feet. Wherever they went, no one was able to resist, and no one was able to escape. In front of Ying Fei, who was known for his speed, escaping was just a pipe dream. Mutilated corpses fell from the sky one after another, blood blooming like flowers. Amidst the beauty, there was a murderous intent. In less than 10 breaths of time, 14 to 15 people from the Emperor Realm had died. Whether it was intentional or not, everyone else died except for Feng Xian, who was unscathed. The three monster kings did not seem to have attacked him at all. While the three monster kings were slaughtering, Feng Xian did not have any intention of stopping them. He just stood in midair, watching coldly. After everyone else died, Feng Xian sighed softly. His face seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Seeking Passion Sect had fallen. The Seeking Passion Sect, which had stood tall in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years and had been passed down by the great emperors of the Seeking Passion Sect, had fallen. Not at the hands of Ice Heart Valley, but at the hands of a young man in the First-Order Emperor Realm. Feng Xian still could not figure out who this young man was. Why was he so similar to the nemesis of Seeking Passion Sect? Back then, when he appeared in Ice Heart Valley, the marriage alliance between Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley fell through. Later, Yang Kai's son was killed by him, and now, even the entire sect had failed miserably. He's the last one. Who's up? Shi Lei stared at Feng Xian and asked indifferently. As the monster kings of the ancient wildlands, Shi Lei and the others had the right to be proud. Previously, the three of them had joined forces to kill the enemy because the other side had more people. Now that there was only one left, there was naturally no need for them to work together. However, it was troublesome as to who would be the one to kill this person. The three monster kings knew that this was an opportunity to show their faces in front of Yang Kai, so they naturally did not want to give this opportunity to others. I'll do it. Xie Wuwei immediately replied. As he pushed his monster chi, the phantom of a huge scorpion appeared behind him. The scorpion's tail flickered and flickered with a green light. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a highly poisonous creature. Why should you do it? Ying Fei looked at him with an unhappy expression. Do you want to do it? Xie Wuwei curled his lips and snorted coldly. Why not? Ying Fei raised his brow and took a step forward, ready to take action at any time. This king will do it. Shi Lei grinned meaningfully, revealing his foxtail. Nonsense. Ying Fei and Xie Wuwei glared at him at the same time. At that moment, Feng Xian, who had been silent all this time, glared at them and suddenly released an astonishing light. His powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Cultivation erupted and poured into the Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand. This relic of the great emperors suddenly shook violently and turned into a purple thunderbolt. Little beast die! Feng Xian roared. His figure flickered as he wrapped himself in the purple thunderbolt and rushed in front of Xianxia. Lei and the others did not have time to argue. The moment Fengxian suddenly attacked, the three of them had already made their move. Yingfei was the fastest and rushed straight towards Fengxian. As an eagle's cry rang out, his hands turned into eagle claws that filled the sky, as if he could seal the world. Meanwhile, Xiaowei and Lei were wrapped in their demonic qi and attacked Fengxian from both sides. They did not hold back at all. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out as Emperor Qi and demonic Qi surged. The purple thunderbolt was filled with a will to destroy everything. It tore through space and collided with the three monster kings in an instant. With a muffled groan, Yingfei's figure was knocked back. After he staggered to his feet, his hands were covered in blood. Even his 5 fingers were a little twisted and scorched, as if he had been struck by lightning. Xiaowei also spat out a mouthful of blood. The giant scorpion phantom behind him suddenly collapsed. His face was pale, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Lei, who was the strongest, was also sent flying 1,000 meters away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, his face filled with shock. The 3 monster kings had joined forces, but they were all injured by Fengxian alone. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun, the purple thunderbolt flickered a few times before suddenly collapsing. Fengxian stood less than 10 meters in front of Xianxia in a daze, holding the wind thunder divine spear in his hand and glaring at him with gritted teeth. But at this moment, this 10 meters distance was like a heavenly moat, blocking Fengxian's path, making it impossible for him to cross. Xianxia did not move, but his eyes were cold. Little beast, this king will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Fengxian grinned as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, his third-order Emperor realm aura rapidly weakened. Even his black hair turned white in the blink of an eye. Although Fengxian had injured 3 monster kings by himself, Lei and the others were not to be trifled with. They had not only blocked Fengxian's life-risking attack, but they had also left a fatal wound on him. Let's see if you have the chance to become a ghost. Xianxia sneered. He stretched out his hand, and a black banner appeared in his palm. The black banner was filled with yin qi, and from time to time, it would emit cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner. The relic of the Netherworld sex, Elder Hua Fei Chun. This was an Emperor artifact, the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. It could devour 10,000 souls, and its power was unfathomable. Holding the Netherworld Purgatory Banner, Xianxia snorted. After you die, this young master will collect your soul into the banner. TSK. A third-order Emperor realm soul should be enough to be the main soul. Asterisk poo. Asterisk hearing this, Fengxian spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone could not hold it in and vomited blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. With such an evil artifact, even if he died, he would not have the chance to become a ghost. In the end, he would only be collected into this evil artifact by Xianxia and become a puppet. It seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, Fengxian's eyes became dim and the vitality in his body quickly dissipated. His body swayed and fell from the sky. Xianxia looked at him coldly. He did not really collect Fengxian's soul into the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. After all, he had not refined this thing before and did not know how to do so. Before Fengxian's body hit the ground, Xianxia had already sent out a palm strike. When his Emperor Qi erupted, Fengxian exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Xianxia stretched out his hand again and summoned the wind thunder divine spear back to his hand. This guy is so strong. At this time, Yingfei and the others gradually came over and looked down with some lingering fear on their faces. It's not him that's strong, it's this thing. Xianxia played with the wind thunder divine spear for a while before stuffing it into his space ring. Chapter 2653. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear was a relic left behind by the great emperors of seeking passion, so it was naturally extraordinary. However, Xianxia had countless rare treasures on him now, so he didn't really care about it. He would just put it away and see if he could give it away in the future. Go help Iceheart Valley deal with this mess. Xianxia turned his head and said to the three Monster Kings. The three Monster Kings didn't say a word and left in a flash. Inside Iceheart Valley, fluctuations of various sizes could be heard from time to time, mixed with screams. However, most of the sounds were men's, so it should be the sound of enemies being killed. Looking around, there were more than 30 corpses of the Emperor Realm's masters on the ground. No one would have thought that these people, who were still alive and kicking just a stick of incense worth of time ago, would die in just that short time. Xianxia collected their space rings one by one. Young Master Yang, young Master Yang. At that moment, a shout came from the side. Xianxia turned his head and said indifferently, "What's wrong?" "Grandmaster Nanmin has enjoyed a good show and hasn't left yet. Don't tell me you still want to stay as a guest in Iceheart Valley? Iceheart Valley has never welcomed men, so Southern Gate Army should leave as soon as possible." The Southern Gate Army had been watching from the sidelines. Neither Iceheart Valley nor Seeking Passion sect had any intention of making things difficult for him, so he was safe and sound. Hearing the warning in Xianxia's words, he just smiled meaningfully and said, "Young Master Yang, aren't you also a man?" Xianxia sneered. "How can you compare to this young master?" The Southern Gate Army didn't care about such shameless boasting. He didn't have the arrogance of a legendary array master. After all, from Iceheart Valley's point of view, he really couldn't compare with Xianxia. The reason Iceheart Valley could survive was all because of Xianxia's contribution. For a sect, this was like giving a new lease on life. He just rubbed his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, this one wants to ask you something." "No comment." Xianxia coldly snorted, not interested in talking to him at all. Although the Southern Gate Army was a generation array master, Xianxia's ability wasn't bad either. He was an Emperor Realm alchemist, so there was no need for him to lower his status and give others face. Especially Iceheart Valley's crisis. Xianxia was already lucky that he didn't kill him, yet he still wanted to ask for more information. "Young Master Yang, don't be so unreasonable." Southgate dodged and laughed dryly. "Young Master Xianxia didn't young Master, Yang, Yang, and Young Master, Yang, God, sect to God, and Yang." Yang, S Yang Yangs. His sharp eyes glared at the Southern Gate Army's army as he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to speak so rashly at your age. Be careful of your words." Shi Lei and the other two Monster Kings were brought out by him from the ancient wildlands. Although there weren't many of them, if the news of the three Monster Kings coming out of seclusion were spread, it would arouse the disgust of the human race's masters, especially those from the ancient wildlands. Suspicious people might wonder if the monster race in the ancient wildlands couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to harm the human race's sex. If such a thing really happened, it would be troublesome for Xianxia. So they really came from that place? The Southern Gate Army's army turned a deaf ear to Xianxia's threat. Instead, his eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang, rest assured, only the heavens and earth know about this. This one will never spread it to the outside world." "Umph." Xianxia looked at him unhappily, wondering if he should kill him to silence him. The Southern Gate Army's army seemed to be rash, but in fact his heart was as clear as a mirror. As soon as Xianxia's murderous intent appeared, he sensed it and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang, please calm down. This one is only interested in the many ancient restrictions and natural spirit arrays hidden in that place. In the past, I went in and out several times to study them, but unfortunately, my strength was too low and I didn't dare to go too deep." I couldn't help but sigh and sigh. This one sees that young Master Yang's relationship with the three Masters seems to be unusual. "Could young Master Yang please?" "What are you talking about?" "This young master doesn't understand." "Don't mention this again." Xianxia rudely interrupted him. The Southern Gate Army's army had spoken until now, so Yang Kai understood what he meant. He wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to form a good relationship with Shi Lei and the others, so that he could enter the ancient wildlands in the future to study the ancient restrictions and spirit arrays. He was a generation's array grandmaster. He wasn't interested in other things, but he was very interested in anything related to spirit arrays. The Southern Gate Army's army opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed heavily and comforted himself in his heart that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Changing the topic, he said, "Since young Master Yang doesn't want to talk more about this matter, then this one will speak without thinking. However, there's another matter I would like young Master Yang to enlighten me about, and it is related to the 7 points black tortoise spirit array." "Oh." Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. "You know about the 7 points black tortoise spirit array?" Bing Yun and the others had formed the 7 points black tortoise spirit array here before, so the Southern Gate Army naturally saw it clearly. Yang Kai didn't expect that Yang Kai's eyesight would be so good. He was actually able to recognize the black tortoise spirit array that had been kept secret for tens of thousands of years. It seemed that this array grandmaster's reputation was well-deserved. In other words, even if he was really a fame-seeking spirit array, he wouldn't be able to break Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array. Young Master Yang must be joking. This is what this one does. The Southern Gate Army laughed meaningfully. If I can't recognize such a famous spirit array in front of me, then wouldn't this one be blind? What about the 7 points black tortoise spirit array? Do you want to learn how to arrange it? Yang Kai looked at him with interest. The Southern Gate Army rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "If there's a chance, naturally I want to study it." Yang Kai sneered, "Don't even think about it." The Southern Gate Army was stunned and asked why. "No reason, just don't think about it." Yang Kai waved his hand. The Southern Gate Army said angrily, "Young Master Yang, don't be so full of yourself. Senior Bingyun is a kind person. I believe that as long as I show full sincerity, she won't necessarily refuse me." Before, the Southern Gate Army had spoken nicely to Yang Kai mainly because he felt guilty and wanted something from Yang Kai. But now, he just wanted to study the 7 points black tortoise spirit array and was actually rejected by Yang Kai. This was too much. Why? The 7 points black tortoise spirit array was arranged by Ice Heart Valley's people. He found Yang Kai just to ask Yang Kai to help him put in a few good words. It would have been fine if Yang Kai didn't help, but why did Yang Kai reject him and even tell him to forget about it in the future? A peerless spirit array that had been lost for tens of thousands of years suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he just forget about it? If he didn't obtain the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, how could he have the heart to study spirit arrays in the future? "Yo, you're throwing a tantrum." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. This one won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Senior Bingyun." The Southern Gate Army flicked his sleeves and turned to leave, unhappily. Yang Kai sneered, Go. Don't come back and beg me." The Southern Gate Army wanted to retort that only a ghost would beg you, but when he thought about the ancient wildland, he restrained himself. He was also obsessed with the barriers and spirit arrays in the ancient wildland. If he could get Yang Kai to say a few good words, he wouldn't have to worry about the monster race in the ancient wildland finding trouble with him. He could study them to his heart's content and maybe make another breakthrough in the spirit array Tao. However, this young man wasn't easy to talk to, which gave the Southern Gate Army a headache. After the Southern Gate Army left, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the situation in Ice Heart Valley. The result of the battle was no different from what he expected. More than 30 Seeking Passion sect disciples from the Emperor Realm had been wiped out. Previously, Shi Lei and Xia Wuwei had joined forces and killed more than 10,000 people. Although there were many people left, they were like a group of dragons without a leader and were scattered like sand. Then, many of Ice Heart Valley's higher-ups arrived, so the battle was naturally one-sided. At this moment, Ice Heart Valley was already cleaning up the mess, and it wouldn't be long before the dust settled. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew towards the Ice Lake restricted area. Along the way, he naturally killed many people, leaving behind a trail of corpses. A moment later, he appeared in the Ice Lake restricted area where Ice Heart Valley used to be. Looking around, He whistled softly. Two figures, one old and one young, walked out from a hidden rockery nearby. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately greeted him with joy. This old and young pair were naturally Old Ban and his granddaughter who had come to Ice Heart Valley with Yang Kai. Asterisk wung wung wung. Asterisk a strange noise rang out as a swarm of about 100 black insects flew towards Yang Kai right after these two figures. Soul-devouring demon insects. Yang Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet and stored the soul-devouring demon insects inside before looking at Old Ban and Xiaoling with a smile. No one found this place, right? Old Ban shook his head. No, it was all thanks to young Master Yang's careful arrangements. As he spoke, he glanced at the insect enslavement bracelet in Yang Kai's hand, and a faint look of horror appeared on his face. Although he didn't know what those black bugs were, every single one of them gave him a sense of fear and trepidation. Old Ban also knew that since Yang Kai had left those insects to protect him and his granddaughter, he was naturally confident in their strength. With the soul-devouring demon insects guarding them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be worried. With more than 100 insects gathered together, they could even fight against a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Not to mention now that the Seeking Passion Sect's disciples in the Emperor Realm were all dead. Even if someone happened to find Old Ban and his granddaughter and wanted to harm them, they would only end up being killed by the soul-devouring demon insects. Young Master Yang, the fight outside is fierce. Don't you want to help? Xiaoling. And I can just hide there. There's no need to worry too much. Old Ban glanced at Ice Heart Valley with some worry. Although he had been hiding in the rockery, he could still hear the noise and shouting outside, so he naturally knew that there was a great battle going on here. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. No, it's almost done. The dust will settle soon. Lowering his head, he smiled and patted Xiaoling Er's head. Do you like this place? This will be your sect from now on. Xiaoling blinked and said crisply, I like it, but it's a little cold. Yang Kai smiled. This is Ice Heart Valley, so it's normal to be cold. You'll get used to it slowly. Chapter 2654. Half of the entire Northern Territory was covered in ice and snow, but not all of it. However, Ice Heart Valley's inheritance was Ice Attribute Secret Arts, so when Bingyun founded Ice Heart Valley, she naturally chose a place with extreme cold. Although Xiaoling had also started cultivating, she was still young and weak, so it was normal for her to feel cold. Young Master Yang, Old Ban asked nervously, can a little girl really enter Ice Heart Valley? Although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley was not ordinary, otherwise he wouldn't have come directly through the space array. This matter was related to Xiaoling Er's future, so he naturally couldn't care less. Don't worry, entering Ice Heart Valley is absolutely not a problem, but how much she can achieve in the future will depend on her own efforts and luck. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I don't ask for great achievements, just a safe life for the little girl. Old Ban sighed sincerely, feeling a little happy after receiving a positive answer from Yang Kai. Back in the desolate city, where dragons and snakes mixed together, every time he led someone into the ancient land's passageway, Old Ban would worry about the safety of the little girl, but if he didn't lead the way, they wouldn't be able to establish a foothold there. Now, as long as the little girl could enter Ice Heart Valley, he would no longer have to live in fear. Not far from Ice Heart Valley is Ice Moon City, which is Ice Heart Valley's property. While waiting for the battle to end, Yang Kai chatted with Old Ban. He told him about Ice Heart Valley's situation. After learning that Ice Moon City was not far from Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai was relieved. This way, if Xiaoling missed him in the future, or if he wanted to see her, it wouldn't be too troublesome. As long as he could find a job in Ice Moon City and maintain his life, he wouldn't have to worry about Xiaoling. The two chatted casually. The commotion outside became quieter and quieter, and in the end, no sounds of fighting could be heard. Only the cheers of women could be heard. It was obvious that Ice Heart Valley had won a great victory, which was why the disciples were so happy. 7,000 against 100,000, and the final victory was simply a miracle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. a series of strange noises rang out from all directions as swarms of black insects rushed into the Ice Lake Island from various locations in Ice Heart Valley. Seeing this, Xianxia took out the insect enslavement bracelet. He stored the soul-devouring demon bugs into his bracelet. The soul-devouring demon insect's contribution in today's battle was not small. When Xianxia returned to Ice Heart Valley, he had released all his soul-devouring demon insects and ordered them to slaughter the enemy. With the soul-devouring demon bug's current strength, it would not be able to help Xianxia deal with an intense battle. But for a large-scale massacre like this, it was the most convenient method. Without the Emperor Realm's 100,000 troops, the Emperor Realm's army was gone. No one could stop the soul-devouring demon insect slaughter. Wherever the insect cloud passed, the Seeking Passion Sect's army would fall like straw. With the soul-devouring demon insects, the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, and the assistance of the Emperor Realm and the 3 monster kings, Ice Heart Valley's victory was a foregone conclusion. Young Master Yang, young Master Yang. At that moment, a person's shout rang out from not far away. Young Master Yang, someone is looking for you. Old Ban glanced in the direction of the voice. Ignore him. Xianxia curled his lips and continued talking to Old Ban. Old Ban observed Xianxia's expression. Although he did not know why Xianxia did not want to see that person, he tactfully did not ask. After a while, the Southern Gate Army finally discovered Xianxia's figure. Overjoyed, they hurriedly rushed over and cupped their fists. Young Master Yang, so you were here. Fortunately, Xianxia had killed some enemies along the way, allowing many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples to discover his tracks. Otherwise, the Southern Gate Army would not have been able to find this place. The Southern Gate Army had asked many people and followed the tracks to this place. When they saw that Xianxia was here, they were overjoyed. This place was originally the Ice Lake restricted area. It was hidden and ordinary people would not be able to find it. The Southern Gate Army's previous indignant attitude was swept away. Instead, they became arrogant and respectful. If someone who did not know the truth saw this, they would think that this guy was a flatterer. He did not have the demeanor of a grandmaster at all. His moral integrity had been shattered. Young Master Yang, you really hit it for me. If I had known that the spirit array was created by young Master Yang, I would not have bothered Senior Bingyan. The Southern Gate Army's face was full of smiles, but in fact his heart was bitter. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, it was simply a complex feeling. After parting with Xianxia, he went to find Bingyun to inquire about the 7 points black tortoise spirit array. However, at that time, Bingyun was commanding the battle, so it was not convenient for him to disturb her. He waited until the dust had settled before he dared to approach her. After asking, the Southern Gate Army was stunned. It turned out that Ice Heart Valley's 7 points black tortoise spear array was passed down by Xianxia more than a month ago. It was not something that belonged to Ice Heart Valley. Bingyun also clearly told the Southern Gate Army that it was not convenient for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with him about the spirit array. If he wanted to know the details, he could only ask Xianxia. The Southern Gate Army was dumbfounded. He also realized what Xianxia's last words meant when he parted with Xianxia. At that time, he snorted and did not take it seriously. It turned out that Xianxia had already dug a big hole and was waiting for him to jump into it. For a moment, the Southern Gate Army's army was regretful and angry. He was a generation's array grandmaster. Although he did not have a big background, he was still a respected existence. Even Third-Order Emperor Realm sect masters had to be respectful when they saw him. After all, which sect did not have a sect-protecting array? Which sect did not need to arrange a spirit array? Now, if he went back and begged Xianxia for a spirit array, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? He had already been slapped once in the ancient wildlands. Wouldn't he be slapping the left side of his face now? How could he be so cheap? The Southern Gate Army despised himself in his heart. After thinking about it for a while, he really could not do anything. Even if he was humiliating himself, he was also unable to cut off the allure of this peerless treasure. In his heart, he secretly decided that no matter how hard Kai Yang tried to make things difficult for him, He would bite the bullet and swallow into his stomach. He would force Kai Yang to show him the 7 points black tortoise spirit array. Are we familiar with each other? Yang Kai glanced at him with an indifferent expression. The Southern Gate Army's army laughed dryly and said, "The first time, the second time, the second time. The third time is a walk in the park." "No need." Yang Kai put on a fake smile and said, "Grandmaster Namon's fame is in the star boundary, a spirit array grandmaster. This young master is insignificant and cannot compare to you." The Southern Gate Army's face turned bitter, and he said, "Young Master Yang, you're too serious. This one has only done some research on spirit arrays. How could I dare call myself a spirit array grandmaster? Young Master Yang, you're flattering me to death." If it were anyone else who praised him like this, he would have accepted it without hesitation. But in front of Yang Kai, he could not be unyielding. After eating someone's food, one's mouth should be closed, and one's hand should be soft. They hadn't even eaten anything yet they were already inferior to Kai Yang. Yang Kai ignored him. He just chatted with Old Ban. Old Ban did not know what was going on. However, he could also see that this Grandmaster Ninmin had something to ask of Yang Kai, so it was naturally inappropriate for him to intervene. He simply didn't have the qualifications to do so, so he simply pretended to be ignorant and asked Yang Kai questions. Kai Yang's arrogance really made the Southern Gate Army's anger not light, but he could only suppress this anger in his heart. Laughing dryly, he stood to the side, hoping that his sincerity would be able to move metal and stone. When Yang Kai changed his mind, after listening for a while, the Southern Gate Army's army suddenly looked down at Pippa and asked kindly, "Little girl, what's your name?" Di Ling Yin glanced at him and replied in a crisp voice. The Southern Gate Army smiled and said, "Little girl is smart and cute, and her eyes are simple. It is fate that we met. Come, this king will give you a little thing." As he spoke, an item suddenly appeared in the hand of the South Gate Dajuan. It looked like a jade pendant, but the pendant was not jade in color. Instead, it was pale yellow in color. It was unknown what material it was made of. Taking it out, he hung it around Di Ling Er's neck without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. Old Ban, who was talking to Yang Kai, was shocked and said, "Grandmaster, you can't accept such a precious gift." The little girl is ashamed to accept it. Although he did not recognize what the jade pendant was, he knew that the other party would not go easy on him. The Southern Gate Army chuckled and said, "Old Master is too serious. Since you know Yang Kai, you're my friend. This is the first time we met, so I didn't prepare anything. Please accept this small gift as a token of my respect." Old Ban opened his mouth, but did not know how to refuse. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. The other party did not know him, so there was no reason for him to suddenly give something to Pippa. He was just trying to curry favor with Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could handle this matter. Yang Kai said lightly, "Grandmaster Ninmin is so bold. You gave away an array plate just like that." The Southern Gate Army's eyes lit up. Young Master Yang saw through it. He was afraid that Yang Kai did not know the value of this thing, so he wanted to say a few words. Who knew that he had underestimated Yang Kai's eyesight? What an array plate! Old Ban was taken aback and looked a little frightened. If it really was an array plate, then this gift was too great. A formation plate was sealed with a formation. When facing an enemy, one only needed to take out the plate to easily set up a large formation. The reason Old Ban had heard of formation plates was because he had been in the savage, desolate ancient land for a long time and had come into contact with many people. Naturally, his knowledge wasn't lacking. "It's just a small thing. I refined it in my spare time. It is useless in my hands, so please don't refuse it." The Southern Gate Army chuckled. Yang Kai did not speak. He just reached out and touched the array plate. He nodded and said, "Not bad. It should be able to trap 1 or 2 people in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Anyone below the Third Order realm will be killed." This time, it was the Southern Gate Army's turn to be surprised. He said in surprise, "Young Master Yang has good eyesight." Old Ban, who was listening from the side, sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out, "Anyone below the Third Order realm will be killed." Chapter 2655. This array plate was of little value to Xianxia. Even to the Southern Gate Army, it was something that could be casually refined, so it wasn't too valuable. However, it was different for Old Ban and Ling Er. Old Ban was only in the First Order Dao Source realm, so how could he not be shocked when he saw a formation plate that could trap even the Third Order Dao Source realm? In other words, this formation plate was enough to kill him 1,000 times over. What's more, this formation plate was made by the South Gate Army, so it was definitely the best of the best. It was enough to protect Ling Er for a long time as she grew up. Old Ban couldn't help but feel terrified. He didn't want to accept such a valuable gift, especially since Xianxia and Grandmaster Min weren't on good terms, so he couldn't accept it. But before he could refuse, Xianxia put down the jade pendant and said, "Since it's for Ling Er, then accept it." The Southgate Army was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that his strategy had succeeded and couldn't help but chuckle. With a complicated expression, Old Ban cupped his fists and said, "This old man thanks the Grandmaster on behalf of Ling. You're welcome. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." The Southgate Army was in a good mood and took on the responsibility. In any case, Old Ban looked like an honest person. Whether or not he would be thick-skinned enough to ask him for help in the future was another matter altogether. Even if that day came, the First Order Dao Source realm would be a piece of cake for him, so he might as well leave a good impression on Xianxia. As it turned out, his approach was indeed effective. Xianxia restrained his indifference and nodded slightly. Grandmaster Nan Min is considerate. The Southgate Army laughed heartily. Young Master Yang is too kind. He was slightly relieved. However, he knew that it wasn't the right time to push too much, so he simply didn't mention the 7 points Black Tortoise Formation and the savage, desolate ancient lands. He just stood to the side and waited quietly. In any case, there was still plenty of time in the future, so he wasn't afraid of not finding an opportunity. Looking left and right, the Southgate Army's eyes were suddenly attracted by a formation array. This was an island on the ice lake. The space array that Xianxia had previously arranged was located here. When the Southgate Army first arrived, they only cared about Xianxia's attitude and didn't see anything else. Now that they were relaxed, they could see the extraordinariness of this array at a glance. He let out a soft cry of surprise and walked towards the space array with great interest. He circled around the space array and sized it up. A moment later, the Southgate Army seemed to have discovered something incredible. All of a sudden, they cried out in alarm, and their eyes shone with a shocking light. He directly pounced on the array and reached out to touch here and there. After a while, he said in horror, "A spatial array that crosses territory." He didn't know how he saw this, but he was able to determine that this was a territory-crossing space array. In an instant, the Southgate Army's faces turned red. That was a sign of extreme excitement. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he began to study it with extreme concentration. At this moment, for the Southgate Army, this spatial array that crosses territory was the only thing left in the entire world. There was nothing else that could disturb him. As time passed, he would frown from time to time, as if he had encountered some difficult problem, but he would also smile from time to time. He would even laugh sinisterly like a lunatic. A spatial array that crosses territory was rare in the entire star boundary. They were all treasures left behind from ancient times, and these spatial arrays were all controlled by the sects established by the great emperors. It could even be said that in the entire Northern Territory, there was not a single spatial array that crossed territory. It could be said that spatial arrays that crossed territory were extremely precious in the star boundary. Even if the Southgate Army had some fame, they couldn't find one to study. The Southgate Army never expected that he would be able to see one in Ice Heart Valley. This was his luck and also his opportunity. If he could crack the secrets of this spatial array that crossed territory, with his ability, he might be able to replicate it. At that time, it would be a blessing to the entire star boundary, and the Southgate Army's name would resound throughout the entire star boundary. Fame didn't matter. The main thing was that if he could make another breakthrough with the help of this ancient array, he could die without regrets. For people like the Southgate Army, A spatial array that crossed territory was more attractive than anything else. Wonderful, wonderful. After a long time, the Southgate army slowly stood up and praised. Although it was unknown what he saw, the admiration on his face was obvious. Raising his head, he looked at Xianxia and asked, "Young Master Yang, you are familiar with Ice Heart Valley. Do you know who arranged this thing?" "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked curiously. The Southgate army pondered for a moment before explaining, "This one is certain that this is a spatial array that crosses territory. The design of this array is extremely exquisite and rare, but what?" Xianxia frowned. "But why does this technique feel a little awkward? That's not right. To be able to arrange such an exquisite spirit array. This person's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are definitely not low, at least several levels higher than this one's. But why does it feel like this one isn't very skilled?" The Southgate army didn't know whether he was explaining to Xianxia or talking to himself, but after a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't understand. I really don't understand." It was no wonder he couldn't figure out. Although he had good eyesight and recognized that this was a spatial array that crossed territory, he probably couldn't have imagined that this array was created by Xianxia. What he said wasn't wrong. The concept of this spirit array was indeed exquisite and rarely seen in this world. Because the concept and method of arranging this spirit array came from Yang Yin. The person who arranged it was Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays and only knew how to arrange this one spirit array, so he was somewhat unfamiliar with the details. The reason was that when Xianxia arranged the array, he knew how it looked, but he didn't know why. He just followed the instructions of Yang Yin and didn't have his own understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. What I don't understand the most is that this array doesn't seem to have been passed down from ancient times, but seems to have been arranged recently. The Southgate army frowned, then laughed and said, "Maybe I'm wrong." Even he didn't quite believe this judgment. As everyone knew, the method of arranging a spatial array that crossed territory had long been lost. Now, who had the ability to arrange such a spatial array that crossed territory? Grandmaster Southgate really has good eyesight. At that moment, a voice called out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of beautiful women with different temperaments walking over. They were none other than Ice Heart Valley's disciples from the Emperor Realm. Leading them was naturally Bingyan. Xianxia, Southgate army, and the others hurriedly saluted. Although Old Ban had never seen Bingyan before, after hearing Xianxia's greeting, how could he not know that this beautiful woman in front of him was Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master? He immediately pulled Ling to greet her in fear. A strange light flashed in Bingyan's eyes. She didn't know why Xianxia had brought an old man here, but she didn't ask. She just stretched out her hand and lifted Old Ban up, saying, "No need to be so polite." Glancing at Ling Bingyan smiled and said, "What a clever little girl. Xianxia, where did you kidnap her from?" Xianxia smiled and explained the origins of Old Ban and Ling before asking, "Senior, I want Ling to join Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. I wonder if it's convenient?" Bingyan nodded and said, "It's not inconvenient at all. There are many disciples of her age in Ice Heart Valley. She can cultivate with them in the future." Old Ban was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Quick, Ling quickly greet the Valley Master." Saying so, he pushed the little girl. The little girl was quick-witted and immediately knelt down, saying crisply, "Ling greets the Valley Master and all the seniors." Sure enough, she's a clever little girl. A strange light flashed in Bingyan's eyes as he reached out and pulled her up, turning back and saying, "Ing arrange a place for her." Zhang Suning stepped forward and whispered a few words to Di Ling, only to see Di Ling, constantly nodding. After a while, Ling turned back and said, "Grandpa, take care of yourself. When Ling has time, she will come to see you." Old Ban's eyes were wet as he suppressed the reluctance in his heart and waved his hand. "Go. Grandpa will live in Ice Moon City in the future. Cultivate well and don't let the seniors worry." Ling was pulled away by Zhang Suning and gradually walked away, looking back 3 times with each step. Old Ban should be happy that Ling can join Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai comforted from the side. I'm happy. This old man is just too happy. Old Man raised his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. Although he felt that with Yang Kai's guarantee, it shouldn't be difficult for the little girl to join Ice Heart Valley. Now that his wish was fulfilled so easily, he was moved to tears. Senior Bingyun, when you arrived earlier, what did you mean by those words? The Southern Gate Army had been waiting for a long time, and now that they finally had time, they hurriedly asked, could it be that this territory-crossing space array was really arranged recently? You'll have to ask Yang Kai about this. Bingyun smiled slightly and looked to the side meaningfully. What? The Southern Gate Army was shocked. They looked at Bingyun, then at Yang Kai, and asked suspiciously, Senior means that this space array was arranged by young Master Yang? Senior Bingyun isn't joking, right? Bingyun said, in any case, my Ice Heart Valley didn't have such a thing before. More than a month ago, Yang Kai asked me for a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, and then we had one. Her words were very clear. With Bingyun's identity and status, she wouldn't make such a joke. The Southern Gate Army's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. After a long time, he excitedly said, Young Master Yang. No, Grandmaster Yang. Please accept this one's respect, Grandmaster. As he spoke, he really bowed to the ground with a respectful attitude. If the Southern Gate Army had to please Yang Kai because of all kinds of selfish motives before, then they were truly convinced now. Being able to arrange a territory-crossing space array, Yang Kai's attainments in spirit arrays were definitely not something they could compare with. Chapter 2656. There were 3,000 ways to achieve the Great Tao, and those who reached the top were the first. Southgate June mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was some great hidden master and was full of admiration for him. Grandmaster Yang, you're really good at hiding yourself. I hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive me for my previous rudeness. Southgate June smiled bitterly and was sincerely convinced. Yang Kai blushed slightly, but he was too lazy to explain too much to him. He just said, this space array was indeed arranged by me, but it's not what you think. Grandmaster Yang is too modest. It was this one who displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored him. He turned to look at Bingyun and asked, Senior, what are the casualties? Bingyun sighed slightly and said, thousands of disciples died, and more than half were injured. Although the loss is not small, it is still a fortunate outcome. It is all thanks to you and the Three Monster King. Although Yang Kai did not participate in the battle, the soul-devouring demon insects he released made a great contribution. If it were not for the soul-devouring demon insects, Ice Heart Valley's casualties would be at least several times higher. After all, the number of enemies was too large. With the Emperor Realm and the Three Monster King on Ice Heart Valley's side, it was impossible to kill them all. But the soul-devouring demon insects were different. Wherever the insect cloud passed, Seeking Passion Sect's people would fall. It could be said that they were a large-scale killing machine. What about Seeking Passion Sect? Yang Kai asked again. Half of the 100,000 people died, 20 to 30,000 escaped, and the rest surrendered. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. This result was within his expectations. However, from now on, the behemoth that was the Seeking Passion Sect had completely declined. Everyone in the sect, from the sect master down to the sect master. The sect master of the Emperor Realm was almost completely wiped out. Even if there were masters left to guard the sect, they would not be able to do much. What is Senior's plan next? Bingyun said, first, settle the injured disciples. The sect defending array also needs to be repaired. As for those who surrendered, it will be difficult to deal with them. There were 20 to 30,000 cultivators who surrendered. Killing all of them would cause bad consequences, but letting them go would make Ice Heart Valley seem easy to bully. That was why Bingyun was so hesitant. After all, only a small number of these people were from Seeking Passion Sect, while the rest had been recruited by Seeking Passion Sect recently. They didn't have any deep hatred for Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be avoided. We can let them go, but we must let them suffer a little. Bingyan nodded and said, I think so too. While the two of them were talking, Southgate Dajuan suddenly said, Senior Bingyan wants to repair the sect protection array. This humble one can help. Bingyan smiled and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm just afraid that Grandmaster Nanmin won't agree. Yes. How could we not be willing? The Southern Gate Army was overjoyed. As they spoke, they glanced at the space array. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As long as you can repair Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array, you can study this territory-crossing space array however you want. In any case, this thing was set up by him using the space divine technique. No matter how thorough the research of the Southgate Army was, they would never be able to do anything about it. It could not be replicated either. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that he would steal it. The Southgate Army's eyes lit up when they heard this. They quickly cupped their hands and said, Thank you, Grandmaster Yang. He really thought that Yang Kai was an even better array formation master than himself. Senior, I want to go to the Seeking Passion sect. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned solemn as a faint murderous intent lingered around his body. Hearing this, Bingyan understood. She nodded and said, Then let Yao accompany you. Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bingyan, and nodded in agreement. Without any delay, he took Ji Yao and flew out of the small island on the ice lake. After calling out to Shi Lei and the other two Monster King, they left Ice Heart Valley. Young Master Yang, where are we going? Shi Lei was a straightforward person. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, he knew that he was going to cause trouble, so he couldn't help but ask. Seeking Passion sect, Yang Kai replied. Shi Lei and the others understood and didn't say anything else. They just followed behind Ji Yao. This time, Ice Heart Valley's matter was more or less related to Yang Kai. In the final analysis, it was Yang Kai who had caused the trouble. If he hadn't killed Feng, Shi, and the Shattered Star Sea, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been besieged. Now that the Seeking Passion sect's upper echelons had suffered, Yang Kai obviously didn't intend to let it go so easily. Since the enmity had already been formed, it was natural to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. What's more, Seeking Passion sect had stood tall in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, so there must be a lot of good things stored in the sect. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Not long after, the group arrived at Ice Moon City. Previously, Ice Moon City had been occupied by Seeking Passion sect, but after today's battle, Seeking Passion sect's troops had been utterly defeated. Ice Moon City had become even more desolate, and the streets that used to be bustling with activity were now empty. They went straight into the City Lord's mansion, found the space array, and set up the source crystals. After activating it, their figures disappeared. Clear Inquiry Mountain Range was the foundation of Seeking Passion sect. It was rumored that the great emperors of Seeking Passion sect had started from scratch here and established such a huge sect. It was also here that they comprehended the Great Tao and became great emperors. A sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years naturally had extraordinary heritage. The rolling mountains, rugged rocks, and clear waters were a place where outstanding people lived. There were countless peaks in Clear Inquiry Mountain Range, and the world energy here was extremely rich. Unlike Ice Heart Valley, which was built in a world of ice and snow, Clear Inquiry Mountain Range's climate was suitable, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. A day later, when Yang Kai arrived with the Monster King and Ji Yao, they found that Seeking Passion sect gate was wide open. Not only was the spirit array not activated, but there were also no disciples guarding the gate. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the entire Seeking Passion sect was like a ghost town, without a single living person. They sure ran fast. Shi Lei obviously also noticed this and couldn't help but mutter. Even if Feng Xian had taken away a lot of disciples and elders, he would definitely have left some people behind to guard the sect, but now, the entire Seeking Passion sect was nowhere to be seen. Undoubtedly, the cultivators who escaped from Ice Heart Valley had spread the news. As a result, the remaining disciples of Seeking Passion sect had abandoned their ancestral home. They had gone to avoid disaster. In other words, Seeking Passion sect had been completely wiped out since yesterday. Looking up at the gate, Xianxia saw the white jade plaque with the words Seeking Passion sect shining brightly, as if someone had cleaned it all year round. Xianxia raised his hand and struck. The plaque was smashed to pieces. After greeting the others, Xianxia walked straight inside. Along the way, Xianxia didn't see the slightest sign of life. All the pavilions he passed were in a mess, probably because the disciples of Seeking Passion sect had taken some valuable things with them when they fled. In any case, along the way, not only did Xianxia not see anyone, but he also didn't see anything valuable. The only thing left was this huge foundation. This place is not bad. The world energy here is rich, so there should be a good earth vein here. Shilei looked around. Xianxia shook his head. Xianxia smiled slightly and said, "This is a sect with the inheritance of the great emperors, and the founders were the great emperors themselves. If the place was bad, how could they take a fancy to it? There is probably no place better than this in the entire Northern Territory. What a pity, what a pity. They provoked someone they shouldn't have. A foundation of 10,000 years is ruined just like that." Ying Fei sighed. Xiao Wei rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, why don't you take over this place? Why don't you take over this place and establish your own sect? In any case, this place is now ownerless, so it would be a pity to waste it." As soon as this statement came out, Shilei and Ying Fei were both stunned. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't have the qualifications to establish a sect. After all, he was an Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had the qualifications and a ready-made location. Moreover, with such a good environment, there was really no better place to establish a sect than here. It was just that the two monster kings didn't know what Xiao Wei was thinking or why he suddenly made such a suggestion. However, the two of them weren't idiots. After thinking for a moment, their eyes lit up as they understood Xiao Wei's plan. Ying Fei also smiled and said, "Brother Xia's suggestion is good. If young Master Yang establishes a sect here, please reward him with a guardian elder or something." Shilei also grinned and said, "Count old ox in." Hearing this, Xianxia turned his head and glanced at them, secretly laughing in his heart. He understood that the three of them didn't want to return to the ancient lands and only wanted to follow him. He didn't have a face to recruit the three monster kings, but Zhang Ruo she did. She had an ulterior motive. Xianxia understood in his heart, but he didn't point it out. He just said, "Aren't you afraid that the Saint Seniors will settle accounts with me? I don't have the guts to poach them." "How could that be?" Xiao Wei smiled. "The Saint Seniors aren't stingy people. Young Master Yang can talk to them when the time comes, and they will naturally agree." That's right, that's right. The Saint Venerables are very reasonable." Ying Fei chimed in. "It's just that if you want to establish a sect here, it's a good choice. You also think it's a good choice." Jiao said, "Seeking Passion sect and my Ice Heart Valley are both in the Northern Territory. If you can take root here, you can help Ice Heart Valley. Moreover, you have the qualifications." Xianxia was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. However, Jiao knew that Xianxia, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. Even if she were to fight him alone, she definitely wouldn't be his opponent. In this world, only Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters could fight him. If even he wasn't qualified to establish a sect, then most sects in this world weren't qualified to exist. Xianxia smiled and said, "I think so too, but I don't have a complete plan yet. There will be a lot of trouble if I really want to implement it." Jiao smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem. When the time comes, just tell Honored Master and she will help you. Ice Heart Valley will also lend you a hand." Xianxia nodded and said, "This matter isn't urgent. I'm just thinking about it. If that day really comes, I will definitely ask Senior Bingyan to come out and give me some pointers." Jiao nodded, a trace of expectation growing in her heart. Xianxia had a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley and had a deep relationship with her honored Master Bingyan. Once he really took root in Seeking Passion sect, he could really support Ice Heart Valley. At that time, with two behemoths here, who would dare to provoke them? Ice Heart Valley definitely wouldn't be besieged this time. The reason why Ice Heart Valley suffered such a disaster this time was mainly because they had been too conservative and had too little communication with the outside world. Their relationship with the outside sects was too shallow. But you have to think carefully about the name of this sect. You can't keep using Seeking Passion's sect's name, right? Jiao reminded. Yang Kai smiled slightly and nodded. I have my own plans. He already had a name for the sect in mind. At that moment, an eagle's cry suddenly came from a certain direction. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction, saying, Ying Fei seems to have found something. Let's go and take a look. Jiao nodded and followed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a precipice. This precipice stood on top of a mountain peak and looked unremarkable, but Ying Fei's eyes were burning as he looked at it with interest. From time to time, he would even reach out and pat here and there, touching there. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Ying Fei hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, there's something strange here. Yang Kai glanced at the cliff in front of him and released his divine sense to investigate it. He nodded and said, Sure enough, there's something strange here. At first glance, this cliff looked inconspicuous, but in fact, it was shrouded in a very clever barrier, making it impossible for anyone to discover it inadvertently. If Yang Kai were here, he might have overlooked it carelessly, but Ying Fei's true form was a giant eagle. Not only was he fast, but his eyesight was also good, so he immediately saw what was wrong. I wonder if those tokens can open this barrier, Ying Fei said with some concern. We'll know when we try. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took out the tokens he plundered from Seeking Passion's sect's elders again, testing them one by one. While he was busy, Shilei and Xiao Wei also heard the commotion and rushed over. After asking about the situation, they both had a look of interest on their faces. They secretly felt that this should be the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse or the location of their hidden treasures. A top sect with tens of thousands of years of inheritance would naturally have a lot of wealth stored here. It turned out that the tokens Yang Kai had plundered were really useful. He didn't know which token had a miraculous effect, but just like how it had opened the mountain's barrier before, after a flash of light, the precipice in front of him rumbled and opened, revealing a dark passage that led straight to the belly of the mountain. Immediately afterward, a light suddenly appeared in the passage. This light was like a prairie fire. More and more light bloomed, extending all the way down, illuminating the passage. Let's go, Yang Kai called out, carefully looking around while taking the lead. The others naturally hurriedly followed. After entering the passage, the cliff closed again, but with the illumination of the surrounding light, the passage was still very bright. After walking all the way down for an unknown amount of time, the path ahead suddenly opened up and a huge underground cave appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing the situation inside the cave, Xiao Wei sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but exclaim, Sure enough, it's a storehouse for treasures. Not only him, but the other two Monster King and even Yang Kai couldn't remain calm. On the other hand, Jiao's expression remained the same, as if she didn't care about money at all. After all, she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so her heart was as clear as ice. Even if the sky collapsed, she wouldn't be shocked. Inside the rock cave, there were piles of source crystals like small hills. Low-grade source crystals, mid-grade source crystals, high-grade source crystals, there were all kinds of source crystals. It was impossible to tell how many there were. At first glance, Yang Kai was almost dazzled by the light refracted by the source crystals. Although he had taken advantage of the situation in the savage, desolate ancient land and obtained hundreds of millions of source crystals, the source crystals in front of him were definitely not cheap. They were even more than what he had obtained in the savage, desolate ancient land. After all, this was the accumulation of the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. It was indeed not something an ordinary sect could compare with. Since Yang Kai had already decided to establish a sect here, the more resources he had, the better. When he had the ability to bring his family and friends from Shadowed Star to this place, he would at least be able to provide them with cultivation resources. After the origin crystals, there was a wooden shelf. On the wooden shelf, countless boxes were placed. There were wooden boxes, jade boxes, gold boxes, and so on. Kai Yang brought everyone to a wooden shelf and casually picked up a few things to examine. He discovered that the contents of this box were similar to what he had guessed. They were all rare and precious herbs, each of them incomparably precious and full of medicinal age. The Monster King wasn't interested in these herbs because the savage, desolate ancient land was rich in spirit grasses and medicines. If there was a place to find the best spirit herbs in this world, the savage, desolate ancient land would definitely be one of them. So, they just took a few glances and didn't pay any more attention. There were also many wooden shelves on the other side, but instead of boxes, they were filled with jade bottles. After Yang Kai checked, he found that these bottles were filled with refined spirit pills of different grades. However, they were all needed for a cultivator's cultivation. There were tens of thousands of jade bottles. Further down, there were all kinds of ancient books, including many secrets of the Seeking Passion sect. These things made Yang Kai's eyes light up because these were all treasures left behind by the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. When he established a sect in the future, his disciples would all be able to use these treasures. In the depths of the grotto, there were a large number of artifacts. The lowest grade of these artifacts was Dao Source grade, and there were even hundreds of Emperor artifacts. With so many artifacts placed in one place, the energy fluctuations emanating from them were truly frightening. Chapter 2658. Along the way, Yang Kai could be considered a knowledgeable person, but he was still shocked by the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect, and such a large fortune would belong to him from today onwards. This was truly a windfall from the sky. There's more over there. Ji Yao suddenly pointed. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw 3 stone platforms in the deepest part of the grotto. Each stone platform was shrouded in a light barrier, and a box was placed on each of them. The fact that they were so carefully preserved showed that the things on these 3 stone platforms were absolutely extraordinary. Yang Kai walked over in high spirits, took out the token that opened the storehouse before, and waved it casually on one of the stone platforms. With a flash of light, the light barrier opened. Yang Kai directly picked up a long box placed on the stone platform. Let's see what kind of treasure it is. The 3 Monster Kings gathered together and looked at it with great interest. Everyone was curious, and the Monster Kings were no exception. Yang Kai weighed the long box in his hand with a strange expression and said, "It seems to be empty." "No way." Ying Fei was stunned. Xie Wei and Shilei also looked unwilling to believe it, but they also knew that Yang Kai had no reason to lie in front of them. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai opened the long box in his hand. Sure enough, it was empty. Why would an empty box be placed here so openly? Ying Fei said angrily, somewhat disappointed. Yang Kai glanced at the length of the empty box and suddenly thought of something. He took out something from his space ring. Then he placed it in the box, which fit perfectly. This is the Emperor artifact that Feng Xian used before. Xiao Wei raised his brow as he recognized the Emperor artifact Yang Kai took out. Yang Kai nodded and said, "The Wind, Thunder, Divine Spear. It is said to be a relic of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. So that's how it is. In that case, this Wind, Thunder, Divine Spear was originally enshrined here and would only be taken out when Feng Xian needed it." Xiao Wei suddenly understood. It should be. After all, this is an artifact left behind by our ancestor. Even if Feng Xian is the Seeking Passion sect master, he can't carry this Emperor artifact with him at all times. Yang Kai nodded and put away the box. Now, it was certain that the Wind, Thunder, Divine Spear was originally placed in this empty box. As for the remaining 2 items, since they were also placed here solemnly, their value would definitely not be much lower than the Wind, Thunder, Divine Spear. Yang Kai was also curious about what was in the remaining 2 boxes, so he didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the restrictions on the 2 stone platforms and picked up a box to take a look. Ying Fei was quick to pick up the other box. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with bright eyes, As soon as he opened the box in his hand, an extremely pure world energy rippled out, resonating with the Emperor Qi in his body. It was as if this pure spiritual energy was very beneficial to cultivation. Source crystals. Xia Wei continued, but soon his expression changed. No, it's a top-rank source crystal. Top-rank source crystal? Shilei's eyes also widened as he looked at the box in Yang Kai's hand. Even Ji Yao, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but take a look. It really is a top-rank source crystal. Yang Kai grinned and reached out to take out a thumb-sized, crystal-clear object from box. This source crystal was one size smaller than a high-rank source crystal, but the world energy stored inside was incomparable to a high-rank source crystal. In the entire star boundary, once a cultivator cultivated to the level of the Emperor Realm, low-rank source crystals and even mid-rank source crystals would not be of much use. Generally, a cultivator in the Emperor Realm would use a high-rank source crystal to cultivate, and some transactions of valuable items would also use high-rank source crystals as a medium. But above high-rank source crystals, there was an even better existence called the top-rank source crystal. Compared to high-rank source crystals, top-rank source crystals were simply rare and extremely difficult to find. Often, even in 100 source crystal loads, one might not necessarily find one or two. Every top-rank source crystal was formed by seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. It was rumored that top-rank source crystals had many uses, but the most useful for a cultivator was to break through the shackles. If a cultivator encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, top-rank source crystals would be the best auxiliary external force. Moreover, they would not have any hidden dangers like taking some special pills. In the star boundary, countless Emperor Realm masters had cultivated for thousands of years, only to find themselves stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make any progress. Since ancient times, countless cultivators have been searching for this legendary top-rank source crystal, hoping to reach a higher level of enlightenment. However, how could it be so easy to find a top-rank source crystal? Those cultivators who had painstakingly searched for it were destined to be in vain. Now, there was a box of top-rank source crystals in the Seeking Passion sect storehouse, and there were quite a few of them. There were as many as 7 of them neatly placed in the box. Good stuff, but it's a pity. Shilei praised while shaking his head. The other 2 Monster King heard this and also nodded. It is indeed a pity. Although top-rank source crystals were of great use to a cultivator's breakthrough, the 3 of them were already Monster King level existences. In other words, they were comparable to third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Therefore, although this top-rank source crystal was good, it was of little value to them. If they wanted to make further progress, they could only pin their hopes on the divine spirit source and the bloodline of their ancestors. If not for this reason, with their strength and identity, how could they be willing to follow Yang Kai's orders? Yang Kai also understood why they felt pity, but he did not point it out. He casually put away the box and looked at Ying Fei. "What is that box of yours?" Ying Fei said with a gloomy face, "A secret art." Saying so, he handed the box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it. His face instantly became dignified and he whispered, "Seeking Passion Supreme Art." This was the foundation of the Seeking Passion sect. It was also a peerless secret art created by the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. Cultivating this secret art, the deeper one's emotions were, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. But for those who were implanted with this secret art, it was a disaster. Because once one was affected by the Seeking Passion Supreme art, they would never be able to extricate themselves. Not only would their cultivation be unable to progress, but they would also be obedient to the cultivator. Back then, Feng Shi had taken a fancy to Ziyu from Ice Heart Valley, and although he genuinely liked her, his main purpose was to use Ziyu to fall in love with her. Once the marriage between the 2 families was successful, it was likely that Ziyu would become Feng Shi's exclusive property and would never be able to touch the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. This Seeking Passion Supreme art was both good and evil. Although it was a peerless secret art, Yang Kai scoffed at it. He always felt that this secret art relied too much on external forces and could not allow one to pry into the great Tao. He did not know how the seeking passion great emperors were able to become supreme. Casually putting away the secret art, Yang Kai turned around and said, "See if there's anything you need. Take whatever you want." The three monster kings looked at each other and chuckled. They cupped their fists and said, "Then we won't be polite." After entering a treasure mountain, there was naturally no reason for them to return empty-handed. Many of the treasures here were quite tempting, even to the three monster kings. The three immediately dispersed. Obviously, they already had a target in mind. Yang Kai then looked at Ji Yao and said, "You go and look for something too." Ji Yao shook her head and said, "No need. This time, Ice Heart Valley was able to get out of this predicament all thanks to you. How can we take your things?" "Do as you wish." Yang Kai knew that with her temper, since she said that she would not take anything, it would be useless to persuade her. So, he did not waste his breath. While wandering around the storehouse, he waved his hand and collected all the tens of thousands of years of seeking passion sex accumulation into the small sealed world. After a short while, more than half of the treasures in the storehouse were gone. At this time, the three monster kings also returned. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that they did not take many things. Each of them took some jade bottles containing pills and an emperor artifact each. No one in the monster race could perform alchemy. So although the ancient wildlands was rich in spirit grasses and medicines, the monster race in the ancient wildlands could not use them perfectly. Basically, the monster race directly swallowed them, which greatly wasted the medicinal efficacy of the herbs. Now that there were so many pills here, the three monster kings naturally took some. After all, there was no harm in being prepared. As for the emperor artifacts, they naturally took one each and held it in their hands, grinning from ear to ear. "Is this enough?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "There are a lot of good things here." It's enough. Ying Fei nodded repeatedly. "Although there are a lot of good things, there aren't many that are useful to us. This is enough." Xia Wuwei and Shi Lei also nodded, expressing their agreement. Yang Kai did not say anything more and just continued to collect the treasures. After a stick of incense worth of time, the huge underground grotto became empty. Countless treasures were moved into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. With these things as a foundation, if Yang Kai really wanted to establish a sect in the future, resources would definitely not be a problem. I suddenly thought of something. Ji Yao frowned slightly. Yaozhua being able to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm might be due to the top-rank source crystal. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. That makes sense. Yaozhua was previously a Second Order Emperor Realm Master, so it did not make sense for him to suddenly break through. If he had to find a reason, the top-rank source crystal was the most suspicious. Ji Yao smiled again and said, "It's meaningless to think about this now. He's already dead anyway. Let's go." Yang Kai called out and took the lead to return along the original path. After leaving the storehouse, the cliff closed again. Yang Kai took out the token and activated the barrier again. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said, "I'm going to set up a space array here. You can do as you please." The three monster king nodded slightly after hearing this and dispersed. Ji Yao asked, "Are you going to connect Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect?" Yang Kai nodded. "And if we connect them, it will be convenient for us to communicate in the future." Since he had plans to take root here, he naturally had to interact more with Ice Heart Valley. Now that he had set up a space array in Ice Heart Valley, he could directly connect them if he set up another one here. In the past, Yang Kai did not have a fixed residence, so he did not think much about this. But now that he had some plans, this arrangement was essential. Chapter 2659. Half a day later, a space array was formed. Yang Kai called out to Ji Yao and said, "Junior Sister Yao, please return to Ice Heart Valley and tell the Southern Gate Army to come here after repairing Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." As he spoke, he handed over a special token to Ji Yao. Ji Yao took it and asked suspiciously, "What is this token for?" She could tell at a glance that this token was newly refined by Yang Kai, because it still had his residual aura. Yang Kai smiled. "As long as it is a space array arranged by me, No one can use it without this token or me activating it. This was also the reason why Luan Feng failed to activate the space array in Phoenix Luo Palace that day. Because she didn't have Yang Kai's restriction token, she mistakenly thought that the space array was incomplete. She wanted to laugh at Yang Kai, but the result was disappointing. Ji Yao's eyes flashed when she heard this, but she did not say anything and walked directly to the space array. Yang Kai said while inserting source crystals, "This matter is not urgent. Wait until he repairs Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." "I know." Ji Yao nodded lightly, and in the next moment, her figure was enveloped in a white light and disappeared. After Ji Yao left, Yang Kai glanced around for a moment before his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. Since he planned to take root here, Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore the Seeking Passion Sect Foundation. Although he had been searching for the hidden treasure trove before, he had not carefully explored this place. Now that he had some free time, Yang Kai naturally wanted to examine this land as its owner. His mentality had changed. Everything he saw was completely different now. When he was investigating before, he felt that this foundation was very good. But now, Yang Kai's mood could only be described with one word, and that was satisfaction. Inside Seeking Passion Sect, the world energy was rich, the scenery was beautiful, there were many strange mountains, there were many rare beasts running around in the mountains, and there were many spirit springs and spirit springs. It was the holy land of cultivation that every cultivator yearned for. Such a large estate was enough to accommodate 100,000 disciples without feeling crowded. Yang Kai's friends and relatives on Shadowed Star didn't have such a number. After wandering for several days, Yang Kai had finally carefully examined this piece of land. He didn't miss a single corner. He had some plans in his heart. He returned to the entrance of the Seeking Passion Sect. There used to be a plaque here with the words Seeking Passion Sect written on it. This plaque had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but it was destroyed by the Yang Kai. Back here, Yang Kai naturally had his own plans. However, when he scanned the area with his divine will, he discovered that there were many auras around him. These people's strengths were mixed. Some of them were hiding in the dark, while others were standing not far away. All of them were looking at the Seeking Passion Sect. From time to time, they would whisper to each other. There were quite a few of them, at least a few thousand of them. Moreover, there were even more people approaching. The Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley had fought a great battle. After the battle, the Seeking Passion Sect's army was completely wiped out, and the helpers they had recruited had also suffered heavy casualties. This news could be said to have caused a huge uproar, and it didn't take long for it to spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. These people suddenly appeared outside the Seeking Passion Sect's entrance because they had heard the news and wanted to see if they could get some benefits. When the Seeking Passion Sect was at its peak, they could only look up to it. How could they dare to approach? However, the present was different from the past. The Seeking Passion Sect was destined to be destroyed. How much wealth did a top sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years contain? Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts. When they thought of the huge wealth hidden in the Seeking Passion Sect, naturally, many people couldn't sit still. They wanted to investigate and see if they could get some benefits. The Seeking Passion Sect was such a behemoth, so even a little bit of wealth would be enough for them to enjoy endlessly. However, they didn't know the situation inside the Seeking Passion Sect, so no one dared to take the lead. Naturally, they could only stand outside the entrance and watch. This group of people had arrived one after another over the past few days. They were from various sects and clans, and there were many different kinds of people. After hesitating for a few days, everyone finally thought of recommending a few leaders to discuss this matter together. However, before they could come up with a solution, they suddenly saw Yang Kai slowly walking out of the Seeking Passion Sect. For a moment, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and the discussion came to an abrupt end. In the next moment, the crowd went into an uproar. Someone came out of the Seeking Passion Sect. Could it be a master of the Seeking Passion Sect? The Seeking Passion Sect's reputation in the Northern Territory was too great. Now that they suddenly saw a person appear from inside, many people subconsciously thought that it was a remnant of the Seeking Passion sect. They couldn't help but tremble with fear, afraid that they would be implicated. Nonsense. The Seeking Passion sect's higher-ups are all dead. Even if someone escaped, how could they return to the sect? Isn't this just walking into a trap? That's right, that's right. Didn't you see that the Seeking Passion sect's 10,000-year-old signboard has been destroyed? How could anyone from the Seeking Passion sect dare to stay here? In my opinion, this person must have come here to take advantage of us. He just got here one step ahead of us. And he must have harvested something. Damn it. Damn it. How dare this person trespass on the Seeking Passion sect's foundation? Damn it. As soon as these words came out, many people suddenly lost their calm. They looked at Xianxia with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was as if the Seeking Passion sect was their territory, and Xianxia daring to come in and out was disrespectful to them. These people had stayed outside for a few days and didn't have the courage to rush in, but now it seemed that someone had already taken the lead. Since that was the case, what were they still waiting for? For a time, the cultivator, whether they were in the open or hidden in the dark, showed up one after another. Some people who boasted of their strength flew out and greeted Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was only one person, and he didn't look very old, so it was inevitable that people would look down on him. These people had teamed up to take advantage of him, so naturally, they weren't afraid of him. Suddenly, more than a dozen people flew to Xianxia and stood 300 feet in front of him. The middle-aged man in the lead looked down at Xianxia condescendingly and said, "Boy, did you just come out of the Seeking Passion sect?" Xianxia glanced at him and sneered in his heart. How could he not know what they were planning? When he first saw so many people gathered outside, he felt a little strange, but after thinking about it for a moment, he understood their intentions. It was undeniable that their idea was correct. Since the Seeking Passion sect had been destroyed, there must be a lot of good things left behind. Since ancient times, it had always been like this. Unfortunately, the Seeking Passion sect was something Xianxia had fought for, so how could he give away the many benefits? Faced with the middle-aged man's question, Xianxia didn't even bother to pay attention to him and just rummaged through his space ring. Xianxia's indifferent and arrogant appearance made the middle-aged man's face sink. In any case, he was still a sect master. Although the sect he belonged to was not a colossus like the Seeking Passion sect, it was still a decent force in the entire Northern Territory. Now that he had been ignored by this young man, how could he not lose face? Sensing his anger, a young man next to him immediately glared at him and said, "Boy, are you deaf? Didn't you hear my sect master's question?" Xianxia glanced at the young man and said casually, "Of course this young master isn't deaf. It's just that someone asked some nonsense, and this young master was too lazy to pay attention to it." He had clearly just walked out of the Seeking Passion sect, yet the middle-aged man still asked such a question. Xianxia didn't know what he was thinking. The young man looked angry and was about to scold him, but the middle-aged man waved his hand and stopped him from shouting. He looked Xianxia up and down and smiled slightly. "This king is Flying Yuan Pavilion's pavilion master, Liqing Yuan. How should I address little brother?" He suddenly changed his arrogant attitude and became amiable, causing the young man next to him to frown, wondering what the sect master's intentions were. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "We just met by chance, there's no need to ask." Liqing Yuan frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and the Pavilion Master of Flying Yuan Pavilion. He had taken the initiative to ask for a junior's name, yet he received such a response. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, he still had some self-restraint. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he didn't show it on his face and said, "It's like this, little brother. This king and many other heroes of the Northern Territory came here and saw the Seeking Passion sect in ruins. We were quite sad and wanted to go in and investigate, but we were afraid that a rash visit would cause misunderstandings. Since little brother came out of the Seeking Passion sect, you must know a lot about it. Can you explain it to us?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they all nodded in agreement, asking Xianxia to explain the Seeking Passion sect situation in detail. Yang Kai sneered and said, "You dare call yourselves heroes of the Northern Territory?" He casually swept his eyes over them and nodded lightly. A dozen or so First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Let's just say that for now. His shameless boasting made many people from the Emperor Realm around Li Qing Yuan unhappy. They were from the Emperor Realm, not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. In time, it would not be a dream for them to become the second Seeking Passion sect. Many people had the same idea as Li Qing Yuan. For a moment, everyone felt like they were surrounded by enemies. As they exchanged glances, vigilance rose. "Boy, you're full of nonsense." A voice suddenly rang out. "It's true that the Seeking Passion sect has a treasure trove, but how can you open it with your strength? You're so young, yet you're already harboring ulterior motives. Don't be fooled by him." When everyone heard this, they were slightly surprised and felt that this person's words made sense. A sect as big as the Seeking Passion sect did indeed have a treasure trove, but how could such an existence be opened so casually? It was likely that only people like Feng Xian and Yao Zhuan knew how to open it. Li Qing Yuan came back to his senses and immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Little brother, you're not being honest." Yang Kai smiled disdainfully. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Saying so, he suddenly took out a strange stone about 10 meters tall from his space ring. As soon as this strange stone appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted and an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Even the dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor Realm who were enveloped by this aura suddenly felt that the power in their bodies was no longer flowing smoothly. "This is 10,000-year cold heart iron." "What? It's actually 10,000-year cold hard iron." Such a treasure actually exists in this world, and such a large piece at that. Heavens, where did this thing come from? I heard that a palm-sized piece of 10,000-year cold hard iron can be refined into an Emperor artifact. How many Emperor artifacts can this 10-meter-tall thing be refined into? If this thing were to be sold, it would be worth at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. This little brat isn't lying. He definitely opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove. This thing belongs to the Seeking Passion sect. Noisy discussions rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the 10-meter-tall, 10,000-year cold hard iron. They were shocked to the extreme. This thing alone was priceless. If Yang Kai had really opened the Seeking Passion sect treasure trove, how many good things would he have obtained? Their previous suspicions suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt that Yang Kai had picked up a big bargain in the Seeking Passion sect. Many cultivators from the Emperor Realm became restless, eyeing the 10,000-year cold hard iron covetously, as if they would rush over to snatch it at any moment. However, because there were too many opponents, no one dared to act at will. For a time, the situation was in a deadlock. However, more people were curious. Why did Yang Kai suddenly take out such a peerless treasure? Was he showing off his wealth? There was no need for that. Didn't he know that he would only cause trouble for himself? Chapter 2661. Emperor Qi surged, and a great battle was about to break out. Facing the joint attack of more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor Realm, not only did Yang Kai not dodge, he even laughed loudly, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows, wondering what was wrong with this little brat. But at this moment, the arrow was already knocked, so even if everyone noticed that something was wrong, they couldn't stop. All of them were staring at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. In an instant, more than a dozen people pounced in front of Yang Kai, using all kinds of methods to launch a fierce attack. Condense. A cold snort rang out, and under the influence of space principles, the space within a 1,000-meter radius instantly became viscous and solidified. This sudden turn of events caused a dozen or so attackers to turn pale with fright. The Emperor Qi in their bodies suddenly became sluggish, as if they had fallen into a deep swamp, making it extremely difficult for them to even move. The power of their attacks was greatly reduced, and even the brilliance of their emperor artifacts dimmed. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Realizing that something was wrong, they tried to withdraw, but it was already too late. Xianxia raised his hands and blasted them forward, filling the sky with palm shadows. With a series of explosions, one figure after another flew out in a sorry state, all of them coughing up blood in midair, their faces as pale as paper. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fell to the ground like dumplings. When they stood up again, everyone's face was ashen, and their souls were shaken. On the other hand, Xianxia seemed to have used a lot of effort to repel so many cultivators from the Emperor realm at once. His figure swayed slightly, but there was no sign of him retreating. His face also paled slightly before returning to normal. However, that figure still stood tall and straight in front of the mountain gate, like a divine needle that could hold the sky, like a bottomless abyss. They were guarding this land. How is this possible? He's a first-order Emperor Realm Master? How did he do it? More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor Realm felt like they were in a dream. Although they didn't know Xianxia's depth before, they could tell that Xianxia's cultivation wasn't high because of his young age, so they didn't put him in their eyes. It turned out that their guess was right. When Xianxia made his move, Xianxia's face turned red. His cultivation base was exposed. There was no doubt that he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, weaker than them. But it was this First-Order Emperor Realm Master who defeated the joint attack of more than a dozen people all by himself, injuring all of them. If this didn't happen to him, no one would believe it. This was simply a fantasy story. This was especially true for a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master like Li Qingyuan. He had roamed the Northern Territory for so many years, but he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. He had also fought many First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It had always been him crushing others, but who was as ferocious as this young man in front of him? His greedy and covetous gaze gradually receded and was replaced by infinite seriousness. It was rumored that there were some martial arts geniuses in this world. Although their cultivation was not high, they could fight and even kill people above their level. Li Qingyuan had also seen such people. However, those so-called geniuses, at most, it would be a tie with him. Compared to this person in front of him, he was simply mediocre. This person in front of him was not only able to fight people above his level, but he was also not at a disadvantage when fighting against more than a dozen people. Li Qingyuan even suspected that this young man had not used his full strength. If he had, perhaps half of the dozen people would have died in an instant. Thinking of this, cold sweat suddenly appeared on Li Qingyuan's forehead. If he was so powerful as a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, wouldn't he be invincible if he advanced to the Second-Order or Third-Order Emperor Realm? At that time, only those masters who had ascended to the position of great emperors would be his match. Boy, who the hell are you? Someone screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he was unwilling to accept his fate of being sent flying. Thinking that Kai Yang had taken advantage of the situation, his heart was not convinced. This was also a question that everyone wanted to know. It was impossible for such an outstanding young man to be an unknown rising star. At the very least, everyone should have heard of his name. Turning his head to look at the person who asked the question, Xianxia grinned and said in a clear voice, "This young master is Xianxia. I believe everyone should be familiar with him. See, he's Xianxia, the Xianxia who killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea and angered Feng Xian. The war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect started because of him. I heard that the complete annihilation of Seeking Passion Sect was also planned by him. I don't know where he got strong reinforcements from, but he managed to kill Feng Xian, Yaozhua, and the others in one fell swoop. It had to be said that Xianxia was quite famous in the Northern Territory, and this was all thanks to Feng Xian's previous publicity. After all, the war between the two sects was of great importance, and it was impossible for Seeking Passion Sect to act without justification. Xianxia killing Feng Shi and Bingyun shielding Xianxia were the reasons for Seeking Passion Sect to declare war on Ice Heart Valley. Before this, all the cultivators in Northern Territory were very curious about who this guy, named Xianxia, was and how he had the guts to kill Feng Shi. They secretly felt that this boy would not have a good ending. However, no one had expected that the Seeking Passion sect would be destroyed in the end. Moreover, the culprit had actually come to the Seeking Passion sect's base to establish a new sect, occupying the Magpie's Nest and creating a new towering firmament palace. If this matter was known by the great emperors of Seeking Passion sect, they would probably be angered to death. For a time, there was silence outside the mountain gate. Whether it was the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm or the thousands of cultivators outside, they all looked at Xianxia in a daze. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as three figures suddenly appeared beside Xianxia. As soon as these three figures appeared, a monstrous pressure surged out from them. This pressure was so strong that it seemed to dim the entire world. He saw the 10,000-year cold hard iron and clapped his hands. Young Master Yang is really establishing a sect here. High Heaven Palace, your ambitions are soaring. Wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Wei laughed loudly. Very good, very good. Then this Xia will stay in High Heaven Palace from now on. I hope that young Master Yang can bestow upon me some position of protector or deacon. Count me in. Shi Lei put away his ferocious appearance and instead revealed a flattering smile. He looked at Xianxia and said, Young Master Yang, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Ying Fei nodded. This one also has the same intention. More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fainted at once. The thousands of cultivators were even more dumbfounded. Every one of them felt that this was extremely unreal and questioned their hearing. These were the three great monster kings, masters who were comparable to three third-order Emperor realm masters. Xianxia had just established a sect here and engraved the brand of his sect. He had not even officially established a sect yet, but these three could not wait to join. And they only wanted to be rewarded with the position of protector or deacon. Was there any justice in this world? Which third-order Emperor Realm Master was not an overlord in the entire Star Territory? Which one of them was not a Grand Master? With such strength, it was enough for them to establish their own sect. But now, they were begging to join this High Heaven Palace that had not yet been established. What was so special about Xianxia that the three great monster kings were so eager to join him? Although he didn't see the conflict between Xianxia and the people from the Emperor realm, he vaguely guessed some of the truth. According to his personality, directly killing them all could be considered as making a name for the High Heaven Palace. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. The more friends you have, the more options you have. They were just scheming for the sake of benefits. They have no grievances with me, so why should I kill them all? In the future, if the High Heaven Palace wants to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, it's not suitable to make the whole world their enemy. You have to know that snakes have their own ways and rats have their own ways. One day in the future, they may have a place that they can rely on. Shilei immediately flattered. Young Master Yang is wise. Old Ox didn't think it through. Xianxia wasn't interested in his flattery, so he pretended that he didn't hear it. He raised his hand and said, "Follow me." The three Monster King looked at each other. Although they didn't know what Xianxia wanted to do, they followed obediently. After a short while, everyone arrived in front of a newly arranged space array Xianxia had set up. Glancing at the three, Xianxia said, "This time, I must thank the three Monster Kings. If it weren't for your help, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been able to get out of this predicament so easily. This young master thanks you on behalf of Senior Bing Yun and the thousands of disciples of Ice Heart Valley." Shi Lei and the others were shocked and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang is too serious. It was just a trivial matter." Xianxia smiled and said, "It may be a trivial matter to you, but to Ice Heart Valley, it was a life-saving grace. You can't mix it up." After a pause, Yangkai continued. But since the dust has settled here, the three of you should return to the ancient wildlands first. Ing Fei was disappointed when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai and stammered, Young Master Yang, you letting us go back just like that? We've only been out for a few days. That's right, that's right. Xia Wu Wei also nodded vigorously. Young Master Yang, if there's anything else you want us to do, the three of us will do our best to help. Shilei was eager to move. Young Master Yang, why don't you take us to the Northern Territory and unify the Northern Territory? This proposal made Ing Fei and Xia Wu Wei applaud loudly. The monster qi in their bodies surged, as if they would go and harm the other sects in the Northern Territory as soon as Yangkai gave the order. Yangkai laughed and said, although the three of you are masters, there is still a difference between humans and monsters. If you really cause a stir in the Northern Territory, I'm afraid it will attract trouble. I know what you're thinking, but this matter can't be rushed. It's still unknown when that girl will come out of seclusion. Just wait for the news in the ancient wildlands. The three monster kings were a little embarrassed when Yangkai saw through their thoughts. In the end, it was because of Yangkai and Zhang Ruoxi's relationship that they submitted to him. Without Zhang Ruoxi, how could Yangkai have such weight? The three also knew that Yangkai was telling the truth. Although they wanted to follow Yangkai and be close to him, the key was that the blood door had been hidden since it disappeared. No one knew when Zhang Ruoxi would come out of seclusion, so it was useless to follow Yangkai even if they followed him. But they were quite unwilling to go back just like that. God knows when Yangkai would think of them again. Xia Wu Wei rolled his eyes and said, Young Master Yang, let the two of them go back. This Xia will follow you and make it convenient to protect your safety. Heaven and earth are not benevolent and treat all things as dogs. Walking in the star boundary, it's natural to be careful. Why should we go and you stay? Ing Fei and Shilei asked in unison, their faces full of resentment. This guy wants to eat alone. How hateful. Xia Wu Wei snorted. No reason. Shilei shouted, come on, let's fight first. Whoever is stronger will stay. Let's talk with our fists, not with our mouths. Since we want to protect young Master Yang, of course we have to leave the strongest behind. Among the 32 Monster King and the 8 Great Saint Emissaries, his strength was enough to rank in the top 3. In a one-on-one fight, Ing Fei and Xia Wu Wei were definitely not his opponents. Xia Wu Wei sneered, this king disdains. Ing Fei said, Brother Xia, that's not right. Even if someone had to stay behind to protect young Master Yang, it wouldn't be you. In terms of strength, Brother Shilei is better than you. And in terms of agility, no one would dare to claim to be first. This is the responsibility of a bodyguard, and it's my duty to do so. The corner of Xia Wu Wei's mouth twitched, and he coldly snorted. So what if this Xia is young Master Yang's soul slave? As he spoke, he suddenly urged his soul power, and a faint golden light emerged in his mind. The golden light was obviously a layer of soul seal branded in Xia Wu Wei's knowledge sea. From the soul seal, Yangkai's aura was clearly transmitted. Yangkai said with a smile, with your abilities, being a protector is a bit of a waste. The High Heaven Palace has only just opened its doors. It will take some time before it opens again and accepts disciples. However, if that day really comes, the three of you can stay in the High Heaven Palace and be a consecrator. Shilei and the others looked at each other and were overjoyed. With Yangkai's words, it meant that everyone would be on the same side in the future. If there were any benefits, Yangkai wouldn't forget about them. Compared to the other monster kings and saint envoys in the ancient land, they were already ahead of them. A sect that hadn't been officially established yet already had 3 third-order Emperor Realm foreign elders. If this news were to spread, who knew how many people in the world would be envious of them? Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. Congratulations, Brother Yang. When the High Heaven Palace opens its sect in the future, you must inform my Ice Heart Valley. Ji Yao will also come and drink a toast. She was happy that Yang Kai could take root here and establish a sect. After all, Ice Heart Valley and Yang Kai had a good relationship. In the future, if the two sects supported each other, who in the entire Northern Territory could shake the status of these two behemoths? Yang Kai smiled and said, of course. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Ice Heart Valley's junior sisters. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, by the way, what about the tens of thousands of captives from Ice Heart Valley? Ji Yao smiled bitterly and said, Honored Master is also having a headache over this matter. Although they acted as the villain this time and made things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley, in the end, they have no enmity with us. If we kill them all now, it will only ruin my Ice Heart Valley's reputation. If we let them go, it will only make Ice Heart Valley look weak and easy to bully. Yang Kai smiled and said, if that's the case, you might as well let them come over and help me. The Southern Gate Army will have to rearrange the Seeking Passion sect defending array, so they will need a lot of manpower. Of course, we can't tolerate those whose hands are stained with the lives of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Ji Yao nodded and said, those people have already been killed. Those who are still alive are just cheers. However, Brother Yang's proposal is not bad. When Grandmaster Ninmen returns, let's see how many people he needs. After the discussion, everyone began to wait. Fortunately, the earth vein here was excellent and the world energy was rich. While waiting, they could sit in meditation and cultivate. There was also a good palace nearby that could provide a place to cultivate. 2 days later, the Southern Gate Army rushed back and gave a long list to Yang Kai, asking for all kinds of precious materials. Yang Kai glanced at it and was not stingy, filling his space ring with a few things. Yang Kai nodded and said, then let's go with Ing Fei. Ing Fei is faster than the Monster King. This trip back to the Southern Territory might need your help. Ing Fei heard this and was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, young Master Yang is wise. Shi Lei said gloomily, then Brother Xie and I will stay behind to look after the sect. Then I'll have to trouble you too. Yang Kai nodded lightly. After the discussion, Yang Kai took Ing Fei to Ice Heart Valley through the space array to bid farewell to Bing Yun. After returning to Ice Heart Valley after a year, the valley had already changed. After the previous ordeal, the entire Ice Heart Valley had become more united. Most of the disciples were in secluded cultivation, not daring to slack off in the slightest. They didn't stay long in Ice Heart Valley. After half a day, Yang Kai and Ing Fei left through the space array. The Northern Territory was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Southern Territory. It was a long journey with many dangerous mountains and rivers. Even an ordinary person from the Emperor Realm wouldn't be able to cross it easily. Space arrays couldn't be connected, so many places could only be crossed by flying. Above the clear sky, atop the white clouds, a giant eagle spread its wings and soared high, its speed as fast as lightning, leaving only faint traces in the air as it turned into a series of afterimages. This giant eagle was naturally the main body of the flying eagle Monster King. As the overlord of the sky, speed was his forte. Among the 32 Monster King's 8 saint emissaries in the ancient lands, if he said he was second, no one would dare to say he was first. This was also the reason why Yang Kai brought him along. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the back of the flying eagle. Its back was wide and flat enough to accommodate a house. Its flight was fast and stable. Not even the slightest wind could be felt. In this world, there were probably only a few people who could make a Monster King willing to be a mount. But now, the Flying Eagle Monster King was willing to do all this without any complaints. The journey was dull and lonely, so Yang Kai naturally didn't waste any time. Instead, he meditated and cultivated. The entire journey was safe and sound. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to detect any traces of the flying eagle, and those who could detect the flying eagle didn't dare to provoke him, retreating long ago. After a full 2 months, the flying eagle suddenly sent a sound transmission. "Young Master Yang, we should be in the Southern Territory. Where are we going now?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his mysterious art. He stood up and looked around. "Let's find a city and scout for directions." The flying eagle received the order and began searching below. Half a day later, a relatively bustling city appeared in his field of vision. The flying eagle immediately flapped his wings and flew down. After a short while, he returned to his human form and withdrew his demonic chi, landing in front of the city gates with Yang Kai. The two of them had no intention of entering the city. Yang Kai just casually stopped a passing cultivator and asked, "Excuse me, which direction is the Thousand Leaves sect?" His main purpose for returning to the Southern Territory this time was to visit the Thousand Leaves sect. Ghost Ancestor Chi Yu and the others were still in the Thousand Leaves sect. Now that he had established the High Heaven Palace, he naturally wanted to send them to the Northern Territory. Compared to the Thousand Leaves sect, the current High Heaven Palace had a much better cultivation environment and was much safer. However, the Southern Territory was vast. Although he had returned here, he didn't know the exact direction of the Thousand Leaves sect, so he could only ask around. The cultivator was in a hurry to enter the city and was inexplicably stopped by someone. The Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering where he had heard of this sect. Thinking about it carefully, he had indeed heard of it. Back in the Four Seasons realm, he had dealt with the disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. In his impression, this sect shouldn't be considered a top sect. However, their strength should be quite good. Why did the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect destroy the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai continued to ask, "Is there any deep enmity between the two sects?" The man hurriedly replied, "There isn't any deep enmity, but the Thousand Leaves sect's wealth is its own ruin." A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he subconsciously asked, "Heavenly puppets?" The so-called heavenly puppets were heaven-grade puppets. The Thousand Leaves sect had started off with the art of puppetry, and the Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder had extremely high attainments in the art of puppetry. He had left behind 10 heavenly puppets for the sect, each of which was comparable to the Emperor realm. At its peak, the Thousand Leaves sect was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory and was famous in the Star Boundary. However, the later generations were mediocre and were unable to carry forward the art of puppetry. As the art of puppetry declined from generation to generation, the Thousand Leaves sect eventually became a mediocre sect, and even the art of puppetry was lost. Fortunately, Yang Kai had helped them repair the space array and reopened the small sealed world, retrieving the secret techniques of the Thousand Leaves sect that had been lost for a long time and reactivating the heavenly puppets. Liu Yan's soul puppet body was also obtained from that small world. If not for that, Liu Yan might not have a physical body even now. Hearing Yang Kai mention the heavenly puppets, the man nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. It turns out that Master also knows about the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. A few years ago, the Thousand Leaves sect used some unknown method to obtain the ancestral founder's legacy and regain control of the heavenly puppets that had been sealed for many years. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed to be interested in this, so they found a reason to destroy the Thousand Leaves sect. So simple? Yang Kai's face turned ugly. The man smiled bitterly. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. The sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect is only at the third order Tao Source realm, but he has a heavenly puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the Emperor realm. It's hard not to be coveted. What he said wasn't wrong. If the Thousand Leaves sect really had a master from the Emperor realm, having a heavenly puppet whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor realm wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that even the sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, was only at the third order Tao Source realm. Having a heavenly puppet in his hands would naturally attract covetous eyes. How could the man dare not answer? He obediently pointed in two directions. After a long time of not receiving a response, the man raised his head only to find that the young man had already disappeared. A feeling of escaping death welled up in the man's heart, and it was only at this moment that the man discovered that his clothes were soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. High up in the sky, Xianxia and Yingfei flew side by side, their speed as fast as lightning. Seemingly sensing that Xianxia's mood was not good, Yingfei did not dare to disturb him casually, but he secretly felt that someone was about to get into trouble. Xianxia dared to destroy a behemoth like Seeking Passion sect in the Northern Territory, so now that this flowing shadow sword sect had provoked him, it was likely that they would not have a good ending. After a long silence, Yingfei said, "Young Master Yang, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel that something is not quite right." Xianxia nodded lightly. "I feel it too. Monster King, what do you think is wrong?" As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the onlooker. Previously, Xianxia was focused on inquiring about Thousand Leaves Sect, Qiyu, and the others, so he did not think too much about it. Now that he was flying through the air and the cold wind blowing, his mind calmed down and he noticed many flaws. Now that Yingfei mentioned it, he immediately understood that he was not being paranoid, but that something was really wrong. Hearing this, Yingfei asked, since Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed a year ago, why was the auction only held today? If they really had such intentions, they would have started the auction long ago. Not only that, this matter seems to have been deliberately spread around, as if they were trying to spread the news to someone. This year was the time for the news to ferment, and some people were afraid that this news would not reach them. Chapter 2668. Brother Yang. Although Du Xian wasn't as emotional as Yi Jinghan, he still cupped his fists in excitement. As long as Xianxia was here, they would have a chance to leave this place and not be trapped in this Emperor Heaven Valley for the rest of their lives. Although Thousand Leaves Sect had been annihilated for no reason, and their enemy was powerful, as the eldest brother of Thousand Leaves Sect's younger generation, he had the responsibility and obligation to avenge his sect. If he wanted to take revenge, he would first need to increase his strength and then leave this place. Increasing his strength was his own matter, but if he wanted to leave this place, he could only rely on Xianxia. "Miss ye, Brother Du." Xianxia nodded lightly and sighed. "My condolences." He didn't know what to say. Anyone who had suffered the destruction of their sect would definitely be in a bad mood, so he could understand why Yi Jinghan had lost her composure. The three short exchange allowed the Thousand Leaves Sect disciples who didn't know the truth to see some clues. Soon, discussions broke out as everyone guessed Xianxia's identity. After hiding here, Du Xian had told them not to be disheartened and not to give up so easily. They still had a chance to leave this place and take revenge for their sect. All they had to do was wait for a person called Xianxia to arrive. Now that this person called Xianxia had arrived, many Thousand Leaves Sect disciples became excited and looked at Xianxia with fiery gazes. "Is everyone here?" Xianxia swept his gaze around, but didn't see the person he was looking for. Although this was within his expectations, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There weren't many people from Thousand Leaves Sect who had managed to escape this time, numbering no more than 500. Now all of them were gathered in this mountain valley. Furthermore, their cultivations were all different. There were also less than 10 Dao Source Realm cultivators. "Young Master Yang, let's talk inside." Yi Jinghan recovered a little and wiped the corners of her eyes as she gestured with her hand. Xianxia nodded and walked towards the cave, with Yingfei following closely behind, concealing his aura. However, no one could see through his strength. Over the past year or so, Yi Jinghan, Du Xian and the others had been residing in the cave, harboring the desire for vengeance in their hearts as they worked hard in their cultivation, hoping that there would come a day when they would be able to personally slay their enemies. There wasn't much furniture in the cave, so all of them were seated on the ground. Aside from Yang Kai and Ying Fei, there were only Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, who seemed to be among the surviving Thousand Leaves sect disciples. Only the two of them had the highest cultivation and status. What exactly happened? I only heard that the Thousand Leaves sect was annihilated by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Is this true? Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exchanged glances, the former nodding her head lightly before the latter spoke up. Brother Yang was right. The one who destroyed my Thousand Leaves sect was indeed the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Rumor has it that the existence of Tian Ho made the Flowing Shadow Sword sect more profitable. Is that true? Du Xian said angrily. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect mainly cultivates the way of the sword. Even if our Thousand Leaves sect has a heavenly Ho, how could we possibly tempt them? There's still a mastermind behind this matter. Yang Kai raised his brow. What do you mean? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exchanged glances again, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Yang Kai replied, There's nothing to hide. Since I'm here, I naturally have to investigate this matter thoroughly. I also have friends in Thousand Leaves sect. Du Xian heard this. Only then did he speak up. Brother Yang, do you still remember Hua Qingxi? Yang Kai frowned. Sister Hua. How could he not remember Hua Qingxi? However, from Du Xian's words, the annihilation of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to be related to Hua Qingxi, which inevitably made him suspicious. Furthermore, after separating from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, they had never seen each other again. Yang Kai also didn't know where Hua Qingxi had gone. Sister Hua knew a lot of his secrets, especially regarding the sealed world bead. However, he felt that Hua Qingxi was trustworthy, so he gave her freedom and even gave her a precious, extraordinary treasure pill. Du Xian said, after the Shattered Star Sea incident, Hua Qingxi suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect. It said that she had an agreement with Brother Yang to wait for Brother Yang in Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai nodded. That's right, it's true. When he separated from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai had said that if she couldn't find him in the future, she could wait for him in Thousand Leaves sect. Because Qi Yu and the others were still in Thousand Leaves sect, he would definitely return to Thousand Leaves sect. Now, it seemed that Sister Hua had kept her promise and came to Thousand Leaves sect after leaving the Shattered Star Sea. Du Xian asked with a strange expression, Then, does Brother Yang know the true background of this Master Hua? Yang Kai replied, A disciple of Star Soul Palace. This wasn't a secret, and he had known about it for a long time. Hua Qingxi had been ordered by her master to go to Maplewood City to investigate the death of Han Lung, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, when she encountered Yang Kai. As a result, she was captured by Yang Kai and taken into the sealed world bead as a soul slave. Du Xian was surprised. Brother Yang actually knows? He thought that Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter. But how could he have known that Yang Kai was as clear as a mirror? Du Xian originally thought that Hua Qingxi had used Yang Kai, which was why he hesitated to speak, but now it seemed that things weren't as he thought. Du Xian didn't know what was going on. Yang Kai frowned. Brother Du, speak frankly. I trust Sister Hua, so the matter of Thousand Leaves sect shouldn't have anything to do with her. If he didn't trust her, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her go free. With the soul seal in his hand, he could control her life and death at any time. Du Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother Yang, when Master Hua returned to Thousand Leaves sect again, she was already an Emperor Realm Master. However, she said that she had an agreement with you and would wait for you in Thousand Leaves sect, so Honored Master invited her to stay in the sect. During this time, she became very close to Qi Yu and the other honored guests. Hua Qingxi naturally knew about the relationship between Qi Yu and the others in Yang Kai, so there was naturally no problem for them to become close to each other. As the sword chi slashed down, sparks flew from the puppet python's body, causing it to tremble violently. However, it did not harm Yi Jinghan or Du Xian in the slightest. Since you want to be a coward, why come to my flowing shadow city and make a fool of yourself? The flowing shadow sword sect disciple sneered as he waved his hand and shouted, slash again. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk sword chi after sword chi slashed down continuously, causing the puppet python to be unable to move at all. Even the sturdiest puppet python could not withstand such an attack, and countless cracks quickly appeared on its body. Discussions broke out amongst the surrounding onlookers, all of them feeling that these two from Thousand Leaves sect had been a little too careless. Since they had managed to escape this calamity, why did they have to come here and throw themselves into a trap? Now, it was likely that their futures would be bleak. If they were really smart people, they would find a place to hide and increase their cultivation, so that they could make a comeback in the future and take revenge. Ha ha ha! Seeing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian being beaten to the point where they were unable to retaliate, the flowing shadow sword sect disciple immediately burst into laughter. Let's see how long you can last. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the ground suddenly split open as the puppet lizard that had disappeared all this time suddenly appeared, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it charged towards the sword array. On top of the puppet lizard's head was a person standing with his head held high. Who else could it be but Du Xian? What? Many of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples were shocked. Although they did not know why Du Xian had charged over with such a disregard for his life, it was clear that he was up to no good. Immediately, they sent out their attacks towards Du Xian. However, Du Xian did not bother to dodge and simply sneered. Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques are actually so exquisite. Suddenly, someone in the air exclaimed in admiration, seemingly having discovered some clues. It was not just one person who had discovered the clues. At this moment, pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness were focused on Du Xian, who was standing on the puppet lizard's head, with looks of disbelief and shock filling their hearts. Even though he had managed to keep his life, he was not in a good state right now. Du Xian's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. Compared to the matter of flowing shadow sword sect being in my Thousand Leaves sect, what does this matter? It's just interest. The enmity of the destruction of his sect was absolutely irreconcilable. Regardless of whether the flowing shadow sword sect disciples were under someone else's orders, they were all murderers. Du Xian naturally would not show any mercy to them. Saying so, he sent a palm strike towards the head of the flowing shadow sword sect disciple, intending to kill him. Impudent Junior, this is Flowing Shadow City. How dare you commit murder? At the same time, an angry roar rang out. An old figure suddenly appeared in the sky, waving his hand and grabbing towards Du Xian. An emperor intent spread out, causing Du Xian to feel his body turn stiff. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. The Emperor Realm. Du Xian's expression changed, knowing that his actions just now had drawn out a master. However, this person did not seem to be the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so he did not know what the other party's intentions were and what relationship he had with Flowing Shadow Sword sect. You're already so bloodthirsty at such a young age. What will happen when you grow up? This old master will bring you back to cleanse your sins. The old man seemed to be explaining his actions, and by the time he finished speaking, his hand had already grabbed onto Du Xian's head. In the air, a few other figures flashed, charging towards Yi Jinghan, who was still standing on the spot. Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect, and if it was in the past, no one would pay them any attention. However, the recent uproar was due to Flowing Shadow Sword sect's unbridled promotion. However, the Tao of puppetry was an unorthodox Tao, so even if it had some uses, it would not attract much attention. However, after witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan today, the hidden forces of the Emperor Realm no longer dared to underestimate them. These two remnants of Thousand Leaves sect were actually able to slaughter so many people in Flowing Shadow City just by relying on a few puppets. If they could obtain such treasures, they would definitely be able to increase the strength of their sect. Therefore, in an instant, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had become highly sought after. Many people had made up their minds to bring the two of them back and uncover the secret behind Thousand Leaves sex puppetry. Where did this shameless old thing come from? A cold snort rang out as an elite aura suddenly appeared, blasting towards the old man like a dragon emerging from a sea. The old man's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively sensed danger. He no longer cared about grabbing Du Xian and hurriedly pushed his strength towards the incoming aura, instantly pushing his strength to 70 to 80%. Chapter 2672. Get into formation. With a shout, the figures of the 300 flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to move, forming a shocking sword array in an instant. Their auras were linked together, layer after layer of sword intent stacked on top of each other. Blocking the entrance of the City Lord's mansion did not seem to be 300 cultivators, but a shocking sword. The chilling sword intent radiating from it could be clearly felt by all the cultivators in Flowing Shadow City. Xianxia looked at the sword array in disdain and sneered. Sect masterly. Is this how you treat your guests? If the other party said yes, he would not mind killing all 300 of them. Although this sword array was powerful, it could not stop him. A gentle voice rang out from within the City Lord's mansion. Let them in. With Xianxia already at the entrance, there was no way Li Qingyun could avoid him. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Qingyun did not intend to make things difficult for Xianxia and instead ordered the disciples to let them in. Sect Master, the Third Order Dao Source Realm disciple in charge of the sword array, turned around and looked at the City Lord's mansion in disbelief, thinking that he had heard wrongly. With this sword array and the combined strength of 300 disciples, even those from the Emperor Realm would lose a layer of skin. Xianxia's group had committed murder at the city gates, and their enmity with the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was irreconcilable. How could they let them go so easily? Let them in. Li Qingyun's voice rang out once again, but this time it was much more dignified. The expression of the disciple in charge of the sword array fluctuated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let them in." Walala. The crowd took the initiative to disperse, and the shocking sword intent weakened significantly. The crowd moved. Naturally, the sword array could not be maintained. A wise choice. A strange look flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he secretly felt that this Li Qingyun was quite interesting. Under the hateful gazes of the crowd, Xianxia led Yi Jinghan and Du Xian inside. In contrast to Xianxia's calm and collected demeanor, both Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were feeling nervous in their hearts, causing them to secretly gulp down their saliva while circulating their source qi. He was afraid that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect would go back on their word and launch a sneak attack. But when they walked into the City Lord's mansion, nothing happened. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but exhale. In the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, a figure was sitting cross-legged. That figure was as straight as a sword and had the demeanor of a master. For some reason, a 3-foot-long green peak was constantly emitting clanging sounds. As Xianxia approached, the sounds became more and more urgent and concentrated. It was as if it was warning him of something. Xianxia could not help but take a few more glances at the sword. Li Qingyun's eyes were still tightly shut. Suddenly, he reached out his hand, and the sword calmed down. He said, "The Jade Void Sword is the treasure of my Flowing Shadow Sword sect, and only the sect master can wear it. It has the ability to warn others, and the stronger the enemy, the more urgent its warning sound will be. I have avoided many dangers with it, but I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid it this time." Sect Masterly. Xianxia cupped his fists towards him and nodded lightly. Standing behind Xianxia, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian's eyes were bloodshot. They gnashed their teeth and glared at him, looking as if they could not wait to kill him. "Who exactly are you?" Li Qingyun raised his head and looked at Xianxia. A nameless junior. Even if I told you, Sect Masterly wouldn't know. Xianxia replied indifferently. Chapter 2674. Hesitating for a moment, Ying Fei asked, "Which word?" The girl's words puzzled him. He didn't know what he had just said to anger her. But Ying Fei wasn't scared. He was one of the 32 Monster King of the ancient land. Even if the girl's cultivation was good, he wasn't that easy to deal with. If they really fought, Ying Fei wasn't afraid of her. While asking, he released his divine sense and scanned the girl, wanting to see what her cultivation was like. Xianxia was also doing this, but what shocked the two of them was that the girl was clearly standing there, but when they used their divine senses to probe her, they found nothing. Forget about probing her cultivation. They couldn't even detect her presence. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the girl's cultivation was much higher than Ying Fei and Xianxia's. The second was that she had a treasure that prevented others from prying. The first situation was unlikely. Ying Fei was still a monster king. Those who were stronger than him were either holy spirits or great emperors. This girl was so young. Her cultivation definitely hadn't reached that level yet. So, she must have a treasure protecting her. This girl's background wasn't small, Xianxia thought to himself, wondering what sect she came from. You'll understand when you say that word. The girl sneered, not answering Ying Fei's question directly. As if she didn't put him in her eyes, she turned to Xianxia and asked, "What's your name?" She seemed to be insisting on Xianxia's name, insisting on getting a clear answer. But before Xianxia could answer, she suddenly waved her hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. You don't need to answer. Are you playing with me?" Xianxia's veins on his forehead jumped, thinking that this girl wasn't crazy, right? She stopped him for no reason. Saying these words without rhyme or reason, he couldn't help but feel angry. The girl coldly snorted, "Who do you think you are to be played with by this girl?" Xianxia's face darkened. "Then I don't know who this girl is." He had seen a lot of arrogant and domineering people, but he had never seen someone like this. This could no longer be described as arrogant. He was simply too self-centered and did not care about the thoughts of others. "Someone who wants your life," the girl coldly replied. Xianxia was shocked. "You want to kill me? Isn't this the first time we've met? What grudge do you have?" The girl seriously frowned. She nodded. "Although this is the first time we've met, you have something that doesn't belong to you. You shouldn't have her find it, or you'll die." "What?" Xianxia's confused. "You'll know when I break your bones." After she said Xianxia's like a girl, her fist is hers, is her success. But the power of this fist caused Kai Yang's face to change. A pitch-black mark was left in the void. Space suddenly shattered, and the violent fist energy was like a huge whirlpool, pulling Xianxia towards the center of the whirlpool, wanting to smash him into pieces. Xianxia didn't feel anything when the little girl threw her fist at Ying Fei. He only knew that the little girl looked small and delicate. In fact, he had extraordinary strength. But when he really bore the brunt of it, he realized that he had underestimated her. This kind of power was simply not something a little girl like her could possess. If the Rhino Monster King hadn't transformed into its true form, Xianxia wouldn't have been surprised. However, this kind of power actually appeared in a little girl who was no more than 17 or 18 years old. Xianxia's heart trembled as he thought to himself, "Sure enough, the world is full of talented people. This little girl that suddenly appeared is already so amazing. This world is so big, and there are so many talented people. Young Master Yang, be careful." Ying Fei's expression changed drastically. He had followed Xianxia back to the southern territory mainly to ensure Xianxia's safety. After all, Yang Kai's involvement was too great. If anything were to happen to him, even the monster king of the savage, desolate ancient land would not forgive him. However, he never expected that someone would actually injure Yang Kai right in front of him. If news of this were spread back, how could Xiaowei and Shi Lei take this lying down? They would definitely give him a good scolding. Take good care of them. Yang Kai tossed Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to Ying Fei before turning his head to scan his surroundings. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of quite a few people from the Emperor realm. At this moment, all of them flew over and observed from afar. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had actually gotten into a fight with someone and was even injured, all of their faces lit up with joy and joy. After all, Yang Kai's actions at the city gates had been far too arrogant and despotic, provoking the anger of the masses. Now that they had seen Yang Kai suffer a loss, how could they not be happy? This was especially so for the old man and middle-aged man who had been humiliated by Yang Kai. However, what caused everyone to be even more surprised was the identity of the young girl. Despite her young age, she was actually able to injure Yang Kai, a truly shocking fact. If you want to fight, come out and fight, Yang Kai called out and took the lead to fly out of the city. After all, this was Flowing Shadow City. With the strength of this young girl, if they were to really fight here, many innocent people would be implicated. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not want to reveal too much of his strength in front of so many people. All right, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. The young girl nodded, her petite body flickering as she followed closely behind Yang Kai. Young Master Yang. Ying Fei's face turned black and his figure flickered as he tried to chase after them. However, Yang Kai's voice rang out from afar. You don't need to follow me. Don't let anyone else follow me. It's just a little girl. Wait for this young master to deal with her, and I'll return. Ying Fei's footsteps paused. He could hear the anger in Yang Kai's words. No one would be in a good mood if someone came looking for trouble for no reason. However, Yang Kai's order really put him in a difficult position. If he did not follow, he was afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai. But if he did, he would make Yang Kai unhappy. After a moment of hesitation, many people from the Emperor realm moved, wanting to follow them to watch the show. Ying Fei coldly snorted, his demonic qi rolling out in an instant. This Monster King. The faces of many people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. It was as if a spell had been cast on them, causing them to freeze in place. Most of them were First-Order Emperor realm masters, so how could they not be terrified when a Monster King-level master suddenly appeared in the city? The Monster King was comparable to a Third-Order Emperor realm master. If he really wanted to start a massacre, no one in Flowing Shadow City would be able to stop him. If you want to die, then go out. Ying Fei coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone from the Emperor realm who was targeted by him kept quiet out of fear. Those from the Emperor realm who did not like Yang Kai and had some conflicts with Yang Kai were even more terrified. Previously, at the city gate, this Monster King had been following Yang Kai the whole time. There was nothing special about him, but only now did they realize that even though Yang Kai was domineering and arrogant, he had the capital to back it up. Fortunately, they did not really have any conflict with Yang Kai at that time. Otherwise, they would have died. Chapter 2675. Two figures flew through the void, one after the other, like a sudden clap of thunder. Yang Kai was leading the way, the wounds on his fists gradually healing thanks to his powerful regenerative ability. He was secretly shocked by the girl's brute strength and wondered where she had come from. Scanning her with his divine sense, he found that she had her hands behind her back and was calmly following behind him, like a shadow, never leaving his side, her face calm and peaceful. Her expression was as if she had come out to play, not to fight with him. Yang Kai was immediately angered to the point of laughter. Gently taking a deep breath, the irritation and anger in his heart gradually calmed down, his expression becoming as calm as an ancient well. Although the other party didn't look old and was unreasonable, it was indeed enough to deal with him. Although there was no enmity between them, and it could even be said that this was the first time they had met, Since the other party wanted to kill him, Xianxia wasn't going to back down. Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you. Let's see who dies first. Leaping tens of thousands of kilometers far away from flowing Shadow City, he rushed into a continuous mountain range. Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned around. The girl's figure also stopped 300 meters in front of him. Looking around, she opened her tender red lips and said, "This is the place you chose to bury yourself? Your eyes aren't very good." "Huh?" Xianxia laughed. "Little girl, you think you're so great just because you have a little brute strength? You really don't know how high the sky is." It had always been others who spoke to him like this, and this was the first time he had been ridiculed like this. Xianxia suddenly felt like he was the bad guy, not to mention how uncomfortable he felt inside. And generally speaking, those who dared to speak to him like this didn't have a good ending. The girl said, "It doesn't matter. You won't be able to use them anyway. If you dare to refine those things, I'll break every bone in your body and let you die without a burial place." As she spoke, she actually stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her red lips. She looked like she had seen something delicious, and her appetite was aroused. Her pure appearance suddenly added a flirtatious charm. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and couldn't help imagining what it would feel like if this little tongue licked his body, his mind rippling. Damn it! In front of a great enemy. How could he be bewitched by her beauty? Sure enough, it was because he couldn't find a release after so many years in the star boundary. Xianxia's mind instantly cleared. "Are you ready?" The girl looked up and asked with a smile. Harmless to humans and animals. Xianxia laughed and beckoned. "Come here. Today, this young master will respect your parents." Before he could finish his words, Kai Yang felt his abdomen being struck by a huge force. 300 feet away, there was no trace of the young girl. All that was left was a faint afterimage. In a flash, she had closed the distance between them. His little body. He threw a punch forward. It was as if an Emperor Realm Master had just self-destructed in front of him. Xianxia felt his stomach convulse as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the young girl's head and face. His whole body flew backwards like a cannonball, directly crashing into a mountain peak. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk rocks rolled, and the 1,000-meter-tall mountain slowly collapsed, leaving a huge hole in the middle of the mountain. Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. The girl retracted her fist and stared at the hole in the mountain and sneered. "You overestimate yourself." Just by relying on her strength. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't feel good after taking a hit from her. Chapter 2676. Xianxia's heart was filled with anger. The battle with the girl reminded him of the helplessness he felt when he faced Hua in the ancient lands more than a year ago. Even if I can't kill Hua, can't I kill you, little girl? This anger was like magma gushing out of Xianxia's mouth, making his blood boil. Although he still couldn't compare to the girl's terrifying brute force, defending more than attacking, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The more he fought, the more his fighting spirit soared, and the more he was able to use his strength freely. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the two figures crisscrossed and entangled, constantly leaping through the mountains. Countless mountains collapsed, birds flew, and beasts fled. From time to time, Xianxia would be blasted away, leaving behind a trail of blood, but every time, he would stubbornly rush back without hesitation. His clothes were in tatters, tattered and tattered. His upper body was bare, and only a few pieces of cloth were left on his lower body to cover his vital parts. He had never had a defensive artifact like artifact armor, but it was not that he did not have one. Over the years, he had killed many masters, and there were always some artifact armors in the rings of those masters, but Xianxia did not refine them because he felt that he did not need them. Although artifact armors could provide a layer of protection, they could also isolate a trace of danger. Relying too much on external forces was not a good thing. How could ordinary clothes be able to withstand such a violent battle? If the battle continued, Kai Yang would be naked from head to toe. The girl, however, acted as if she did not see him, not showing much embarrassment. She had never eaten pork, but she had seen pigs run. In any case, it was just like that. Moreover, for someone who was about to die, she did not think it was a big deal to look at him. Compared to Yang Kai's sorry state, the girl could almost be said to be taking a leisurely stroll. No matter how fierce Yang Kai's attacks were, she could still easily deal with them. She was able to easily neutralize it. That terrifying brute force was simply not something that a human could possess. Even the strongest demon might not necessarily be able to compete with her in terms of strength. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out another mouthful of blood, his whole body flying backwards, plowing a deep gully in the ground. The piece of cloth covering his crotch was completely destroyed. The girl frowned slightly. He felt that this person was unbelievably tenacious. If it had been any other cultivator from the Emperor realm, they would have been smashed into meat paste by her long ago. But this guy was actually still alive and kicking. Although he looked extremely disheveled, his fighting spirit was rising steadily. If not for the surging vitality contained in his golden blood, this person would have died long ago. His golden blood was indeed a bit strange. Yang Kai got up shakily. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he looked at the young girl with an unruly expression, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. Unyielding in the face of adversity and desperate struggle, it was as if he had returned to the moment he had obtained the demon mystic tome many years ago. It was because of this unyielding pride. In the past, he was able to obtain the recognition of the demon mystic tome. It would open up a path to martial arts. How similar was it to back then? However, the world had changed, and he had almost forgotten that feeling. However, this bitter battle had finally allowed him to regain the capital that he had abandoned. Proud and unyielding, who can stop me? His heart trembling slightly, Yang Kai vaguely gained some enlightenment. The blood in his body surged more and more violently as the blood on his wounded body began to coagulate. Almost in the blink of an eye, a powerful restorative force began to appear. Faintly discernible dragon scales appeared on Yang Kai's face, and his entire temperament changed drastically, becoming extremely strange and evil. "Let go!" Zhu Qing shouted. Her other hand clenched into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't move, allowing this punch to land on his chest. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and sparks flew everywhere as his chest caved in a few centimeters. His figure staggered, but he still held onto Zhu Qing's hand tightly. Zhu Qing was stunned. She didn't expect her attack to be so weak. No, it wasn't that she was weak, but that her opponent had become stronger. When she wanted to punch again, Yang Kai had already grabbed her arm. In an instant, both her arms were restrained and she couldn't move. The two were very close, only 3 inches apart. Chapter 2678. Nothing will happen to young Master Yang, right? That woman doesn't seem easy to deal with. Yi Jinghan asked with a worried look on her face. Thinking back to the scene in front of the city lord's mansion, she still felt some lingering fear. Since Brother Yang took the initiative to lure her out, he naturally has the confidence to do so. Although Du Xian said so, he didn't dare to be certain and could only look towards Ying Fei with an inquiring gaze. Ying Fei did not say a word, but a trace of hidden worry appeared on his cold face. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were only in the third-order Dao source realm, so they were completely unable to understand how terrifying that woman was. However, as a monster king, He could naturally clearly feel the strength of that young girl. Her performance in front of the city lord's mansion was just the tip of the iceberg. If she used her full strength, Ying Fei didn't have the confidence to defeat her. Although Yang Kai was extraordinary, he was still a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, even though Yang Kai told him not to follow, Ying Fei still chased after them to prevent any accidents from happening. Following the aura left behind by Yang Kai, they didn't go in the wrong direction. After entering the mountain range, they saw traces of a great battle everywhere they went. Mountains were broken, forests were collapsed, and the smell of blood filled the air. It was obvious how dangerous this battle was. Ying Fei couldn't help but furrow his brow as he secretly prayed that Yang Kai was fine. After taking a sniff and confirming the direction, Ying Fei's monster chi surged, wrapping Yi Jinghan and Du Xian in a certain direction. After a short while, Du Xian suddenly pointed and said, "Over there." Although they were separated by a distance of dozens of li, Du Xian was still keenly aware that there were two figures on the ground there. He did not know what the situation was at the moment, but there was no sound of fighting. Instead, the two people were closely entangled together, as if they were wrestling with each other. Ying Fei's eyes narrowed, and he immediately flew over. The distance of several dozen kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. "Young Master Yang," Ying Fei exclaimed, but just as the words left his mouth, his jaw dropped. He stared blankly at the ground in front of him. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were also stunned, and their expressions gradually turned strange. Along the way, they saw traces of great battles everywhere. Although they did not see it personally, however, they could almost foresee the difficulty of this battle. They had thought that Yang Kai's situation was bleak, but the scene in front of them made them unable to think. On the ground, Yang Kai and the girl were hugging each other tightly. Yang Kai's upper body was almost naked. He pressed the young girl on top of his body and groped her from top to bottom. The young girl also hugged Yang Kai back. Her 10 fingers drew lines of blood on Yang Kai's back. It looked extremely violent. Murmurs that could not be determined whether it was pleasure or pain entered the ears, making one's mouth dry. Ying Fei was speechless. He only wanted to ask what the fuck was going on. "See no evil, see no evil." Du Xian hastily extended his hand to cover Yi Jinghan's eyes. But he himself was watching with great interest, unable to take his eyes off it. Yi Jinghan's face turned red as she slapped Du Xian's hand away in annoyance. Twisting his ear, she pulled his head to the other side. Du Xian laughed dryly. "Let's go." In the end, he was still a monster king. Ying Fei immediately reacted and whispered to Du Xian and Yi Jinghan. Then, he immediately turned around and returned to where they came from. Although he did not know what had happened, Yang Kai was undoubtedly not in any life-threatening danger. Instead, he seemed to have subdued the rude young girl. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Thank you for your patronage. You are welcome to come again." Zhu Qing's running body staggered, and she almost fell from the sky. Yang Kai's presumptuous laughter came from behind her, making her feel even more ashamed. After flying for a while, she saw the Monster King standing to the side with 2 humans. Seeing her flying over, the Monster King smiled and nodded at her with a friendly look. If it was in the past, she would have already thrown a punch at him. However, the embarrassing situation just now had been exposed. So how could Zhu Qing still have the face-to-face with Ying Fei? With a flash, her body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Young Master Yang's luck with women is not bad. Ying Fei looked at Zhu Qing's flying figure and said with raised eyebrows. Although this woman was a bit rude, she was truly powerful. He didn't know what kind of shocking method young Master Yang had used to capture her in such a short period of time. As a fellow man, Ying Fei couldn't help but admire Kai Yang from the bottom of his heart. "That's right." Du Xian expressed his agreement. Yi Jinghan cast a sidelong glance at him and snorted, "Why do I smell something sour?" Du Xian was shocked and said with a flattering smile, "How could that be? Such a rude woman is not even fit to carry Junior Sister's shoes. In Big Brother's eyes, only Junior Sister is unique." Yi Jinghan shivered and rubbed her arms, All right, I'm getting goosebumps. The corner of Du Xian's mouth twitched, and he shook his head and sighed. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of Ying Fei. Ying Fei smiled embarrassedly. I was originally here to support young Master Yang. If I had known that this would happen, I would not have come over. Please forgive me, young Master Yang. If he had not brought Yi Jinghan and Du Xian along, the two of them would not have separated so quickly. What's done can't be undone. At that time, that woman would have become Yang Kai's woman. Ying Fei felt ashamed of himself. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand and stared at the void in front of him. Today's matter was really strange. Zhu Qing had mysteriously come to him, and he had mysteriously made love with her. It was like a dream that had disappeared without a trace. Licking his lips, there seemed to be a trace of her fragrance left. Young Master Yang, that woman, what's her background? Ying Fei asked carefully. Such a powerful woman definitely had a great background. If he could subdue her, she would be a great help. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. Although he had a physical relationship with Zhu Qing, he only knew her name. He did not know anything about her background. Young Master Yang is amazing. Ying Fei was filled with admiration. He had subdued her without even knowing her background. He was simply a role model for men, a role model for his generation. Haha, her charm is too great. There's nothing I can do about it. Yang Kai laughed. Yi Jinghan immediately shot him a look of disdain. Flowing Shadow City, in an inn. Zhu Qing hurriedly returned and activated the restrictions in the room. She fell onto the bed in a daze. Today, she had gone for wool and come home shorn. This was the greatest humiliation in her life, a stain on her life. However, when she recalled that the other party possessed the source of the ancestral dragon, she felt much better. That kind of natural suppression was not something she could resist or resist. Fortunately, she did not get completely lost in the source chi and managed to escape this calamity. However, the implications of this matter were too great, and it was not something she could deal with casually. After pondering for a while, Zhu Qing took a deep breath and calmed her tumbling emotions. She then took out a jade pendant from her space ring. The jade pendant was in the shape of a dragon and looked extremely lifelike. Looking at it, it looked as if a giant dragon was pouncing towards her. Zhu Qing bit her finger, and a drop of blood instantly seeped out. Strangely, the blood was like a ball of flame, burning fiercely. The blood imprinted itself on the jade pendant and quickly disappeared, causing the entire jade pendant to emit a dark red glow. Suddenly, the dragon eye on the dragon-shaped jade pendant moved, and an aura as deep as the sea descended. Elder, Zhu Qing's expression turned solemn as she spoke out respectfully. Is there any news? An aged voice rang out from the jade pendant. This voice seemed to contain a great majesty, causing even someone as strong as Zhu Qing to stiffen. No, Zhu Qing hurriedly replied. Since there is no news, why did you use the dragon talisman? Zhu Qing said, I saw the source of the ancestral dragon. As soon as she said that, the dragon symbol suddenly flickered and the aged voice asked anxiously, What did you say? What entered her sight was a face that made her want to smash it with a single punch. Qing, are you looking for me? Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a smile and walked towards her step by step. Zhu Qing's face sank. She shouted in a low voice, What did you call me? This is too presumptuous. A mere human dares to call me by my name. Ying Fei's face was also full of black lines, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage. Knowing that the other party was a dragon race cultivator, he still dared to provoke her like this. He secretly circulated his monster chi, ready to attack at any time. Although he was unwilling to become an enemy of the dragon race, Yonkai's safety was the most important thing right now. Why are you so cold? I still like your previous appearance. Yonkai came to stand in front of her. Looking at her with a smile, his eyes swept over her full breasts. When that obscene light swept over, Zhu Qing's body trembled for no reason. The feeling of being taken lightly again hit her heart, making her feel both ashamed and angry. Suddenly, she threw a punch at Yonkai's face. She immediately regretted it after she attacked. The elder had ordered her to build a good relationship with Yonkai and invite him to the island as a guest. She had come here to bury the hatchet with him, so how could she not hold back and attack him? Her fist immediately shrank by 70%. Immediately afterwards, it was grabbed by a big hand and gently stroked. A strange feeling swept through her body, making her feel limp and numb. Zhu Qing's face turned red as she said, "Let go." She shouldn't have held back. Smashing that hateful face into a pulp was the best choice. As she spoke, she raised her other small fist, as if she wanted to perish together with Yonkai. Okay, I'll let go. Don't be so irritable. Yonkai reluctantly stroked her a few more times before letting go. Zhu Qing immediately jumped back, putting some distance between her and Yonkai. Her breasts heaved up and down as she fiercely shook her small hand a few times, as if she wanted to get rid of something dirty. Yingfei was already covered in cold sweat. When Zhu Qing attacked just now, he almost couldn't hold back. Fortunately, he found that Zhu Qing had held back some of her strength, but this made him even more confused. This dragon race, what was she trying to do? Could it be that she really fell in love with young Master Yang at first sight? Otherwise, why would she hold back her strength in a fit of rage? But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she had fallen in love with young Master Yang. Instead, it seemed like she wanted to kill him. Yingfei's head was filled with confusion. Yonkai laughed mischievously. His laughter was indescribably wretched and obscene. He took out the room token, opened a restriction, and pushed open the door. He leaned against the door frame and said, "What do you want to say? Come in and talk." As expected of the dragon race, their strength is so great. Shut up. Zhu Qing couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. She fiercely stomped her foot, and the violent brute force almost destroyed the inn. What happened before was the biggest humiliation in her life. Yonkai just had to touch the pot that didn't boil. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qing said in her heart, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. The clan's affairs are the most important. My sacrifice is just a small matter." After a while, she finally calmed down. Looking at Yonkai, she said, "You know that I'm a member of the dragon race?" Yonkai looked at her with a smile, but his heart was in turmoil. When he was chatting with Yingfei earlier, although he speculated that Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, it was just speculation. Chapter 2681. Now that she took the initiative to admit it, even though Yonkai was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked. The dragon race, the leader of all spirits. Although this title was a little self-proclaimed, it was not far from it. In ancient times, there were countless holy spirits, but the dragon and the phoenix still reigned supreme. Even now, most of the holy spirits had gone extinct, but the dragon race was still able to occupy an island in the eastern sea and reproduce. It could be said that this sacred and powerful race had witnessed the changes of heaven and earth and the passing of the endless flowing time, Great Emperor. The dragon race was not just a title, but also a symbol of inheritance and strength. Yonkai had the power of the golden divine dragon in his body, so when facing Zhu Qing, a living dragon race member, he did not feel much restraint or fear. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. This sense of intimacy quickly turned into greed and covetousness. He was thinking that if he could really subdue this dragon girl and make her his exclusive property, TSK, if life was like this, what more could he ask for? How do you know? Zhu Qing asked again. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This young master is proficient in the art of divination, so I just casually divined." Zhu Qing glared at him, thinking that she would be a fool to believe him. However, when she was fighting with Yang Kai before, she revealed a lot of information, so it was not surprising that Yang Kai could guess her identity as a dragon race member. "It's fine if you know, but please keep it a secret. After all, the identity of a dragon race member is a little too shocking." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Although there was a rumor that there was a dragon island in the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory, and many dragon race members lived on the dragon island, it was still a rumor. The world did not know the details. However, if a living dragoness was exposed to the eyes of the world, then it would definitely cause an unimaginable shock. "No problem," Yang Kai agreed readily. "I'm not a person who likes to gossip." Zhu Qing had a grateful look on her face. She thought that this person was actually not bad when he talked to her nicely. Perhaps she had a bad first impression of him, so no matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was a little annoying. It was time to change her opinion of him. "But what benefits can you give me?" Yang Kai changed the topic. That invasive gaze once again swept past the sensitive parts of Zhu Qing's body, as if a large hand was about to strip her naked. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her body trembled slightly. "I was really naive when I thought he was a good person. What do you want?" Zhu Qing opened her eyes and asked through gritted teeth. The more she looked at this face, the more she hated it. "That depends on what you can give me." Yang Kai rested his cheek on his hand and looked at her calmly. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with his condition. Ever since he met Zhu Qing today, that long-suppressed and forgotten desire had been constantly surging. After separating from her, that feeling had disappeared. Now that they met again, they were once again alone in a room. That desire once again surged up, even though he told himself that this dragon girl was not to be trifled with. But this kind of thrill of playing with fire made him unable to stop himself. Zhu Qing stared deeply at him. After a while, she opened her red lips and said, "Friend." "What?" Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and said, "I said, I could be friends with you." Although her tone was calm, there was an unconcealable pride between her brows, as if this matter was a kind of blessing. Yang Kai was stunned and stared at her in a daze. Zhu Qing met his gaze without any hesitation. Thousand Leaves sect no longer had the ability to take revenge. If Yang Kai could avenge Thousand Leaves sect, he would truly be their benefactor. Yang Kai reached out and lifted Yi Hen up, shaking his head. "Sect Master Yi is too serious. I can no longer stay out of this matter. Let's see who is stronger when the time comes." After drinking for a while more, Yang Kai took his leave and returned to his room. The next half a month passed peacefully. Sure enough, Zhu Qing seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, no longer bothering him, which greatly satisfied Yang Kai. Although this woman was incredibly beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and flirting with her was quite pleasing, she was still a dragon girl in the end, so Yang Kai really didn't want to provoke her. During this time, many people from the Emperor Realm had come to Flowing Shadow City, most likely for Thousand Leaves sect's Heaven's Ho. After all, each Heaven's Ho was equivalent to an entire the Emperor Realm, so buying them to guard their sect would be an excellent choice. Perhaps the star source in AIO's body would also be attractive enough. Yang Kai had also investigated Flowing Shadow City many times, but he couldn't find the auras of Qiyu, AIO, and the others, so he could only give up. However, it was unlikely that the enemy would be so stupid. Before the auction began, these chips would naturally not be exposed so easily. On this day, the silent Flowing Shadow City suddenly became noisy, and the entrance of the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was filled with people gasping for breath. As one of the two top chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce naturally had a branch in Flowing Shadow City. This time's auction would be held in the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's branch. All the masters from the Emperor realm who had received an invitation arrived on time. In front of the Chamber of Commerce, 2 rows of young girls were waiting respectfully, but when an honored guest arrived, one of them would greet him with a smile and lead him into the Chamber of Commerce. These young girls were all as beautiful as flowers, with graceful and graceful figures. Wearing thin gauze, all kinds of wonderful things were faintly discernible, attracting the eyes of those who saw them. Without a doubt, they had also undergone professional training. Every smile made people feel at home, and their soft and gentle voices made people feel good about them. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect Master Li Qingyun also stood outside the Chamber of Commerce, hugging the Void Jade Sword and standing there with his eyes closed like a statue. His sword intent was restrained, and from his appearance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, those who knew him knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, he was like a sheathed sword. Once unsheathed, he would transform into a powerful sword cultivator, and his killing intent would soar to the sky. Suddenly, Li Qingyun's eyes opened, and he looked forward, a trace of fear and helplessness flashing across his sword-like eyes. In front of him, a group of 5 people was walking forward, rampaging through the crowd. The surrounding guests all glared at them angrily, but when they saw the faces of this group of people, they all paled and retreated to the side, as if they were avoiding a fierce tiger. This group of 5 was led by a young man, followed by a man with an aquiline nose, a young man, a young woman, and an old man. It was Yang Kai's group. Walking straight to the Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai glanced at Li Qingyun and grinned. Sect Master Li is also here to welcome guests? What a big deal. The helplessness on Li Qingyun's face became even stronger as the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing an indescribable expression. Haha, this should be Yang Kai, young Master Yang, right? Young Master Yang's arrival is a great honor for this humble one. Please come in. A hearty laughter rang out from the side, filled with enthusiasm. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man walk out from the side, smiling as he greeted him. Seeing this smile, Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Who are you? Yang Kai asked as he narrowed his eyes. It's you. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian exclaimed in low voices as they looked at the middle-aged man, fear filling their faces. Yi Han's body trembled as her eyes spat fire. You know him? Yang Kai asked in astonishment. Yi Jinghan gritted her teeth. He was the one who subdued my 1,000 Leaves sex Tian Ho. He was also the one who went to look for Master Hua. This humble one is Wu Ming. The middle-aged man smiled as he stared intently at Yang Kai, completely ignoring the 3 from 1,000 Leaves sect. These 3 ants were indeed not worthy of his attention. Yang Kai's gaze turned cold as he said indifferently, So was you who did this? Wu Ming smiled faintly. Young Master Yang must be joking. How could this humble one? What are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Wu Ming was greatly shocked as Yang Kai had actually sent a palm strike towards him. Emperor Qi surged as the surrounding world energy surged. Although there was a small gap between them, Wu Ming was shocked to find that he was unable to dodge this attack. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so bold as to attack him right from the start, catching him completely off guard. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Almost touching Wu Ming's face, he said in a deep voice, This young master knows that there are people behind you. Tell the people behind you that if my friends lose a single hair, I will break their bones one by one and make them into wine to drink. Wu Ming chuckled. With a terrifying expression, he replied, That depends on whether you know what's good for you. Yang Kai stared at him and said lightly, Do you want to die? Wu Ming's body trembled as a chill suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing his hands and feet to turn cold. He originally thought that since he had a bargaining chip in hand, Xianxia would hesitate to attack him, but how could he have imagined that this guy would act so unscrupulously? He wanted to kill him. He really wanted to kill him. Although this murderous intent was concealed, it still stabbed into Wu Ming's heart like a sharp sword, causing him to remain silent out of fear. He had no doubt that if he tried to provoke this young man again, he would become a corpse in the next moment. I can fulfill your wish. Xianxia grinned. I've always been a soft-hearted person. If you beg me, I'll immediately give you a quick death. Wu Ming remained silent, not daring to speak. Xianxia coldly snorted and casually tossed him aside, as if he was a piece of trash. When Wu Ming landed on the ground, he saw that Xianxia had already led the people behind him into the auction hall. You little bastard, just you wait. You dare to be so presumptuous with me, just because you have a monster king as your bodyguard? Today's humiliation will be repaid 100, 1,000 times over. As if he could already see the scene of Xianxia kneeling and begging for mercy, Wu Ming felt a burst of joy in his heart. He sneered, attracting the attention of the people from the Emperor realm who came to participate in the auction. They all wondered if this Wu Ming had been beaten silly. The auction hall was designed like a staircase, with each level spiraling upwards. It was large enough to accommodate thousands of people without feeling crowded. Looking up, the oval-shaped lid of the cauldron was engraved with the drawings of ferocious beasts, making the entire auction hall look like a beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing all the cultivator who entered. Xianxia and his group were led by a beautiful servant girl into a side room. This side room seemed to be at the top of the auction hall. Standing in the side room and looking down, it was like looking down from a bird's-eye view. Everything in the auction hall was clearly imprinted in one's eyes. The servant girl had seen Xianxia display his invincible might at the entrance and his violent appearance. At this moment, she was trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. After leading Xianxia and his group in, her small face turned pale as she said, "Dear guests, please wait a moment. The auction is about to begin." Although she was only a little servant girl, she could feel that the purpose of Xianxia and his group was to destroy the auction hall. After saying that, she ran out of the side room as if she was escaping. One by one, the people from the Emperor realm were led into different side rooms by the servant girl. The hall below was gradually filled with people. Although the majority of the people who had come did not have enough wealth to participate in the auction, the more people there were, the better it would be for an auction. Xianxia's powerful divine sense swept across the entire auction hall without restraint, causing the noisy hall below to instantly fall silent. Feeling the power of his divine sense, no one dared to make any noise. Yingfei was also doing the same. A moment later, the two of them retracted their divine senses. "Young Master Yang, did you discover anything?" Yingfei asked. Xianxia shook his head and sat down on a chair. "It's hidden very deeply. Where's the Monster King?" Yingfei shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had not discovered anything. Frowning, he said, "However, since we can confirm that this is a trap, young Master Yang should be careful. The deeper something is hidden, the more dangerous it is." Xianxia nodded his head. Beside him, Yi Jinghan was brewing tea. Her movements were skilled, but there was a trace of worry between her brows. Du Xian and Yi Hen were similarly worried. "Master, everything has been prepared." Wu Ming, who had been beaten black and blue by Xianxia, had appeared at some point and was standing respectfully in front of an old man. It was unknown what kind of pills he had taken, but although there were still some bruises on his face, it was obvious that he was much better than before. However, there were some internal injuries in his body that could not be healed so quickly. Every time Wu Ming circulated his emperor qi, his internal organs would ache faintly. That little bastard was too heavy-handed. The old man nodded his head lightly. "How many people from the Emperor realm have come?" Wu Ming replied, "More than 30. The old man said with satisfaction, "That's enough." After a pause, he waved his hand. "Since all the guests are here, let's begin." Wu Ming said respectfully, "Yes." Turning his head to the side, Wu Ming extended his hand and said, "Junior sister, please." Hua Qingxi slowly got up and looked at the old man with a complicated gaze. "Master, this disciple will take her leave. Go." The old man waved his hand. After taking a few steps, Hua Qingxi suddenly turned around and knelt in front of the old man, respectfully kowtowing 3 times. The old man's eyes flashed as he seemed to understand Hua Qingxi's intention. Instead of stopping her, he closed his eyes. "Your life is your own, and you choose your own path. Since you want to be my enemy, there's no need to talk about friendship between master and disciple." Wu Ming stood to the side and sneered. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Hua Qingxi was unmoved. After kowtowing, she stood up and took a light breath as if she had unloaded a burden. Her body and mind were much lighter, and she walked out. When she passed by Wu Ming, she paused and said, "Wu Ming, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. You'll die a horrible death. You traitorous bitch." Wu Ming was furious. He slapped Hua Qingxi's face, leaving a palm print on her fair face. Hua Qingxi touched her cheek and smiled. "What's wrong? You were hit by others, and now you want to get back at me? That's all you've got." These words instantly angered Wu Ming. The scene of him being humiliated by Yang Kai replayed clearly in his mind. Surging his emperor chi, he raised his hand and slapped down on Hua Qingxi's head. Instead of dodging, Hua Qingxi puffed up her chest and took the initiative to meet him head-on. "Enough!" The old man, who had his eyes closed, shouted faintly. Wu Ming was startled. The first auction item, the 1,000 Leaves Sex Heavenly Howling Moon Wolf. The starting price is 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals. As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Although they had long known that many heavenly centipedes from the 1,000 Leaves sect would appear in this auction, they never expected that the first one would appear. This was unusual. Generally speaking, the value of the items that appeared in an auction would go from low to high. Only in this way could it arouse the competitive mentality of the people and make them lose themselves in the fiery fighting atmosphere, unknowingly raising the price. A heavenly centipede was enough to be the finale of the auction, yet the first one was actually taken out. This was completely against common sense. However, when they remembered that the 1,000 Leaves sect had more than one heavenly centipede, and that this first item might just be used as a bait, many cultivators felt somewhat relieved. 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was not a small amount. After conversion, it was equivalent to 100 million mid-rank source crystals and 10 billion low-rank source crystals. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to participate in such an auction. However, compared to a heavenly centipede whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor Realm, 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was definitely worth it. Buying it was equivalent to buying the Emperor Realm, and one that could be used as one pleased. There were many cultivators from the Emperor Realm who had come to participate in this auction, so they had naturally made preparations. At this moment, when they heard the starting price, all of them rubbed their hands together, ready to go all out. "I'll take this 1,000,000. I hope everyone can give me some face." A loud shout suddenly rang out, almost immediately following Hua Qingxi's words. When everyone heard this, they all curled their lips in disdain. Who did this person think he was? Did he think he could take away a heavenly centipede at a starting price with just a few words? If he had so much face, why would he hold an auction like this? Looking towards the source of the voice, many people's expressions changed. This was because they discovered that the one who had spoken was none other than the arrogant and domineering Yang Kai. The bidding voices that had been at the tip of their tongues were instantly swallowed. When Yang Kai had first arrived in Flowing Shadow City, he had led a group of people to kill many disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. But even now, the sect master of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, Li Qingyun, had no intention of taking revenge. Instead, he had taken the initiative to send the 1,000 Leaves sect master back not long ago. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but he had also beaten up Wu Ming at the entrance of the auction venue. Just this boldness and courage alone was enough to make people think twice, not to mention the fact that he had a monster king by his side. This face really couldn't be ignored. The entire auction venue fell into a strange silence. Knowing that Xianxia was a fierce cultivator, those who didn't know the truth also sensed the strange atmosphere and faintly guessed what was going on. Naturally, they didn't dare to be the first to make a move. As a result, after Xianxia finished speaking, no one else made a bid. Xianxia looked around and simply said, "Since that's the case, the first heavenly grain will go to the friend in room 1. Hearing this, everyone's minds went blank, thinking that this auctioneer was a weirdo who didn't follow the rules. Generally speaking, the auctioneer would naturally raise the price at this time and ask if anyone wanted to make a bid. It was best to use an exaggerated expression and tone to instigate the bidding. If no one wanted to make a bid, the auctioneer would have to count down 3 times before the transaction was completed. However, this young woman didn't even ask before making the final decision. But when they thought of the intimate interaction between Xianxia and her, everyone secretly felt that she should be acquainted with Xianxia, which was why she was so straightforward. What was this? Was this still considered an auction? This wasn't the first time that the people from the Emperor realm had attended an auction, but this was the first time they had seen such an auction. From the time Xianxia opened her mouth to the end of the auction, only 5 breaths had passed. At this time, a maidservant came out from the back with a tray in her hand. Before she had time to show the heavenly grain in front of everyone, the auction was already over. The maidservant seemed to be in a daze, but she still carried the tray straight to room 1. When she arrived in front of the room, the door opened and the maidservant stood at the door and said, "Guest, this is your auction item. Please pay 1 million high-rank source crystals." Chapter 2685. Kaiyang stretched out his hand and grabbed the tray. Lifting the red cloth covering the tray, he took a look and discovered that on top of the tray was a puppet about a foot tall in the shape of a wolf. "Is this the right item?" Xianxia turned to look at Yihen and asked. Yihen excitedly replied, "This is my 1,000 leaves sex heavenly hoe, the moon howling heavenly wolf." Yihen almost burst into tears when he regained what he had lost. Xianxia nodded lightly and tossed this heavenly hoe to Yihen, put it away. He had seen the original forms of these heavenly house in the past, each as large as a mountain and guarding the vital points of 1,000 Leaves sect, but he had never imagined that they could shrink to such an extent. 1,000 Leaves sect's Tao of puppetry was indeed extraordinary. Yihen was stunned. "But this is young Master Yang's auction item. This Yi is ashamed to accept it. This was an item worth 1 million high-rank source crystals. So how could Yihen be shameless enough to take it for free?" Xianxia smiled. "This thing can only be used to its fullest potential in your hands. Take it. There may be a fierce battle later." 1,000 Leaves sex puppets were refined using secret techniques and controlled using secret techniques. Even if others obtained them, they would not be able to display their full power. Only a cultivator who had cultivated the corresponding secret techniques would be able to unearth the greatest value of these puppets. Hearing Xianxia's words, Yihen's heart trembled, and he silently put away the heavenly hoe. The maidservant's heart trembled as she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Forcing a smile, she looked at Xianxia and said, "Honored guest, the auction item has been delivered to you. Please pay the source crystals." Xianxia waved his hand. "There's no rush. I still have things to bid for, so I'll pay them all at once after the auction to avoid trouble." "Ah." The maidservant frowned and looked at Xianxia pleadingly. But we don't have such a rule, and this servant can't make the decision." Xianxia glanced at her indifferently. "Since you can't make the decision, ask someone who can." He glanced at her. The maidservant suddenly shuddered and didn't dare to say anything more. She excused herself and hurriedly went to report. At this moment, another maidservant walked up to the stage with a tray. Xianxia declared expressionlessly. The second auction item is the 1,000 Leaves Sex Heavenly Centipede Silver Spider. The starting price is 1 million high-rank source crystals. After he finished speaking, he stood there quietly. Xianxia immediately said, "I'll take 1 million. I hope everyone can give me some face." As soon as he said this, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Those from the Emperor realm gnashed their teeth in hatred. When the first auction item, the Moonhowl Wolf, came out, Xianxia said the same thing. Those from the Emperor realm gave him face and didn't compete with him. However, when the second item was auctioned, he actually dared to say such a thing, which made him seem a little greedy and ignorant. However, when they thought of the Monster King behind Xianxia and his lawless actions, most of the people from the Emperor realm chose to remain silent and didn't want to take the lead. However, some of the people from the Emperor realm who didn't know his background began to mock him in their private rooms, but they didn't raise the price. Although these people spoke softly, there were quite a few people from the Emperor realm present who had sharp ears and eyes, so how could they not hear them? At first, they were worried that Xianxia would suddenly attack them. However, to their surprise, Xianxia's private room was completely silent and didn't have any special reaction. At this moment, the maidservant who delivered the Moonhowl Wolf to Xianxia found Wu Ming and carefully recounted what had happened. Wu Ming was furious when he heard this and clenched his teeth. "Bastard, you actually want to eat for free?" 1 million high-rank source crystals was a considerable amount of wealth for him. But looking at Xianxia's actions, it was clear that he didn't want to pay, so he casually found a reason to send the maidservant away. Wu Ming believed that even if the auction ended, Xianxia wouldn't pay a single source crystal. Such an approach was simply a despicable and shameless act. "Master, what should we do now?" The maidservant also panicked. If word spread that someone had bought something for free at their own auction house, what credibility would the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce have? However, she was just a maidservant of the Chamber of Commerce and had no right to make such a decision. Wu Ming's eyes flashed for a moment before he coldly snorted, "It doesn't matter, just ignore him." In any case, Xianxia was going to die today. No matter how many good things there were in that space ring, they would all become his spoils of war. "Since you want to eat for free, I'll catch you in one fell swoop and see who's stronger." The maidservant was startled when she heard this and said, "But he's starting to bid again. If he wins again, what should we do?" Wu Ming waved his hand and said, "Send everything to him." Ah! The maidservant was shocked, as if she hadn't expected Wu Ming to give such an answer. However, before today's auction began, these maidservants had already been informed that they had to obey Wu Ming's orders, so they didn't dare to refute. They just felt strange in their hearts. What was the meaning of today's auction? Wu Ming sneered softly as his eyes swept over Xianxia's private room, thinking to himself, "I'll let you be proud for a while, but once my honored master finishes his arrangements, I'll let you die without a burial place." The entire auction was both a means to attract Xianxia and a strategy to stall for time. While the auction was being held, his honored master had been secretly preparing to lay out an inescapable net here. No one would be able to escape from here. Sure enough, no one bid for the second auction item. Soon, another maidservant delivered it to Xianxia's private room. As if she had been instructed, this maidservant tactfully did not ask for any more source crystals from Xianxia this time. Instead, she respectfully left after delivering the item. Xianxia casually tossed it to Yihen. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were secretly excited as they watched from the side. They felt that they should be able to retrieve all of 1,000 Leaves Sect's heavenly puppets this time. If that was the case, 1,000 Leaves Sect might be able to make a comeback. They had brought many secret scriptures into Emperor Heaven Valley. If they could retrieve these heavenly puppets and recruit more disciples in the future, 1,000 Leaves Sect would definitely be able to regain its glory one day. The third auction item on the high platform, Xianxia continued to carry out her task as the auctioneer with an indifferent expression. However, before she could finish speaking, Xianxia shouted, 1 million. I'll take it. Needless to say, It was definitely another heavenly puppet. Thousand Leaves sect originally had 10 great heavenly puppets, but after Lu Yin took away the white tiger, there were only 9 left. It would take a lot of time to bid for them one by one. An old voice immediately rang out from room number 7, one that was filled with dissatisfaction and indignation. "Friend, do you want us to give you some face?" Yang Kai grinned. "It would naturally be good if that's the case." The old man from room number 7 coldly snorted. "Face is something that can only be gained through fighting, not given by others." "That's right. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice." Someone immediately chimed in. From the sound of it, it seemed to have come from room number 13. "Since it's an auction, it should naturally be won by the rich." "Friend, aren't you looking down on us a little too much by doing this?" "Little brat, you should be satisfied with obtaining 2 heavenly puppets. You don't need to participate in the rest." That's right. We came all the way here just for these heavenly puppets. If you want to take them all by yourself, be careful that your stomach doesn't explode." With someone taking the lead, there would naturally be others who would follow suit. Previously, they didn't know Yang Kai's background, so they didn't make a move, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of 2 heavenly puppets. However, when they were privately criticizing Yang Kai, they immediately felt that this little brat wasn't all that great. So they all became bolder and began mocking and persuading him. Everyone wanted good things. Looking at Kai Yang's attitude, if they didn't open their mouths now, he really would end up buying everything in this auction. How could they tolerate such a thing? Giving him 2 heavenly puppets at the lowest price was already a great deal of face, so he should be satisfied. Many people were secretly regretting it. If they had known that this little brat wasn't all that great and was just putting on an act, they would have started bidding a long time ago. Generally speaking, the price of the first few auction items was relatively low, and the price would be pushed up as time went on. Only those from the Emperor realm who knew that Yang Kai had a monster king by his side and saw Yang Kai beat up Wu Ming kept silent. They sneered in their hearts, thinking that the Emperor realm was in big trouble. Yang Kai dared to beat up Wu Ming at the entrance of the auction, so it was obvious that he was a reckless and daring person. Provoking him now was just asking for trouble. There weren't many people from the Emperor realm who were more powerful than Wu Ming. As the saying went, if it didn't concern them, they wouldn't care. They were all secretly looking forward to a good show. However, what surprised them was that Yang Kai didn't seem to want to fight with those people. He only stayed silent for a while before saying, "Since you don't want to give me face, then let's just bid. What's the point of saying so much?" As soon as he said this, many people were shocked. They wondered what was going on with this brat. Could it be that he had a change of heart? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he was worried because there were so many people here? After all, it was difficult to offend a crowd. It didn't matter if he beat up Wu Ming, but if he continued to pester them endlessly and ask them to give him face, he might offend everyone from the Emperor realm. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to fight against so many people with 2 fists. Thinking of this, those from the Emperor realm who had been silent couldn't help but feel excited. They felt that it was time to participate in the auction. Without Yang Kai as the biggest obstacle, they didn't need to be afraid of anyone. They just needed to see who had the most money to get the heavenly puppets. With this thought in mind, many people from the Emperor realm sat up straight and rubbed their fists, preparing to fight to the death. The old man from room 7 smiled slightly and took advantage of his seniority to say, "This is the kind of atmosphere an auction should have. In that case, this old man will throw a brick to attract jade. 1 million. 2 million. 5 million, 2 million. Shouts immediately came from all directions as the people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms began to move. In less than 10 breaths, the base price of the heavenly puppet of 1 million high-rank source crystals had risen to 3 million, and this was far from over. Chapter 2686. 10 million. An abrupt voice rang out. The noisy auction venue fell silent in an instant as countless people turned their heads to look at room 1, the corners of their eyes twitching. Naturally, they recognized that the voice who bid 10 million belonged to Xianxia, and their hearts were filled with hatred. This price increase was too terrifying, directly increasing from 3 million to 10 million, almost 3 times the original price. Such a price gap shocked even those from the Emperor realm. But then again, the value of a heavenly puppet was indeed worth that much. Although 10 million high-rank source crystals was not a small amount, it was worth it if it could buy a heavenly puppet. It could only be said that the boy in room 1 was decisive enough to directly bid such a high price to deter most of the competitors who wanted to take advantage of the situation. An auction was a place where people fought with their wits and courage. So if someone couldn't bear the new price, they could only give up. Damn! Wu Ming, who was hiding behind the high platform, cursed bitterly. Others thought that Xianxia was being generous and was determined to win the heavenly puppet, but he knew Xianxia's plan. This bidding price was nothing more than a number to Xianxia. He had never thought of paying source crystals, let alone 10 million. He could even bid 100 million. Thinking of this, Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. This boy, he won't really bid 100 million later, will he? Boy, you're so generous. The old man in room 7 shouted, his voice filled with slight anger as he secretly cursed Xianxia for not understanding the rules. How could he raise the price like this in an auction? The bidders were going to kill each other. In the end, only the organizer would benefit. If it weren't for Xianxia bidding for 2 heavenly puppets before, he would have suspected that Xianxia was a fraud. 10 million high-rank source crystals to buy a heavenly puppet. Boy, your calculations are not bad, but unfortunately, you met this old master. The old man in room 7 sneered and bid again, 11 million. This price was almost close to his psychological bottom line, but Xianxia's approach was too arrogant. He couldn't swallow this insult, and secretly decided to fight to the death with this boy and let him know that the older, the wiser. 100 million. Xianxia sat on the chair, his hand on his cheek, and took a sip of the tea. Puff. Yi Jinghan could not help but laugh out loud. By now, how could she not see through Xianxia's plan? This auction was a complete joke to Xianxia. 10 million, 100 million, a billion, or even 10 billion didn't make any difference to him. Anyway, it was just a number that he casually said. He wouldn't fulfill it at all. Yi Hen and Du Xian also had strange expressions as they secretly wiped away the sweat on their foreheads. Backstage, Wu Ming's face was dark. He thought to himself that what he was most afraid of would come true. This kid really called out a bid of 100 million. On the contrary, from the various private rooms outside, waves of gasps could be heard one after another. In the hall, countless gazes gathered towards room 1. All of them were flabbergasted and shocked. Did I hear wrongly? 100 million? Low-grade or high-grade origin crystals. Dream. I must be dreaming. This kid is crazy. Does he have so many origin crystals that he can't spend them all? If he can't spend them all, he should just give me some. Why do I have to be such a sucker? Young master, this servant is willing to serve you. This servant's chest is very big, very soft, and very white. In the hall, everyone was shocked by Xianxia's bid of 100 million. That bid was like a thunderclap, causing everyone to feel dizzy and confused. You. In room 7, the old man was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He slammed the chair under him and said, "Kid, you're going too far." Xianxia curled his lips and glanced at room 7 indifferently. It's an auction where the rich win. How is this young master going too far? You're just randomly bidding. How preposterous. He didn't believe that Xianxia was really willing to spend 100 million high-rank source crystals to buy a heavenly hoe. A heavenly hoe was only worth 10 or 20 million at most. What kind of concept was 100 million? Even first-class sex might not necessarily be able to take out so many source crystals. Xianxia snorted. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You're already so old. Why don't you just find a place to live out your remaining years? Why run out here and make a fool of yourself? This old master is so angry. The old man from the 7th room flew into a rage and turned to Xianxia, who was on the stage, and said, "Madam, do you think the auction house will allow this person to cause trouble and make unreasonable bids? Is there no one to maintain order?" This was a branch of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, and everyone could trust the credibility of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. The old man thought that Xianxia was a member of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, so he asked this question. Xianxia glanced at room 7 indifferently and said, "Him bidding is his business. I didn't see him causing trouble, but you've been chattering nonstop." The old man was startled and only then remembered that the little brat from room 1 seemed to be very familiar with this auctioneer. Before the auction started, the two of them had been whispering on the stage for a while. At this time, the old man was naturally speaking up for that little brat, so how could he possibly care about an outsider like him? Snakes and rats really are in cahoots. The old man flicked his sleeves, feeling extremely disappointed with Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. But he still said, "This old master doesn't believe he can take out 100 million high-rank source crystals. He's definitely just randomly bidding. If anyone could take out 100 million high-rank source crystals, then it wouldn't be high-rank source crystals." The old man had almost emptied his entire sect, but he had only brought less than 20 million high-rank source crystals. Xianxia was so young, and his cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm. So how could he possibly have such great financial resources? Old Man Zhou is right. This little brat is here to cause trouble. Throw him out. Someone immediately shouted. It was none other than the owner of room 13 from the Emperor realm. Throw him out. This kind of person shouldn't be allowed to participate in this auction. He actually picked up 2 big advantages. What the hell is wrong with Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce? For a time, the crowd became agitated and everyone clamored for Xianxia to be thrown out of the auction. How could he be so vulnerable in front of an opponent of the same cultivation? You still have helpers? Kai Yang sneered, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards room 13. The door to room 13 was wide open. A middle-aged man stood in the room, looking like he was about to rush out, but his posture was extremely stiff, as if he was frozen in place. In front of him, Ying Fei crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame, looking at him with a pair of eagle-like eyes. There was no hostility, no aura, and he couldn't even detect the other party's cultivation. But this was the kind of person he was. The middle-aged man in room 13 felt a chill run down his spine. He froze on the spot as large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Inexplicably, he felt that the other party had the ability to kill him. So even though he heard the call of the sect master of Blue Void Sect, he couldn't take a step forward. Go back. Young Master Yang will come to visit you later. Ying Fei looked at the middle-aged man and waved his hand gently. The middle-aged man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and gently closed the door. Then he retreated and sat down on the chair, trembling all over. In room 7, Xianxia grinned at the sect master of Blue Void Sect and said, "It seems that you've been abandoned." Of course, he knew what happened to the Emperor realm in room 13. With Ying Fei guarding the door, that person couldn't escape even if he had wings, let alone come to help. But when the sect master of Blue Void Sect heard this, his face turned ashen. Originally, he thought that since he was in the same realm as Kai Yang, he didn't need to be too afraid of him. Furthermore, he had the support of room 13, so he didn't need to worry too much about Kai Yang. But after exchanging blows, he knew that he was gravely mistaken. This First Order Emperor Realm Master was completely different from the ones he had encountered before. What made him even angrier was that room 13 didn't move. Feeling the chill of the myriad sword, the sect master of Blue Void Sect said in a trembling voice, "Eldest young master, please spare my life. This old master is willing to apologize. Please let me go." At this moment of life and death, the sect master of Blue Void Sect couldn't care less about honor or shame. He only wanted to survive. If he died, then he would have nothing left. Xianxia slowly shook his head. A man can't live without his word. As soon as he finished speaking, the myriad sword swung out a rainbow light and slashed across the old man's neck. The old man's eyes widened in an instant as he stared at Xianxia in horror. He covered his neck with his hand and gritted his teeth. Before he could finish his sentence, bright red blood suddenly spurted out from his neck. The powerful force sent his head flying. Ah! Cries of alarm came from all around the room. When Blue Void Sect's sect master came to participate in this auction, he seemed to have brought a few young disciples with him to broaden their horizons. When Xianxia had broken into their room, they had all been scared out of their wits. Not to mention that he had just killed the person in room 7 and humiliated the person in room 13. This price alone was somewhat thought-provoking. He really did have a lot of capital. He had hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals on hand. But even so, he shouldn't have bid like this, right? Those high-rank source crystals didn't just fall from the sky. So the only explanation was that Xianxia didn't plan on paying them at all. The people from the Emperor Realm weren't fools. After watching for so long, how could they not understand what was going on? A faint sense of unease welled up in their hearts, as if invisible shackles had wrapped around their hearts, making them feel uneasy. However, the auctioneer on the stage was actually very cooperative, which made everyone feel extremely strange. In less than a quarter of an hour, Thousand Leaves Sect's 9 heavenly puppets were all auctioned off. As expected, all of the heavenly puppets fell into Xianxia's hands and were handed over to Yihen. Yihen was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He never thought that he would be able to recover the heavenly puppets he had lost. He had originally thought that Thousand Leaves Sect had been destroyed and that the sect's inheritance would end in his hands. So he had been feeling extremely guilty these days. He felt that he had let down Thousand Leaves Sect's ancestors, and his heart had already died. Even though Li Qingyun had sent him back in one piece, Yihen still couldn't raise his spirits. But now, the 9 heavenly puppets had been retrieved, causing Yihen's fighting spirit to surge once more. Thousand Leaves Sect had been destroyed in his hands, so he had to rebuild it and recreate the glory of his ancestors. The 500 disciples he had arranged to enter Emperor Heaven Valley were his hope, as were the well-preserved secret technique manuals, and the 9 heavenly puppets were even more so. In an instant, Yihen's spirits were refreshed, as if he had become a completely different person. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian saw all of this and were secretly excited, their gratitude towards Xianxia increasing by another level. After all, heavenly puppets were truly extraordinary items. Any one of them was comparable to the Emperor Realm. If anyone else had obtained one, they would have kept it for their own use. Yet, Xianxia had returned all of them to Yihen. This action of his could be said to be a noble act, and it was difficult for anyone not to feel grateful towards him. Young Master Yang, they seem to be stalling for time. Ingfei suddenly spoke up. Xianxia nodded. I know. He had already displayed such a domineering attitude and had obtained every single auction item. Yet Wu Ming had not stepped forward to stop him. Instead, he had remained silent. If this was not stalling for time, then what was it? They were willing to give up on the 9 heavenly puppets just to stall for time. From this, one could see just how much they had planned. Should we ask that Madame Hua to speed up the auction? Ing Fei asked with a frown. Yang Kai shook his head. Sister Hua has been poisoned with a heart-urging insect, so she can't help herself. Heart-urging insect. Ing Fei's expression changed. It was obvious that he had heard of such a thing before. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Yang Kai calmly took a sip of tea. On the high platform, Xianxia suddenly frowned and glanced towards the backstage. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "The first half of the auction will end here. Everyone, please take a rest. There will be even better auction items appearing later on, and they will definitely not disappoint everyone." Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help narrowing his eyes. On the other hand, the representatives of the Emperor realm in the private rooms all curled their lips. If this auction did not have a monstrous talent like Yang Kai, it would have been a pretty good auction, but now that Yang Kai had appeared, it was simply like throwing a rat's droppings into a pot of thick soup. This kind of person was the black sheep of the herd. With him here, how could anyone else be qualified to participate in the auction? Thousand Leaves Sect's 9 heavenly puppets had all been obtained by him, so no matter how good the auction items were, no one else would be able to get a share of them. As long as he opened his mouth to bid, those items would inevitably become his. Thinking of this, many people's interest waned. They knew that no matter how good the auction items were, they would not be able to obtain them, so they all got up from their private rooms, intending to leave. For a time, half of the more than 30 people in the private rooms left, while the remaining half probably just wanted to watch the fun. As for the auction items, they no longer had any hope of obtaining them. When they arrived at the entrance of the auction, everyone found that this place had been sealed off. It seemed that a strong spirit array had enveloped the entire Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce branch, making it impossible for them to leave. What's going on? Why are we leaving? Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce is too bold. Does it want to catch us all in one fell swoop? I've always felt that something was wrong with this auction, but now it seems that there really is a conspiracy. Don't panic, everyone. If we all work together, we can break this trivial spirit array. With more than a dozen First Order Emperor Realm Masters joining forces, they were quite a force to be reckoned with. After a brief discussion, everyone began bombarding the spear array with their own attacks. After an incense stick worth of time, the dozen or so people stopped with ugly expressions on their faces. Looking at the barrier that had not changed in the slightest, their hearts sank to the bottom. No one had expected that this spirit array would be so powerful that it could resist the joint attacks of more than a dozen people from the Emperor Realm for such a long time without reacting. Brother Gong, your Heavenly River Valley's Gong family, is a spirit array grandmaster. Can you tell what this spirit array is? A man suddenly turned his head and looked at an elderly man. This elderly man wore a black robe and seemed ordinary among the crowd, but he was the current patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. Throughout the entire Southern Territory, the Gong family's reputation was definitely not small, because everyone in this family was proficient in spirit arrays. Many sect defending grand arrays were arranged by this family. Gong Wenshan, whom Yang Kai met in the Four Seasons realm, was a disciple of the Gong family. Gong Wenshan was just a Dao Source realm cultivator, but his mastery of spirit arrays had reached perfection, so there was no need to mention the Gong family's patriarch. Chapter 2691. Fortunately, no one knew what Wu Ming's honored master was busy with. After Yang Kai brought the Gong family patriarch back, there was no reaction. About a quarter of an hour later, Hua Qingxi stepped onto the stage again. Everyone's expression brightened, knowing that the second half of the auction was about to begin. They all looked up at the stage one after another. On the stage, Hua Qingxi said softly, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time. The next item to be auctioned is a second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator. As soon as this statement came out, the crowd went into an uproar and turned their attention to the stage. After all, this auction had been advertised for a long time that a Star Master from a lower star territory would appear. At this moment, when they heard Xianxia's statement, they subconsciously thought that the second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator was the Star Master. Everyone was very curious about the Star Master. After all, in a vast star boundary, there was no such existence as a Star Master. There were quite a few tens of thousands of years ago, but ever since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, poisoned the various star territories, the passages between the star boundary and the various star territories were all closed. Masters from the star boundary could no longer easily travel to the lower star territories to refine star sources. Now that a Star Master had suddenly appeared, it was an extremely rare existence. Any Star Master had a complete star source, and if one could extract it, they could inherit the position of Star Master. With a complete star source, their future path of martial Dao would be smooth sailing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a skinny old man with a gloomy aura suddenly appeared from the backstage like a ghost. The old man seemed to have been planted with some kind of restriction, as his aura was completely gone, but even so, he still gave off a gloomy feeling, especially the pair of sunken eyes in their sockets. They looked like two flickering, ghostly flames, extremely frightening. This is the Star Master. There's nothing special about him. He has a complete star source, but he's only a second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator. It seems his aptitude isn't very good. What do you know? Rumor has it that the cultivator who came from the territory of the lower planes all have top-notch aptitudes and calm temperaments. If not for that, how could they have gone through so much trouble to come to the star boundary? Every cultivator who comes from the territory of the lower planes is as talented as the core disciples of those major sections. There is a flurry of discussion in the hall, whispering to each other and pointing at the thin old man on the high platform. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Although it was not easy for a cultivator from the lower plane to come to the astral boundary, and there were not many of them, many people knew about it. Those star territory didn't have an excellent cultivation environment like the star boundary. They were extremely rare talents who could cultivate to the peak in their respective star territory. It was precisely because of this that when they first came to the star boundary, Xianxia had told Xianxia that a cultivator like them could not be underestimated. Many large sects welcomed them. As long as they revealed that they were cultivators from the lower plane, they would definitely be accepted and trained by some large sections. This was because a cultivator like them had a higher chance of advancing to the Emperor realm than most cultivators in the star boundary. Guizhu. In room 1, Xianxia looked at the thin old man on the high platform with a complicated gaze, recognizing him at a glance. An unnatural blush flashed across Guizhu's old face as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. However, he inexplicably felt his body lighten as the sealed source qi in his body began circulating again. Dense ghost qi gushed out and wrapped around his body as Guizhu said in disbelief, "Sect Master, your cultivation." Although he didn't know exactly how powerful the person who sealed his cultivation was, he had some guesses. After all, that was a legendary third-order Emperor Realm Master. He never thought that the Sect Master would be able to undo the seal in just a few breaths. Didn't that mean that the Sect Master's cultivation was comparable to that old man's? It was no wonder that Guizhu was so shocked. If that was the case, it was simply unbelievable. After all, everyone had come to the star boundary together, and now they were all only second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, yet Xianxia was already so far ahead of them. How had he cultivated all these years? You just broke through to the Emperor realm. Xianxia reached out and patted Guizhu's shoulder, saying, "I'll catch up with you later." Guizhu nodded, still in shock. Although Xianxia's cultivation wasn't what he had imagined and was instead much weaker, it was still amazing that he could break through to the Emperor realm in such a short time. especially when he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Yet he was able to easily undo the seal placed by a Third-Order Master. This wasn't something that could be explained by ordinary means. Back in Hung Luo Starfield, Xianxia often created miracles and defeated stronger opponents. It seemed that he hadn't changed after coming to the Star Boundary. Realizing this, Gue Zhu couldn't help feeling secretly excited. They had no one to rely on in the Star Boundary, and this time, even Thousand Leaves sect, which they had taken shelter in, was destroyed. Now that Xianxia had suddenly displayed such great strength, they could naturally rely on him. On the high platform, another person walked out from the backstage. Xianxia looked over and saw that it was Sword Union's Union Master, Xianxia. Hua Qingxi didn't even have the intention to introduce him and simply gestured to the maidservant who led him out. The maidservant immediately led Xianxia to the first room. After a short while, they were sent into the room. After seeing Xianxia, Xianxia was naturally surprised and happy. When they were in trouble in Sky Crane City last time, it was Xianxia who saved them. After a few years, a similar thing had happened again. This made Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In the end, they were still reliable. The next person to be let out was AIO. There was a strange silence in the auction hall. They had thought that the first half of the auction was strange enough, with only Xianxia and Hua Qingxi interacting. No one else had the right to interrupt. But unexpectedly, the second half of the auction was even stranger. The auctioneer didn't bid, and the first room didn't bid, but one cultivator after another was let out and sent to the first room. What was even more strange was that the people from the Emperor Realm in the private rooms also remained silent, with no one criticizing or questioning anything. No one had ever participated in such an auction before. The whole auction seemed like a farce, causing many people to feel very dissatisfied. "It's about time." Xianxia suddenly narrowed his eyes and said after settling AIO down. "What do you mean it's about time?" AIO glanced at him suspiciously, the shock on his face still not completely gone. When he learned that Xianxia had already broken through to the Emperor Realm, he couldn't believe it. It wasn't until Xianxia undid his seal that he accepted this fact. As Xianxia's future father-in-law, AIO didn't know whether to be envious or happy. He could only sigh in his heart. "That girl Shui, you had found a good man." They felt that their auras were stirred by this laughter, and their Emperor Qi surged uncontrollably. They were all shocked, knowing that the person who had just laughed was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Could this person be the Elder of Star Soul Palace? There were not many Elders of Star Soul Palace, so no one knew who this person was. "I have long heard of little friend Yang's name, and seeing it today, it seems that you truly live up to your reputation." Xianxia coldly snorted. "This young master does not speak to sneaky people. Show yourself." The voice was silent for a while before saying, "Since little friend Yang insists, I will grant you your wish." As soon as these words fell, the world suddenly darkened and countless spirit array patterns flashed across the auction venue. These spirit array patterns quickly lit up, as if a single spark could start a prairie fire, spreading out in all directions. In the next moment, everyone felt as if the world had been turned upside down and space had been separated. There was an invisible force pulling him, as if it wanted to throw him into the endless void. HM 8-point Yuan Division Array. In Room 1, the Gong family patriarch's face suddenly changed, and he quickly took out a set of array flags, pouring his Emperor Qi into them and tossing them into the void. The array flags quickly disappeared, and the chaotic space in room number 1 immediately stabilized. "Gong Tai, you court death." An angry roar rang out. It was the mysterious voice from before, and it seemed that the Gong family patriarch's actions had angered him, so his words were mixed with a violent power that could shake one's soul. This power blasted into Gong Tai's knowledge sea, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. This was not the end, though, as a five-colored light suddenly burst out from room 1, condensing into a sharp blade that directly slashed towards Gong Tai. This five-colored light blade was the powerful spirit array that had previously killed a master from the Emperor realm. When Gong Tai saw this, his face instantly turned ashen, and he screamed in his heart that his life was over. Just as the five-colored light blade was about to slash down, an eagle's cry rang out. An eagle's claw suddenly stretched out from the side, grabbed the five-colored light blade, and squeezed hard. With a snap, the five-colored light blade instantly collapsed. Gong Tai gasped for breath, his face pale. How could he not know that someone had saved his life at this critical moment? He looked to the side with lingering fear and saw Ing Fei nodding slightly at him. Don't worry, with this king here, no one can kill you. Gong Tai got up and cupped his fists respectfully. Many thanks for your protection, Monster King. An elder from Star Soul Palace wanted to kill him, but it was a Monster King who saved his life. It was simply ironic. Ing Fei waved his hand and said, No need, but that 8-point Yuan division array you mentioned before, what is it? When Yang Kai brought Gong Tai over, he also chatted with him. So Ing Fei naturally knew that Gong Tai was a Spirit Array Grandmaster, otherwise he would not have been able to recognize the name of the Spirit Array at a glance, and had the means to restrain it. Gui Zhu and the others also looked at Gong Tai curiously. Gong Tai sighed. It's a kind of Spirit Array that separates heaven and earth. I saw that there was a Spirit Array arranged here before, but I didn't expect it to be the 8-point Yuan division array. A Spirit Array within a Spirit Array? What kind of Spirit Array is there? Ing Fei frowned. The 5 elements Great Square Circle Array. Gong Tai replied. These 2 Spirit Arrays complement each other and rely on each other. The methods of the person who arranged this Spirit Array are truly amazing. After a pause, he looked at Ing Fei and asked, Dare I ask, Master Monster King, what kind of grudge does little brother Yang have with this Star Soul Palace elder that this elder did not hesitate to arrange 2 Spirit Arrays to trap him? Ing Fei's face sank. You mean this Spirit Array has the effect of trapping people? Gong Tai nodded and said, Yes, the 5 elements Great Square Circle Array protects heaven and earth and seals off space. This auction venue has now been sealed off, and if this Spirit Array is not broken, I'm afraid no one will be able to leave. On the other hand, the octagonal division origin formation was able to isolate everyone here, placing them in independent small spaces. If this old master had not reacted quickly and set up a restraining Spirit Array, I'm afraid we would have been separated. Hearing this, Ing Fei's face changed drastically. Not good. Turning his head, Ing Fei did not see any trace of Yang Kai. All he could see was darkness outside room 1, as if the entire room had sunk into the void. Using his divine sense to investigate the outside, Ing Fei was unable to detect anyone's aura. The thousands of people in the auction venue had also suddenly disappeared. She could only clench her teeth and close her eyes. You dare! Yang Kai was furious. This bastard actually dared to tease his mother-in-law right in front of him. How could he tolerate this? With a tap of his foot, he pounced straight at Wu Ming. Wu Ming's face also changed when he saw this. He had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands before, so he knew that this little brat wasn't someone to be trifled with. He hurriedly retreated with Qi Yu. Tan Jun held blocked with his body, and with a wave of his sleeve, a 5-colored light blade suddenly formed and slashed towards Yang Kai. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk a series of loud bangs rang out, and the world energy in the surroundings became violent. Yang Kai was forced to retreat step by step, and the 5-colored light blade was completely shattered. Tan Junhao narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but praise. Little friend Yang is truly amazing. This old master has underestimated you. He originally thought that a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could be subdued by the Five Elements Array, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to match the power of the Spirit Array. His heart couldn't help but tremble. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master possess such strength? If he was allowed to grow to the Third-Order Emperor Realm, who in this world could be his opponent except for the Great Emperors? You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.